in review. Um, there's a lot that's happened this week, and I just want to see how you guys feel in regards to the pulse, for lack of a better term, pulse of the nation, direction of the nation, everything from the Supreme Court's ruling. Apparently, they're also about to tackle the mail-in pill for terminating pregnancy. So that one's also coming up soon. So busy Supreme Court. If you lean right, you're probably really enjoying their work. If you lean left, it's probably just the fucking opposite. So I think we got everything. Let's see if it goes. So good morning. Welcome to the program. It is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Looks like everything is working perfect. All right. So this is going to be more of a weekend review. Um, so we're going to be talking about it from a number of angles. And thank you folks who are tapping the live already on TikTok. We're going to be also today we're on Clapper. These are crooked. We're on Clapper. So if you're watching us, I know some folks asked us to try Clapper. So we are on Clapper as well. TikTok, Instagram, Substack, YouTube, and Clapper is where you'll find us live currently. So it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. You know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor. Got to get my lovely MAGA hat out. We don't block, ban, or censor. We are MAGA friendly. Doesn't matter what your political opinion is, you get to state it here without any concern of being blocked, banned, or censored. We don't do that here. You can be critical of anybody on this program, including yours truly. So we're talking about reviewing the current state of the nation. Alter Ego, appreciate that. Thank you very much, Alter Ego. So there's several things I want to run by you folks, because this is a weekend review discussion. We're going to be discussing the week in review. And President Trump, he likes to talk. And he's just said something recently that I really, really want to discuss. But before we get into President Trump's comments, I do want to talk about the collapse of Spirit Airlines, the low discount carrier. I've never flown Spirit, but I know a lot of folks who have. You know, being from Chicago, a lot of folks. It's one of their their destinations, and it's one of those cheap airlines that a la cartes you to death. So you can fly for pretty cheap, but you're going to pay for everything you need while flying. Pillows, drinks. Obviously, everybody's requiring you to check in bags now, or charging you to check in your bags. But everything you get on Spirit costs. But if you're willing to fly and you just need to go from point A to point B and you don't need to carry much, you don't need any luxuries. It was a low discount carrier. And they have went under. Now, Spirit Airlines was hurting financially for a while, but they've now completely closed shop. They went completely under, and they're blaming gas prices. They're blaming gas prices, rising fuel costs as the reason they went under. Not to say that they were in a strong financial position before the increase in fuel. So I do want to ask you folks, would it be wrong to say that President Trump is partially responsible for them going out of business? Or would that be wrong to suggest? Would it be legit to say President Trump is partially responsible for them going out of business? Or would that be wrong to suggest? They are blaming rising fuel costs. And we know the cost of fuel has went up significantly since the Iran war. So would it be wrong to say that? They never had a crash. Yeah, no, they did not, Easy. They never were involved in a crash. Southwest Airlines was pretty good with that until recently. They had also never been involved in a crash for quite a while, but that's not the case still for Southwest Airlines. So we're going to talk about that. And by the way, if you're watching us on TikTok, we take the first caller at 10,000. So tap the screen, get the likes up. And for my YouTube viewers, certainly smash that like button. Help the program out. It helps the algorithm. So we're going to talk about whether or not Trump is responsible for Spirit Airlines. That's not the main conversation I want to talk to you about. Obviously, when we talk about the week in review, the Iran war on again, off again, it's hard to really know. It's really hard to analyze that. James Harper, thank you for the hat mustache. Shout out to you. Appreciate that. It's hard to analyze the Iran war because President Trump and his administration, Hegseth as well, they've said so many things, made so many statements that have not culminated into reality. It's hard to judge it. You almost have to tune into international sources to get an accurate take. You know, President Trump originally said it would be over with in 2 to 4 weeks. He said we won the war in the first few hours. He said several times the Strait of Hormuz was open and not. Obviously, he said Iran had no ability to fight back, and then they shot down a couple aircraft a day or two later. I mean, it's really difficult because President Trump has said so many things that have not culminated into reality, or you're still waiting to see if what he said is going to turn out to be true or not. So it's hard to analyze what's going on in Iran because President Trump appears to have the job of, let me be to my people an optimistic source. Whether it's accurate or not, my goal is to give information that speaks favorably of the United States and is optimistic, whether or not that's true. So that makes it almost impossible for us to listen to the administration and give an accurate analysis of what's going on. So in addition to that, this week we had the Trump administration blame yet another attempt on his life on the Democrats, indicating that the rhetoric coming from the left is why so many people are trying to kill him. I do want to talk to you guys about that specifically, if you believe that's true, that left-wing rhetoric is leading to assassination attempts on our commander-in-chief. The Supreme Court rolling back the Voting Rights Act is another part of the week in review. Apparently, I don't know, I can't pronounce, what is it, methylpristone or whatever it's called, the drug you get by mail to terminate the unborn, the life of the unborn. The Supreme Court is about to hear that as well. So the limitations on whether a woman has the right to choose or not could expand if they prevent that drug from being shipped by mail, because a lot of folks are getting that by mail. They're trying to, there is a case going before the Supreme Court on that. I don't know when, but that is going up before the Supreme Court. Last but not least, I want you to hear this. This one here, I don't even want to describe it to you before we start taking callers. Tap the screen, get us up to 10,000. We'll take the first caller at 10,000. For my TikTok viewers, tap that screen, get the likes up. I want you to hear this because, like I said, I don't have an explanation for it as to why this is even coming up. But this is a President Trump's statement in the last 24 hours.
While in Florida, the president also speaking about the prospect of the U.S. taking over Cuba, quote, almost immediately. What do we know about that?
Yeah, that's right. The president has been turning up the heat on Cuba. His comments add really a dramatic edge to an already intensifying U.S. pressure campaign against Havana, which his administration has framed as a national security threat. President Trump suggesting one of the Navy's most powerful ships be positioned offshore on the way home from the war in Iran.
We'll have one of our big, maybe the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, the biggest in the world. We'll have that come in, stop about 100 yards offshore, and they'll say, thank you very much, we give up.
Well, so he's threatening to put another aircraft carrier off the shores of Cuba and take over Cuba. Why? Somebody help me understand this. Why do we want Cuba? And the notion that they are a security threat. I need somebody to come up here and explain to me how the nation of Cuba which is living as close to the Stone Age as possible already, they don't have technology because of our embargoes over the generations. And now because of Trump's oil embargo, they barely even have power over there. How is Cuba a national security threat to America? You hear how easy President Trump made it sound that we could basically decimate them. You hear him again.
Offshore, and they'll say, "Thank you very much. We give up."
That's simple. So if you can make them surrender that simple, how are they a national security threat? So we want to talk about that as well. Nevertheless, this is the week in review. You guys know how the program is ran. Tap the screen, get us up to 10,000. We'll go ahead and start taking callers. Looking in the comments right off the bat, because Marco Rubio wants Cuba. So what is this, a birthday present? Somebody said we're going to take over Cuba because Marco Rubio wants Cuba. What are they doing? Giving him a whole country for a birthday present? You got to let me know what the hell does that mean? Marco Rubio wants Cuba. I mean, in these weird times, it's hard to really know what's true and what's not. Did Marco Rubio convince the Trump administration? Well, if you're going to be doing this shit, I need Cuba. Why don't you get me Cuba? I have been to Cuba. Beautiful beaches. Development is the reason. Well, all of the islands in the Bahamas and the Caribbean, they all got beautiful beaches. What's the name? I mean, Haiti would be pretty easy to take over. And you could easily develop Haiti. You could take Haiti and the Dominican Republic. They're all on the same island. You can take those over. There's beautiful beaches on all of them. So is that what we're doing? We're taking them to develop and make beautiful. That's like with the Riviera of the Middle East taking over Gaza. Is that what we're talking about? Don't give them any ideas, Tim, says Anita. Well, this is what we're hearing. Apart from Havana, Cuba is poor and miserable. Yeah. Of course, so is Gaza, but they had no problem talking about taking over Gaza. Let me go straight to the box. Trying to claim Cuba. What the hell? MAGA mission. Good evening, or better yet, good afternoon. I assume it's afternoon where you're at, almost. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, what's up, brother?
Not much at all. Do you think taking over Cuba is a good thing for our nation?
I don't think takeover in the sense of making it an American territory or annexing Cuba is on the playbook. It's more shoring up the Western Hemisphere from all the way from the Southern Americas to the Northern. And so this whole movement that you're seeing right now is America applying complete control and dominance over the Western Hemisphere. So when it comes to Cuba, let me just finish. When it comes to Cuba, we know that they have some manufacturing of certain substances that we don't want in the U.S. We've been fighting a war on schmugs forever. I think what we're doing is we're shoring up certain activities that have been coming from Cuba or happening in Cuba. Also liberating the people from a dictatorship and communism. But my point is that we are stopping the war on schmugs. We're going right to the source of wherever these substances are coming from, and we're absolutely going to stop them in their tracks so that we don't have to deal with it here in the homeland. See, the reason why we have a problem in the homeland is because we've been allowing the flooding of our country of these substances.
Hold on. They're not flooding our country. People in this country want that shit. Hold on. Now let me finish. Hold on. Let me respond to you now. You're making it sound like Americans are just sitting here going about their innocent life and people are just coming in the country like an episode of Taken with Liam Neeson and shoving drugs in their system. People in this country, there is a demand for that shit. They're not shoving in our country. We're actually asking for it. Most of the people in this country that sell drugs are Americans.
Doesn't mean you should allow it to come in. Just because you want it doesn't mean it's good for you or our nation to allow it to come in. So you're saying basically just let it come in. It's the addict's fault.
No.
When in reality, we're human. We're human, and if you put something in front of somebody and they try it once, twice, 3 times, they're hooked, and that's the end of it. And we are creating an epidemic. We've had an opioid epidemic, which we're dealing with right now. There's a company that's paying the price for that, right?
Okay.
So we are absolutely still fighting this war on schmugs, whether you like it or not. We're going to go to any country, and he said this before, Tim. You heard him. Any country that is facilitating the importation of schmugs into the Americas will be in deep shit trouble. We're going after the cartel next.
We
We're gonna
just
short
about
Mexico
every
next.
country, just about every country south of the border has some place in the drug trade, not to mention China. Are we going to be at war his entire term?
We've already told China to stop making the substances and allowing them to come here in the U.S. So China already said yes. So whether or not listen,
I'm
you have to
listening.
give a world leader a chance. President Xi said that he was going to absolutely fall in step with not allowing any of the F
Who
stuff
told you that?
into the United States.
Who
There's
told
the
you that?
materials to make it.
Who told you that G said that?
What do you mean? Who told me that? It was
I
literally
mean
on
exactly
national
what I
news.
asked you. Who told you
It's
that
on
Xi
national
Jinping
news,
said
Tim.
that?
Maybe just because you missed it doesn't mean it doesn't
No,
exist.
I did miss it, which is why I'm
not
asking
gonna
you a
go
question.
pull I don't have the ability to pull the article for you. Why don't you Google it?
Okay, the point I'm trying to make is that information almost certainly came from the Trump administration. That Xi Jinping.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, well then let me
Don't
go,
trust
and then you
anything
can
from the Trump
correct it.
administration.
You
Got
can
it, got
correct it. You can absolutely correct it. It's almost certain that the claim that Xi Jinping said he's going to make this correction to the drug trade. Almost certain that came from the Trump administration. The point I'm trying to make is, hold on. I'm not going to limit your time, but I do want to have a conversation with you. The point I'm making is the Trump administration has said so many statements about what other world leaders said that has turned out not to be true. Why do you believe this from Xi Jinping?
Like I said, every world leader, if they make a promise to do something, then we have to wait for them to do it. If he does it, then great. If he doesn't do it, then we could increase, say, tariffs, which we already are going to do because of their interaction with Iran or any other country that's an enemy to the U.S. You know that we already started the tariffs again at 25%. He could raise that to 100% if he wants and completely just cut China off if we want.
Yeah, he could.
We've already told President Xi to cut it out. No more materials, cheap materials to make this substance in America is going to be allowed. And we know it's happening, right? So we called him out. He has the opportunity to stop it, just like Iran had the opportunity to surrender, just like Venezuela had the opportunity to surrender. We have given these people the warning and the opportunity. If they don't take it, Tim, that's not our fault.
So we're just basically going to go around the world.
You act like we're responsible for President Xi and what he fucking does. No, we can.
No, I'm responsible for President Trump.
There's going to be consequences.
No, I'm responsible. No, I'm looking at President Trump. He's responsible for what he fucking does. That's what I'm looking at, not Xi Jinping.
He is absolutely holding him accountable for those materials. He's definitely going to hold them to account for that. He already has. You said you didn't even hear it, so why don't you go find it and hear what was said? Because President Xi told Trump he agreed.
Well, the point is, even if I find what you're saying, I'm still going to want to know, where did that information originate?
Right.
It originated from Trump.
And if it came from the White House, you're saying that anything from the White House is not to be trusted. Why are you spouting that nonsense and rhetoric to people to not trust what comes out of the White House?
You trusted everything that came from the Biden White House? Hold on. You asked me a question. You literally asked me a question, and the moment I started answering it, you just continued talking. Did you trust everything that came from? You're still doing it. Did you trust everything that came from the Biden White House?
Okay, see, what you're saying is, should we be skeptical of the administration or not? Should we believe what comes out of the administration or not?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this, Tim. The people in the current administration have a higher pay grade than you or me and are privy to confidential information that we do not have, conversations that we did not hear. You want me to say, well, I would rather trust somebody on TikTok rather than my White House?
Okay.
So you're telling me that I can't trust what is it about the White House that you don't trust so much?
You
Let's get to that.
You totally skipped over. You skipped over the question I asked. Did you trust everything that came from? I'm still trying to ask you. Did you trust everything that came from the Biden White House?
No, because we found out later. Listen, we found out later some of the things that they said was false. If you find out that it goes both ways, Tim.
Right, I'm listening.
Something that's false, prove it. Show that it's false. If the previous administration said stuff, let me put it this way: every administration has said stuff that isn't exactly true. We know that.
Okay.
We've heard many politicians lie to us over the years, decades, right?
So, so
what
in
I'm
regards
telling you is have
to
critical thinking and look into it yourself.
okay, let me get clarity here. So in regards to the Biden administration, you didn't trust it because you found out some of the things they
That's
said
not
was.
what I
Hold on,
said. That's not what I said.
Listen, we're having a
not
hard
what I
time.
said.
You're
I
interrupting
said
me.
they said-
I'm not. Listen, I don't mute guests at all. I don't mute. I've never muted a guest, but you're literally
you're
not letting me
misquoting
get a.
me, so-
I'm going to have to mute you, man, because you're not letting me. You can correct every fucking thing I say. Just give me a moment to actually
It's
say it.
exhausting, but go ahead.
Because
Go ahead.
what you're indicating is if you say something that sounds wrong, I'm going to talk over you. If I do the same to you, we don't have a conversation because we're having a debate. Everything we both said, we think the other is wrong. So let the point get made, then correct. So the point you made is you didn't trust the Biden administration because some of the things turned out not to be true. The question I'm asking you is, has everything the Trump administration said turned out to be true?
Okay, now I'm going to answer respectfully, and I'm sorry if it was getting heated there. It's because you misquoted me. Okay?
Don't worry about it.
I can't even answer your question because I have to clarify what you said first.
Sure.
First of all, I didn't say that I didn't trust the Biden administration. That's not what I said. I said some of the things that came out of the Biden administration were found out not to be true.
So you did trust them.
That doesn't mean I don't trust them. It means that you have to be critical about everything you hear from any administration.
That ain't the question I asked
If
you.
we find out that something is untrue, at that moment we realize that it was not true, and then we can hold them to account for it. So what you have to do is now we can go down the road of what this administration has done that you believe is untrue, that has led you to this sowing dissent across Americans' minds that we cannot trust this administration. Please.
Okay,
Tell me what case in point.
Well, now that you corrected me, I gotta say, I'm still going to ask you, did you trust the information coming from the Biden administration? It's a yes. Did you trust them? I don't know what your answer
It
is.
doesn't matter which
Yes,
administration.
it does.
doesn't
Did
matter
you
if it's right
trust?
or left.
What is it? Is it a difficulty in answering that
God.
one? Did you trust the information coming from the Biden administration?
Okay. All we know is when they say something, we have to at first go, okay, this is what they're saying, right? Be critical about it, look into it, and if it comes out later, months later, that what they told us months ago was false, we're going to know about it. There's going to be a report about it, like jobs, for example. There were a lot of jobs that were misquoted by the Biden administration, that those numbers were not accurate. We found that out later. But you're telling me, do I trust the administration? I told you be critical of any administration. Does that sound like I trust anybody?
I'm not. All I asked is a yes or no question. Did you trust the information coming?
I don't know how you don't understand what I'm saying.
Because it ain't containing yes or no. It doesn't contain yes or no is why I don't understand it. Did you trust them, yes or no?
I looked into their numbers and I looked into their data to confirm whether it was true or not. I was critical of anything that any administration says, even this one.
So you're when I ask you about Biden, all these
I don't
other.
think you're getting it. I don't think you're getting it. Listen,
I am
don't
getting it.
always just automatically trust anything.
The point I'm making is I'm asking you about Biden and you're deflecting to, well, you know, all presidents and all. I'm asking about Biden, not about, did you trust the Biden administration, just that administration?
Oh my God. I think we're rolling over the same
Because
thing
you're not
in the answer to
answering
this
it.
question.
I don't know. Well,
I absolutely was very clear in my answer. I said, listen and be reflective and make sure you're critical of what you hear and then verify it. If it's verified by somebody else to be false, well, then now we can confirm it's not true. But until you know otherwise, you have to take everything at face value at first until you can analyze it and find the truth. Okay? You don't know what is the truth or not. When an administration makes a statement, it's coming from the White House, so it has credibility, right? But the problem is that if it's false, we find out about it months later. Maybe we find out about it and then we go, oh shit, that was a lie. I mean, you have to almost take everything at first as this is what they're saying. And then you have to verify, just like we're having this conversation. If you said something, somebody could Google it and go, hey, Tim just said something that wasn't true. Or I said something that wasn't true. It's the same thing. The same trust that people have of what I'm saying and you're saying should be just as critical on our administration.
Okay. Well, let me make sure I'm not the only one.
I hope that answers your question.
Well, let me do it this way, because maybe it's just my ears. In the comments, you guys heard his answer to my question. Was that clear or unclear? You guys type in your... Let me see if maybe I'm hearing it wrong and it's as clear as day and I'm just getting it wrong. Was his answer to that question clear or unclear? Type that in there because I'm trying to figure out. I don't know. I'm still.
I'm saying be critical of anything you hear.
I
from
get
any
that.
administration,
I
is
get
what I'm saying.
that.
Use caution.
Okay, well, I still don't know if you trusted them or not. I know you. I agree with you to use caution when somebody says
It
something
doesn't
to
matter
you.
whether I trust them or not. See, I think there it is. There's the key to it. It's irrelevant whether or not I trust someone or not. I have to do my due diligence and find out if they're falsifying information or not. That's my due diligence.
Okay, then did you originally tore into
So
me when I
trust is
said
irrelevant.
when
I
I
guess that's
said
the
I
reason why I'm
didn't.
not
The
answering
reason I
correctly.
went to the Biden administration is because you tore into me when I said I don't trust the Trump administration. So then when I asked you, did you trust the Biden administration, you came back with this word salad.
That's not exactly what you were misquoting me on that one too.
Oh.
You were misunderstanding me on that one too. I never said that I didn't distrust or trust. I said you should listen, but I'm going to just repeat myself.
Okay, well then I listened
You have to verify everything, especially for what comes from the news. We know that, right? We know that the news spins stories that we most absolutely, for certain, have to look into with scrutiny. But guess what? The BBC, they came out with something about J6, and guess what? It came out that they falsified that. What they came out with was doctored so bad that we found out almost, I don't know how long later, that the BBC had cut that to dice it up to make Trump look bad. So we know that the media is selling us a story, right? And it's definitely politically motivated, correct? I mean, we know this. So we can't even trust our own news, and let alone you want me to say, what do I trust? Do I trust the Biden administration? Do I trust this administration? We can't trust anything.
Thank you.
Right?
So when you said we went full circle. We went full circle. So when you said Xi Jinping,
I hope it makes sense now.
Bro, it does. It does. Because I'm gonna use all of that logic to apply to Trump when he says Xi Jinping agreed not to send drugs. You can't trust him. You just said it. You gotta take it with a word of caution. You can't trust what Trump said.
We have to wait. We have to wait to see if President Xi actually follows through with that agreement.
All right. And we can wait.
We don't have the ability to control what he does. But I wanted to talk about the airline thing real quick.
I'll give you a couple minutes. Go ahead.
Now, from my understanding, Trump and his first administration already bailed out the airline industry, or at least I think this airline in particular. Now, this you'd have to confirm because from my understanding, I'm saying it from there. From my understanding, Trump said no more bailouts. This is the last one. Now, here we are, fast forward, they're in dire straits. But this was a failing company, okay? Because you don't see the other airlines folding up shop over oil prices or
no,
whatever,
but
right?
but things are
obviously didn't
changing.
have a rainy day fund.
Well, here's the thing. If you ask me, okay, you said if you come to me, Handsome Liberty, you said you're in financial trouble. I'm going to help you out. Give me your numbers. And I tell you what I'm going through. You say, okay, I'll give you this many million to help your company out. And I say, thank you, sir. Then all of a sudden you do something to cause the price of fuel to shoot up so that the numbers I gave you now are no longer accurate to bail me out. Then that has something to do with it. So yeah, he bailed them out, but then he made a change so that what they needed grew.
Right, so I hear you. So this is a common argument of the left that I hear every
Of
day.
the left.
Trump caused this. Let's go down this road. Trump caused this. Okay, Trump had a disagreement with a country that was enriching uranium to a dangerous level that was a national threat. We actually go in and do something about it. Iran, in retaliation, starts to mess with the global market by retaliating against the world. It wasn't just against us. It was, I mean, that's 20% of the world's oil, right, being cut off from the Strait. We had hundreds of ships, 150 to 180, stranded inside the Strait of Hormuz. But my point is that was Iran that did that. Trump isn't the one that stopped international waters. I'm going to say this real quick. I'll land it. That water is not for Iran to control. That water is free and fair use for international commerce. They are not allowed to take control over the strait. Absolutely not. And that is a terrorist action. That's called economic terrorism. That's what that's called, Tim.
Yeah, well, here's the problem, though, is when you say that Iran was enriching uranium, because originally when we talk about trusting the administration, you said do your research and all this. Part of Trump's administration, that being Tulsi Gabbard, disagreed that they were enriching uranium. She said they were not doing that. So where's Trump getting that information? Because she would be the one responsible for giving it to him.
Well, as you know, and this is going to go to another section of discussion, which a lot of people like to harp on. We, in exchange for a lot of our assistance to Israel in exchange gives a lot of
Israel
and technical. And listen, I'm just saying, we get a lot of intel from many different sources. Okay, we have allies in the Middle East. We got many, many different sources. Now, these sources actually ingrain themselves deeply in the culture. They are literally right there inside, like they're hiding within the people within that country. So when you say that they're not giving you they're not giving you good information. The problem is you're not in disguise hiding in Iran looking around, and you weren't there for the inspections of the enriched uranium, and you don't actually know if they violated that agreement that Obama had in place or not.
So
my point is that.
So we took Israeli intelligence.
We did find hard water, and we did find enrichment to 60%.
So we're taking Israeli intelligence over our own people.
No. They did find traces of hard water that was showing signs of enrichment beyond 60%. But here's my point. What is needed? Let's just break it down real simple.
Sure.
What is needed for What is needed for a power plant, nuclear energy power plant? What level of enrichment is needed for that?
Like 90%?
No, 5%.
Okay. So what's your
5
point?
to 7 at most. And so my point is that what are you doing with uranium past 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%? What are you doing with it, Tim, other than creating a weapon?
Hold on. I get that. I get your point, but I want you to hear this if you haven't already heard it.
Not stopped.
Okay,
Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year. It could be within a few months.
They have the wherewithal, the stored up, preserved knowledge to make a bomb very quickly if they wanted to do it.
Iran is so dangerous. Weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
They're very close. They're 6 months away from being about 90% of having the enriched uranium for an atom bomb.
Iran is gearing up to produce 25 bombs, atomic bombs a year, 250 bombs in a decade.
Ladies and gentlemen, time is running out.
Iran will be capable of producing alone.
So he's telling the truth. So he's telling the truth this time. So he's telling the truth this time.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
This is a critical question.
Sure.
Okay. Does Iran? Are you okay with Iran?
No, I'm not, and I'm not okay with what this guy says either. Look how young he looks on the screen. Look how young he looks. That's in '95.
I'm asking you a simple question, Tim. If you don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon, and we know that they absolutely had the ambitions to create one, then why in the heck are you not willing to understand that we need to stop them if they go past 60%?
I agree with you 100%, but I gotta ask you this: why would you? Hold on. Now let me ask you a question. Why would you take his word over Tulsi Gabbard when he's been proven to lie so much?
Okay. Why don't you pull up?
You didn't answer that question. You skipped it. You told me yourself when it came to Biden, if somebody said something and it's turned out not to be true, why would you take his word over Tulsi? He clearly has done that.
Okay, let me explain something.
Please do.
This is an extremely fluid situation when it comes to whether or not Iran is ready or not. But we do know that they were working on long-range missiles that could hold and have a warhead on it that was nuclear. And we also know that they broke their agreement. They didn't allow inspectors to go in all of the different facilities. And we did find out, we do know they were enriching uranium over 60%, which is only used for weapons grade munitions. So with their ambitions being unalive America at every parliament for the last 47 years, unalive Israel for the last 47 years, their ambitions to keep enriching uranium past anything that would be used for power plant or infrastructure, you have to ask yourself, they have a motivation, and that motivation is to absolutely have a nuclear weapon. We get to that, now we know, oh wait, this could be dangerous in the hands of the Iranians.
You're confusing me, man. You told me if somebody has said something and their word has turned out not to be true, you got to take that in consideration. This man's word fits that narrative. Why would we take his word over Tulsi Gabbard?
How is it untrue? They were absolutely.
This is in 1995. He said 1995 they were about to get a weapon in a few months.
Okay. Didn't Iran themselves say that they deserve to have a
You didn't
nuclear
answer
enrichment
this.
program?
You're skipping over the question I'm asking. Why would you take this
You're
man's
acting like
word?
they're not enriching uranium, Tim.
He's,
they are.
He
That's
said
part
they
of the
were
deal.
weeks
He
away. When he,
Okay,
okay,
let me
let me
prove
ask it
something
to you
to
this
you.
way.
Let me prove something.
Okay, hold on. When he said they were weeks away in '95, was that true or not?
I don't care if they're a month away, a year away. They should not.
Was he telling
close.
was he telling the truth or not? It's a yes or no question. Was this man being honest?
As I said, I believe it's highly fluid.
Was
It
this
could
man
it could be
so what
any
changed?
moment.
So we didn't attack him in
It could
'95.
be any moment. They are working on it. We know they're working on it.
I'll leave it at that.
To do it. Tim, they didn't even have the long-range missiles to do it. They just created an ICBM
If you can accept this guy as giving you viable intelligence, I'll leave it at that. I gotta move it on. This guy is giving you.
Okay, well, we don't want them to have a look. Tim,
We
I
agree
really
on that.
appreciate The time.
We agree on that. We don't agree on this guy being trustworthy, though.
Yeah, no, I'm ending it. I'm writing it down. Anyways, Tim, I want to say thanks for the conversation. Really appreciate you, man. And you know what? We disagree on some stuff, but I'm telling you, bro, the last thing we want is for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. You agreed, and let's just leave it at that.
Yeah.
So,
and the last thing we want to
week
do
away,
is
we don't
attack
want
a
them
nation.
year away.
And the last thing we want to do is attack a nation on false intelligence. I got to go tap the screen, get the likes on up to 30,000. Some callers are a little bit more challenging than others. I'll just say it like that. Tap the screen, get us up to 30,000. Here's what I don't get, though. I didn't get a lot of that. I'm going to move on because there's so much of that did not just left me lacking clarity that maybe some of you folks can help me understand. By the way, help your boy out with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goals. You know what I say? Tap the screen, get the likes up to 20,000. We don't block, ban, or censor, as I just demonstrated to you. We believe in letting the guests speak. Inspection said they never violated the 3.5% enrichment, says Marcus Anderson on YouTube. Look, what I don't get, which I was trying to illustrate to my last call, is why would you dump the word of Tulsi Gabbard and take this guy's word? Why would, even if, look, I'm not a fan of letting Iran get a nuclear weapon either. I don't think that they would do with it what the Trump administration is saying, but I'm not a fan of letting them get a nuclear weapon. However, why would you take Netanyahu's word over Tulsi Gabbard and then let Tulsi Gabbard remain employed? If she's giving you bad information, she should be gone. Something does not make sense there. I didn't ask my last caller that because his answers were everywhere, and I don't think he would have answered it specifically. But if Tulsi Gabbard's word is not accurate, why is she still there? Why does that make any sense at all? Looking in the comments, tap the screen, get us up to 20,000. We'll take the next caller. No, his question was a little bit nonsense. He's deflecting, not trying to answer you, and he's trying to overrule you, says it will be Babu. Yeah, some callers are passionate. I get it, but if you're not answering the question, it does make it very challenging to have a conversation. And then when you give answers and you don't want your own answer to apply to other parts, because he didn't want to clarify whether or not he trusted the Biden administration. But he did end up saying, if they say things and you research it and it doesn't turn out to be accurate, then you got to view them as such. But then when I tried to apply that same logic to Benjamin Netanyahu, he went into all caps. So look, it's hard to have a conversation when somebody wants to deliver logic, but not even accept their own logic coming back at them. Even Bibabu says Spirit Airlines went down in several years. They were a crappy airline to begin with since late 2004, maybe 2010. What else is new? I have heard that. They have been the world star of airlines, but they are citing increased fuel costs as why they went down. And by the way, the other airlines are also saying that the increase of fuel costs is causing them problems. There are other airlines out there that are cutting back flights and doing things because the cost of jet fuel is going up. So it's not just Spirit Airlines. It's happening in other airlines as well. So Spirit was just on the edge already and they went over. But it wouldn't surprise me and probably many of you if some other airline announced that they were getting on the edge of bankruptcy. I mean, at some point, you can only continue passing down cost of increased fuel so much to the consumer before the consumer stops flying. There's only so far you're going to go with it. If the price of oil keeps going up, the price of jet fuel keeps going up, and they keep funneling that to the customer, you're going to start having less customers. I mean, our salaries are not going up to match this stuff. So eventually people are going to stop going on vacations as much and stop flying. I'm tired of this MAGA rat interrupting you. Can we get Gangsta Grandma up here or somebody to get this foot? I'm surprised that a Galaxy didn't come in on that guy. I'm really surprised at that. I'm sorry this guy did not understand the question, I guess, or is he just stuck on stupid? I don't think my last guest is stupid. I don't think any of my beloved MAGA are stupid. I would never call a guest stupid. I think some cases, when you say something and you really want it to be understood, be believed, maybe you want to win the debate, and you feel that answering a question that you provoked or that you endorsed earlier on a topic may actually leave you open to losing the debate, the common response is just not to answer that question. That's kind of what generally happens. You know, if you point out something and they think, damn, I got to answer that now, even though I was just agreeing with it, now I got to answer that, and it's going to make me look like a fool, then the response is, well, I just ain't going to answer that question. That's what ends up happening. Let me go back to the box. We'll make it happen with Mike, the boss. Good evening, Mike, or good afternoon, Mike. Welcome to the program. Mike, were you tuned in?
Brother. Yeah, I was listening to that menagerie of bullshit.
Menagerie.
Menagerie of bullshit. Tap the screen, share the live. We got 186 people in here. Let's get him up to 50K real quick. Like, I was going to send the Galaxy. I was towards the tail end, but I had somebody in front of me, so I couldn't really join right then. But I wanted to smash his shit because you never do. You push back a little. But
the whole conversation was me fucking pushing back. Damn, what do you want me to do? Beat the guy up?
Well, yeah, that'd be cool.
Nuclear bombs within 3 to 5.
Okay, go ahead. I hit play by mistake. Go ahead.
No, you good. It's so funny. He wouldn't answer a simple question. Donald Trump, the reason we're here, this is the thing that's unique about Donald Trump in his first term and in this term. In a normal presidency, you have the 2 years of your predecessor, anywhere from a year, 18 months, even 2 years to either deal with the good or the bad of their presidency. Mm-hmm. If you just organically try to fix it or change it. Trump has come in and dismantled everything immediately through executive order.
Right.
So he has to own the things that he applies his executive orders for. But when he took us out of the agreement with Iran and replaced it with nothing, again, I'll say it again, he replaced it with nothing.
Right.
Tim, if you have a fence around your home because you're worried about your dogs running all through the neighborhood, and then somebody comes and says, this is a shitty fence, and they take the entire fence down and don't put up nothing else, who created the problem of the dogs running around in the neighborhood?
Yeah.
You or the person who took the fence
down? The person who took the fence down and replaced it with nothing is what you're saying.
Absolutely. So don't tell us that we're not here because of Donald Trump. Now, I don't know about Spirit's leadership as opposed to how they manage it, but what I do know about Spirit is they're one of the smaller airlines. They're only about 4% of the entire industry, right?
Right. I don't know what percent, but they are a small airline.
It's like 4 or 5. Yeah. So what that means is, if they're only 4 or 5%, like any small business, they would be considered small in that industry. Small businesses have smaller margins. They don't have the ability to absorb the same things major players do. That's across the board in everything.
Yeah, but what about what Evil said in the comments is that they were poorly run before Trump came along. They were just not a well-run. I mean, Southwest Airlines used to be in the place of Spirit Airlines as well, and they survived.
Right, and again, that's why I said I'm not questioning their leadership. I'm not even saying that he should have bailed them out. I'm saying that if they're saying a large portion, you guys see the increase in jet fuel?
I've heard it's bad. I mean, we know what the price of unleaded is done. I mean, it's increased $1.50 a gallon almost, or what? I mean, so we know, yeah.
jet fuel was like 5x or some shit like that, Tim.
Wow.
It's crazy. It's crazy where jet fuel is. So all I'm saying is they could have been poorly running on really slim margins. But guess what? You can't fly without fuel.
Right.
You can fly without snacks. You can fly without. You need pilots and fuel. That's what you need.
You saying
So,
that you've heard that the price of jet fuel has increased as much as 5 times?
Yeah, just Google it.
Jesus.
So and here's the thing: some of the major airlines are cutting
Right.
certain flights. So if the majors are canceling certain flights, then what are the small airlines doing? See, Pizza Lover, here's the thing. You guys are so inferior. You guys are so mediocre. You think because I know about this that I'm considering myself an expert. I just do one thing called fucking read, my guy.
I'll tell you this, the AI overview, and take that with a grain of salt if you will. Jet fuel prices have roughly doubled, it says, increasing over 80% to 104 in many regions since the conflict with Iran began on February 28th. So they're not saying 5x, but they are saying as much as 104. So they are saying it's probably double, which is worse than what has happened with unleaded gas or whatever the case may be, because it hasn't doubled in the gas industry.
So even if you take the double, and I definitely know because I was reading about it last night. I don't know what source that is, but if you take any commodity that
NPR.
doubles, Tim, any commodity, particularly your primary commodity that doubles, will unalive your business.
Yeah.
If
Yeah,
you
I
have
mean, listen, I don't disagree. If they pass down the cost of fuel to the consumer by, not even doubling, let's say the ticket price for airlines go up 50%. Yeah, it's gonna really, really hurt the amount of passengers flying. There's no way to deny that.
You just can't get around it. And so at the end of the day, what we're seeing is a direct result of this conflict when we talk about these fuel prices. Because if they're saying it's not, then point to me what the other source of this is then. If it's not the conflict, what's the other rational reason?
Well, but what about not only what my last caller was saying about Iran obtaining a nuclear bomb? I want you to hear President Trump on this matter as well, because he says something that is probably going to resonate at least with MAGA, if not some independents and liberals.
The average price of a gallon of gas is now $4.30 in this country.
And you know what? And we're not going to have a nuclear weapon in the hands of Iran. The gas will go down. As soon as the war's over, it'll drop like a rock. There's so much of it. It's all over the place, sitting all over the oceans of the world. And it'll go down. But what won't happen is if Iran had a nuclear weapon and used it, then the whole world is.
So the question I want you hear him making it clear in this process, despite fuel going up, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. What about the notion that gas is a little bit more expensive, but if we can stop our enemy from becoming an atomic power, it's worth the price at the pump. Not only that, but you hear him saying it's going to go down really low soon after this war is over with anyway. So what about that?
Yeah.
Are you okay with the price going up if it prevents Iran from going nuclear?
I'm not okay with the rhetoric because it's bullshit. That's not. Listen, Tim, they've been talking this shit. You just played a video where they've been saying this for the last 30 years. They're 2 weeks away. 2 week Bibi and 2 week Trump. I wonder if that's where Trump got the 2 week rhetoric from. And by the way,
everything's going to happen in 2 weeks.
2 weeks. So Trump said that 2 weeks quite a bit. So here's my thing. I don't believe this administration, and I told you, you can't trust them what they say. I can't trust a known liar. He's been saying this shit forever. We can't guarantee. I don't care what Trump says, and if anybody believes it, you're crazy. You couldn't. If Trump, we've gone in, we've taken it. They have no capabilities because guess what? He told us that already.
Yeah.
He told us that already. So if he told you that again tomorrow, he's told us twice that they've been obliterated. So at what point are they truly obliterated?
Yeah. Well, my last guest didn't seem to have the same sentiment on that, and I'm with you on that. Is that the Trump administration has said a significant amount of things about this war that has turned out to either not be true outright, or you're like, where'd you get that from? And according to him, I guess my last caller, you're kind of wrong, not just trusting the Trump administration on face value. So I don't know where to go with that.
And I would say he's wrong for even insinuating that we should, because people, by and large, don't just trust people that have never proven that they're trustworthy. Chimp, I want you to think about the critical thinking skills of Trump supporters today. I'm talking about right now in real time. They're basically suggesting that you take people at face value and you take their word without doing any in-depth research, and you believe what they're telling you. That's what they're saying.
Yeah,
That's what they're advising people to do.
I'm going to push back on behalf of MAGA, though. On behalf of my beloved MAGA, I'm going to defend them by saying that they were telling us the same thing under Biden, that you could clearly see Biden's cognitive abilities were in decline, yet you're just buying what the liberals are telling you, that this guy can do a whole nother term. So they're going to say that the liberals done the same damn thing that they're complaining about now.
Again, Tim, they literally, I'm talking about, first of all, every time we talk about Biden's cognitive decline or whatever, I've told you the same thing. There is no way, I tell you what, I would have been outraged if Kamala Harris or anybody on his team would have came out and revealed any of his medical history. It's not their job. It's not their job.
Wait, hold on. If Kamala Harris knows the man is probably not capable of doing another term, in her opinion, she should just stand by and idly let him run again?
Tim, you just said probably not capable. Did you hear what you just said?
Because she's not a doctor. But if during the course of her meetings with President Biden, she feels confident in her non-medical judgment that this guy ain't gonna be able to successfully implement or successfully carry out another term, should she just say nothing and idly let him keep running?
Legally, she can't say shit.
Oh shit! Why can't she say anything? Yes, she can.
Until the medical doctors come out and give him a diagnosis, Tim. Listen, you can shake your head all you want. You can't reveal someone's medical information just because you feel.
I didn't say reveal his medical information. George Clooney came out and said it. George Stephanopoulos of ABC. What?
Again, Tim, it's his opinion. Just like our opinion about Donald Trump is exactly the same right now. Well, how can we prove it, Tim?
So she can't give her opinion on Biden? When she was questioned by him, she can't give her opinion that maybe we should get somebody else? She can't even do that?
No.
I don't believe that.
Tim, listen. Tim, I'm telling you the same thing about the Trump administration right now. If J.D. Vance came out and said, in his opinion, he believed that Trump's cognitive was in his opinion, man, he would get his face fucking chewed off.
Well, that's just because President Trump doesn't like dissension in the ranks.
No. I'm telling you, if he were to do that, he would be violating HIPAA laws, and he would be putting.
That's not violent. If I tell you during the course of this conversation, I've met with this guy a few times, and he skips and forgets things. I don't think he could do another term. That ain't violating HIPAA. You didn't diagnose the guy with anything.
In an official capacity, it is.
I don't believe that. Before you continue, though, in the comments, Leroy Maston says, why would anyone care for your problems after Biden? I get the sentiment, but fact is, we all in the same country. Our resources are finite, they're not infinite. If you don't care for the problems of your fellow Americans, it won't be long before they become your problems as well. We're not talking about America versus some foreign country. We're talking about your neighbors, your brothers and sisters. If you don't care about their problems, it won't be long before they start doing things so that those problems are also reflected on you. Go ahead, Mike.
No, here's what I'm saying. If you as a TikTok host want to have an opinion, you can have that. If you were in an official capacity under the administration or at a job, and you go out and say, I think the president of this country, of this company, or the president of the United States has these things and you're in official capacity, you cannot do that, Tim.
I'd have to see some
This is
kind of.
for-
I mean, listen. I know you.
administration.
Look, I'm not going to take away from the fact that I know you carry more receipts than CVS, so I'm not. It's hard to dispute you on some shit, but I would have to see evidence of that. I don't see how saying I don't think my boss, even though I'm serving under him in an official capacity, I've talked to him a few times, and I kind of wonder if he would be the best choice based on some of our conversations for another term. I don't see how that gets you a violation of HIPAA.
Again, as soon as they ask you why, and you say,
Don't answer that
and you
part.
start- But say again.
Don't answer that part. Do what my last guest did. Give your word salad. I mean, you've already made the
That
point.
shit ain't gonna fly. That's not gonna fly, Tim. I'm trying to tell you, legally, that shit is not going to fly.
Kamala Harris, an astute attorney as she was, I'm sure she could get the opinion across on that without violating HIPAA. I can't see it. You didn't. How did I violate your medical records? I don't have access to that information. I didn't diagnose you with anything. How is HIPAA being violated? I'm just simply saying we've had several conversations, and based on his responses to those conversations, I don't know if he would be the best choice for us to propel expecting another 4 years out of him. I don't see how that's violating his HIPAA.
Do you think they're gonna let it? Do you think that's where they're gonna let that conversation stop, Tim? They're gonna say, "Why do you think that?" Wait a minute, hold on. I'm about to tell you. They're gonna say, "Why do you think that?" You better answer that fucking question because you brought it up already. Now you got to answer it.
She's a politician, Mike. They avoid
Tim.
questions like night and day.
So let me ask you this: where does she go if she avoids answering that question after she throws that out there? Politically, where does she go from there?
Then how about saying exactly what you said? Look, I know you guys want me to tell you everything I can about Biden. I've made my statement, but there are rules such as the HIPAA violation and things like that. I'm not going into that. It's not my place to talk about my boss's medical history. I've made my statement. 4 years for this guy, 4 years, another 4 years, we probably got better options. And leave it at that. She's a politician. Politics, goddammit.
Trust Tim, and you think that would have went over well?
Yes.
Tim, wait a minute, Tim. Let me ask you one more question. I want to move on to a different topic.
Okay.
You owned your own business, right?
Yeah. Yes.
What if, and you had employees, right?
A couple. I mean, I was a landlord. You know, my business is.
I don't care. You had employees.
Yeah. I had people that worked for me. Yes.
What if your employees told your tenants that they were telling your tenants things about you that would impact your ability to rent that space, and they weren't even accurate? So it was impacting your ability to make revenue out of those places because they said some shit with no proof, by the way. With no proof, would you still keep that employee on?
I would fire the employee, but here's the thing: you said
wait a minute. Why? Why would you fire them?
Because I can. He can't. I don't know if the president can. I don't think he can't just replace. He can't replace Kamala Harris in the middle of her term. You can't just fire the VP. I can fire my employees.
What if you couldn't fire them?
Then I'm stuck with them.
But what would your approach be to that person? Would you be looking to promote them? Would they be your successor?
Mike,
No. It's the same.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
At 100, if she would have came out and said that about Biden, her ass would have been done.
Let me tell you why I disagree with you when you say it's the same thing. If I'm running a business and my employee says some shit about me, that's in regards to our business. So I don't favor him doing that in regards to the success of our business. If Kamala Harris says something bad about Biden, she's putting the welfare of the country over politics. She's doing what she's supposed to do. My employee is not. That's the difference.
That's bullshit. It's not. I'm going to tell you why. Because you haven't proved that what she said was accurate. You haven't proved that what she thinks about Biden, that's her opinion. She has no evidence to support her claim. Just like your employee has no evidence to support what they said to your tenants. There is no evidence.
So if I'm running for office again and you my VP, and you asking me questions about, what's the weather like, and I start talking about the crime bill, you ain't gonna say shit to nobody.
Do we know that happened, Tim?
I'm asking you. I know we don't, but I'm asking you that question. Let's say that scenario happened, that fiction example. You're not going to say anything.
Even if I did, all you have to do is say Mike was wrong.
I'm asking you that question. Are you going to say anything?
Publicly, no.
All right.
Tim, this is the part that you're missing.
Okay.
She better have empirical data to support what she says publicly about the president as the vice president. She cannot go out and give her opinion and then lay that down as factual without any support. What do you think the press secretary was going to say, Tim?
I don't know if I totally agree with you. A lot of folks in the comments do, some don't. Just for time purposes, we'll move on. We'll agree to disagree. If you come up with some receipts, I absolutely want to see them. But
I will.
All right.
I'm telling you, it's no different than Eugene Carroll ended up suing Trump for defamation because he couldn't prove or disprove what he said about her. You can't just summarily come out and say certain shit.
Well, I got a viewer. Leroy says HIPAA does not apply to the White House itself or the political non-medical actions of officials, as these are not considered healthcare providers or insurers. So he disagrees with you.
Well, because he's not listening. We're talking about his cognitive decline, which would go, if you needed proof, you would have to go to his medical records.
She didn't say nothing about cognitive decline. I just talked to the guy, and just based on some of our conversations and the responses, I don't think he would be our best choice going forward. She didn't say nothing about his cognitive decline. She didn't diagnose him with Alzheimer's or anything. She just gave an opinion. You're telling me that opinion violates HIPAA?
No, I didn't say that. I said that she's going to have to follow that up because you got to remember, this whole conversation started about his cognitive decline. Everybody said that he was in cognitive decline. You could see it. And all I've ever said, the same thing with Trump. I'm being extremely consistent here. I'm being extremely consistent. People can say the same shit about Trump right now. All I'm telling you is that's our opinion. Does it look that way? Yes. But unless you have a medical diagnosis and you come out and say that, you don't think Trump would sue the shit out of JD Vance if he came out and said that shit too?
I don't think he'd have a case. In the comments, Kelbrew75 says Trump does that all the time. He was asked about Charlie Kirk's death. He started talking about the building of the ballroom. I mean, yeah, Trump has done it as well. I'm not going to deny.
Yes.
Yeah.
And all I'm telling you, until you can nail that down to a diagnosis, you can't move forward with that shit, Tim. That's all I'm saying. All right. On any level. But now let's
real quick, because I got to move on for time, unfortunately. What were you about to say, though?
Yep. Tim, you made me forget. This was it. I'm going to land my plane here. We're talking about Iran. Trump said that this conflict was, for all intents and purposes, over at the 60-day mark.
Yes, he did.
At the 60-day mark, right?
And Congress is saying, well, since there's no war going on, it's word salad. Mike Johnson they're giving him an excuse so that they don't have to vote on stopping him. I get where you're going. What else? Keep going.
And so, but no one's saying anything about this. We're still spending this money every day to keep these troops over there. Listen, this news cycle about Donald Trump is so fluid. He does so much fuck shit that it takes 2 or 3 days to get on to the next bullshit. Nobody's talking about the e-files. Nobody's talking about the fact that we started this. Nobody's talking about the tariff money that's supposed to be returned to the damn companies. I mean, we have so much, all of the Doge, USA that people are unalive because they're not getting their humanitarian aid. There's a laundry list of things that are happening that people have just ignored because the next thing is right around the corner.
Well, as the man said, flood the zone. Mike, I gotta go, but based on what you're saying, the Trump administration can be solved up in 3 words: fuck the law. Mike, thanks for coming through, man.
And I think you need to be kicked off TikTok because you don't know what the hell, you're losing your mind. Now, that was a joke.
All right. Well said. I appreciate it. Send me those receipts, goddammit. Moving on, tap the screen and get the likes on up to 40,000. In the comments, HIPAA applies to covered entities, health plans, clearinghouses, and providers, not to politicians in their official capacity. So Leroy is really pushing back. Me and Mike are normally on the same side on many issues. I'd have to see receipts because I tend to be on the side of Leroy there that Kamala Harris could have advised the nation that she didn't see Biden as our best option going forward without spelling out dementia or any of this other shit. I mean, she's a lawyer. They know how to finagle words and shit like that. Now, Mike's response was, well, if you only give half of it, the media's not going to let you get away. Bullshit. They're letting Trump and J.D. Vance and all of them get away with stuff. I mean, Trump hasn't shown any solid evidence about everything from Obama wiretapping his office to the 2020 election to why Tulsi Gabbard is still employed if she gave the wrong information on Iran. He leaves the media hanging all the time. She could have done it. She could have got out her point, in my opinion, but Mike may come with receipts and clear that up. Tap the screen, get us up to 40,000. We don't block, ban, or censor. We'll go to the next caller shortly. By the way, we are on Clapper as well now. So if you're watching us live on Clapper, give us a shout out. Follow the program if you're watching on Clapper, Instagram, or TikTok. And Substack. We're live on Substack as well. If you're watching us on YouTube, give your boy a sub. Just trying something new, because two people were talking about, well, why aren't you on Clapper anymore? So we decided to try the Clapper thing again. So if you're watching us on Clapper, give us a shout out. If the numbers stay that way, we'll remain on Clapper. Otherwise, we'll go back to the previous platform. Trump does that all the time. Oh, I saw that in the comments. So moving on, tap the screen, get us up to 40,000. We'll take the next caller at 4,000. Mike does his work. This is why people don't know. You got to do the overhaul. Don't watch with your eyes. Listen to the words. Evil giving high marks. Evil Be Babu giving high marks to my last guest. Mike does come with a lot of proof for the shit he says. I'm not going to deny that. This one just sounded way out of left field. So I just, sometimes somebody can say something that's accurate and you're like, I need to see evidence of that. That just sounds wild. And to me, that one kind of fit that category. Don't be surprised when your voting locations are closed this November, says Ryan. I won't be. And no one watching should be either. It's pretty clear that there's going to be widespread claims of fraud and voter improprieties and all kinds of shit this election. I mean, it's just not going to go smoothly. It's not. In fact, ever since Trump came down the golden escalator, elections have not been going smoothly because he's alleged fraud in everything. Everything. Even when Fetterman was running against, Dr. Oz was running for Senate. Was it against Fetterman? Whoever Dr. Oz ran against, I think he was saying that there was fraud in that election. Every election Trump is invested in, it's just a go-to phrase. Now, there may be some fraud in some of these elections, but all of them? All of it is all Democrat fraud. Republicans are just inherently honest and Democrats cheat. So that's going to happen in this election. Not to mention all of the gerrymandering wars that are going on right now. And then, of course, reversing the not Save America Act, reversing the Voting Rights Act. So, yeah, you're going to have people complaining about polling places being closed. If Trump gets the Save America Act through, which I don't think may happen, but just, for when I showed up with my birth certificate and they said the stamp on it didn't look real, or my driver's license was too crispy, or they couldn't read. I mean, it's going to be all kinds of excuses to stop people from voting. And it's likely going to all be in Democrat precincts. You're not going to hear somebody in rural Wyoming talking about they were prevented from voting. It's going to mostly be in Democrat precincts. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that we're headed that way. Anyway, tap the screen. Hello from Austria. Somebody in the comments said, wow, good evening, or whatever time. It probably would be evening to you in Austria, in Western Europe, or Eastern Europe, rather. Mo1 team, good evening to you. So we'll go on to the box. Tap the screen. Help your boy out with the hat mustache. TikTok cap goes, if you will. We'll go straight to the one and only James Harper. Good evening, James. Welcome to the program. China, I was surprised when I went to vote. Hold on one second, James. Courtney says, I was surprised when I went to vote in a predominantly black city and the black staff people at the poll asked if I needed help and they tried to come in booth and vote Kamala for me. So you went to vote and you did it. Well, you say Chile. Is that what are you talking about? So you were in a black city and you went to vote and the people tried to go in there and vote for you. Have you heard anything like that, James?
You know that's a lie because first off, that would be illegal.
I'm just telling you what I read. I'm just giving you what I read. I mean, like I said, it's
people like that gonna lie. Just like that first guy that came on, that man been lying as soon as he started talking.
Well, the man he was MAGA, obviously. The man he was passionate in his opinion. I'll just leave it at that. Tried to vote for Kamala Harris for the person is saying that somebody tried to vote for Kamala Harris. Wow. If somebody said, what is a black city? I don't know what black cities are, but I'll tell you one thing, they're all employed with black jobs. I don't know. So, James, what am I getting wrong, James? Do you agree with Mike on my last guess that Kamala Harris couldn't have said anything at all about Biden?
No, because that would have undermined the whole thing. But what I would say is she could have said she would have done things differently. She could have said that. But she couldn't have said, like, oh, he wasn't the best choice.
Well, but you said undermine. Undermine means I want to make sure I don't undermine the chance of success for the Democrat Party. He said illegal. He's citing the HIPAA laws.
Well, if she would have specifically said, hey, this man has this, and this, yeah, that's violating the HIPAA law. But if she said, like, hey, I don't think he's got the ability to keep going, that's something different. It's all about the wording.
So then you agree with me. She could have advised the public without diagnosing the guy.
Yeah, she could have advised the public, but I guarantee you if she did that, she wouldn't have been on the ticket with him no more.
That's probably true. But at the same time, just like what Mike Pence did, which made him not on the ticket with Trump anymore, he put the country above party. Trump was telling him not to certify the election, and he's like, I'm not going to do something illegal or something that's not in the best interest of the country so that I can remain as a VP on your ticket. He put the country above party. Mike Pence historically may go down as somebody who did the right thing. Kamala Harris may not.
She didn't do the wrong thing. Like, I can see if she's putting a JD Vance and is everything any lie the president says, like she's back in 100%. But we can't say that she didn't do the right thing.
Well, had Kamala Harris did that, and as you suggest, she would not have been on the ticket, it's a good possibility that Biden would have stepped down earlier, giving the Democrats a better amount of time to actually pick a candidate of choice as opposed to just being forced to have to pick Kamala Harris.
I can't say that he would have stepped down early because, like I said, no one knows like what conversation they was having behind closed doors. Like he damn sure could have like stepped down and said, "I'm not going to go for re-election."
If Kamala Harris was publicly telling folks she didn't think Biden was capable, that's pretty damn strong if your VP is saying it, which is what I tell MAGA all the time about the 2020 election. That's pretty damn strong if your candidate said you lost, even though he would have got a second term as VP. If Kamala Harris is saying that Biden is not the best choice, that's pretty strong information.
Right, that's strong. Like I said, but she was on the ticket with him. That's what I'm saying. Being on the ticket with him, that's undermining herself as well.
I get that. That's putting your own personal aspirations of success above the country.
No, Tim, what I'm saying is, what you're trying to get at is her going out there and saying out to the world why she's also
I understand that perfectly.
Out there.
Yeah. So because you're running for office and you want to win, you're going to keep something that is very important to the nation. You're not going to tell the nation something that they really probably need to know because you want to be successful in the next election.
If anything, she should have said, "Hey, we need to do another primary." I would have said that. But other than like, "Hey, this guy can't do it," I would have gone to him directly and said, "Hey, we need you to drop out." Like just putting it out there in the world, that's just giving fuel to your opponents.
So if you're my VP, I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked Mike. So if you're my VP and you're asking me about subject A and I start talking about subject L, which is not even part of the conversation, you're not gonna say anything at all. You're gonna just keep running with me.
If if you do something like that, I'm gonna advise you like, hey, bro, we ain't gonna make this. You gotta stop.
And
You
what if
gotta
I
get
don't
out.
want to
And
stop? And what if I refuse to stop?
then I get everybody around me, like all the people that actually can, like our people, to say, hey, he gotta go. I'll make sure I have other people with me to make sure that it comes across to you. Hey, you ain't there. Everything ain't there with you.
Kamala Harris didn't do that. That's the point. She didn't do that. Exactly what you said you would do. She did. She kept running with the guy. She didn't. In fact, she was defending him in public. She didn't do that.
Tim, we can't say that she didn't do that because remember, we don't know who told Biden, hey, you need to, like, who gave that final push? Who was in his ear saying, hey, this ain't looking good? Because remember, he stepped down. He stepped down too late. Yes,
I think Kamala Harris, her job, we're talking about a way she could have alerted people, was done by Nancy Pelosi. And Nancy Pelosi didn't do it until after that poor performance on June 27th in that debate. But I don't think Kamala Harris did it ever. I think Nancy Pelosi is the one that got to him after Clooney and George Stephanopoulos and all them, and some of the Democrat donors were pulling out. But by then it was too late. But I'm sure Kamala Harris could have done. Somebody says, who cares? What do you mean, who cares? All of the Democrats and independents that are not happy with what's going on now. Those are the people that care. Because this is why you got what you got from Trump going on right now, is that Biden did not step down in time, did not give the Democrats a chance to get a viable candidate, maybe better than Kamala, or get Kamala longer to run for office and come across as a better choice. So everybody cares. That's why you're in this now.
But like I said, Tim, like hindsight is 2020.
True. So we'll move it on. President Trump is threatening to take Cuba, citing it's a security risk. What the hell is that all about?
He's trying to bully somebody else. He tried to bully Iran and found out that shit ain't working like he wanted it to. So now he's got to find a person that he can bully, beat them up, and say, "Look, see, I got balls. I look what I did to them."
Whatever happened to America first? Why are we talking about Cuba and the citizens will benefit from it? My first caller was talking about the citizens of Cuba, and why do we keep trying to convince?
Your first caller was lying about everything. He tried to say all this stuff was being made in Cuba. No, if anything, Cuba was a transit point. It wasn't it wasn't like Venezuela or anything like that. And then his logic is, oh, if it's somebody tough, we'll tariff them. If it's somebody weak, we'll attack.
That's what it seems to be. I mean, that part seems to be honest. If it's somebody tough, we'll tariff them. If it's somebody weak, we'll attack. I actually think that's true in regards to the Trump administration. We're not going to attack Russia or China no matter what they do. But if it is a country like Venezuela or Cuba, yeah, we're going to attack them. I think that's true, which is also why I continue to suggest that Iran not having a nuclear weapon, the reason we don't want them to have a nuclear weapon is due to bullying purposes. Because if they had a nuclear weapon right now, we wouldn't be doing this. We wouldn't have done it to Iraq. We wouldn't have done it to Venezuela. We're only going at the countries that are non-nuclear. So, yeah, I actually agree with that.
And what makes it worse is he's not listening to his own intelligence community. He's not listening to anybody's intelligence community. He's listening to the people he looks up to, Bibi, Putin, and any other authoritarian.
I don't know what is it about Bibi Netanyahu that got his ear? Because Tulsi Gabbard is on record saying that they were not trying to develop a nuclear bomb. So what do you think Netanyahu is doing to get him to go over his own intelligence appointee?
Because he sees Bibi as a person of strength. Why do you think he's backing Bibi so much?
Even if Bibi Netanyahu is a person of strength, they still get their overwhelming majority of their military equipment and intelligence from us. So why would you go against us? We're the ones that have the satellites out in space and all the EC-3 jets or whatever the hell those jets are, the Sentries, the E-3. Why the hell would you go with Israel? We are probably the most informed in terms of intelligence on Earth.
You got to remember, he thinks he's smarter than the people, but he also gets his advice from other people that's authority because he wants to have that same kind of authority.
Well, does Netanyahu have more authority in Israel than he does in America right now?
Bibi's authority is failing. That's why he didn't get that pardon or anything like that, and why he's definitely afraid of like getting out of office.
You know, it's interesting you say that about the party and afraid of getting out of office, because some folks have suggested that both these men, Trump and Netanyahu, are doing what they're doing because the adverse could end up being criminal sentences for both of them. You know, both countries have a large amount of people in government that are calling for their heads. I mean, if President Trump loses, the Democrats are going to come after him criminally. And that's likely going to happen to Netanyahu. Is it possible that has something to do with why they're acting the way they're doing? The things they're doing is because if they...
Yes.
To stay out of prison. Starting wars.
Bibi is trying to get everything he wanted ever done, and he has every person to go with him to go for it. He, like you've been saying, he's been trying to do this since '95, and he finally found somebody that's like, okay, yeah, let's go do this.
Yeah, I mean, and there's no denying it because the video evidence exists of Netanyahu. In the comments, though, I can't see the name here. 1845 says, Okans says, when I hear Democrats shout America first, it makes me laugh. In my opinion, you should be laughing anytime you hear any person saying it at this point. I mean, you should be laughing when you hear Trump saying it. Does anybody believe what Trump is doing right now is putting America first? I mean, what do you see any form of America first coming from this administration at all, James?
No, it hasn't been America first since he got back in office. Everything he's been doing is in spite of that, because if that was the case, why is everything he's doing is negatively impacting us? And instead of like actually trying to work on it to make it right, he's still sitting there telling us, oh, everything is going great. We're doing all this. We're doing all this. We're just winning. And it's like, we're losing jobs left and right. Like, right just now, we just lost 17,000 jobs.
Spirit Airlines.
Right. And that first caller, when he was like, Trump bailed them out before? No, he didn't bail them out. He bailed out U.S. Airlines, and that was because of C-19, not because they were failing. It's because of the pandemic.
Yeah. And the loss of jobs from Spirit Airlines is probably going to be higher than the number they gave, because there's always jobs that orbit around the company. Like, for instance, Spirit Airlines has a headquarters. Well, when their employees are on lunch or when they go on breaks, they go to restaurants and coffee shops in the area. If they're not there anymore, that coffee shop is hurting. Those restaurants are hurting. The gas stations they use on the way home, the grocery stores they shop at on the way home, all of them businesses are hurting as well. So it's chances are that the loss of jobs is probably higher than what they're telling, because these folks patronize other businesses.
But Tim, it's not just that. Remember, the gas price, like the cost of jet fuel, wasn't the only thing that was messing up. Remember that the whole time that we couldn't get the backups with the TSA and all that hurt them too, because there was a lot of flights they couldn't get through that they had to cancel because there wasn't enough security.
I didn't think about that. Yeah, the shutting, TSA just got paid again. And yeah, you're right. TSA, people were calling in sick, and so a lot of folks quit because you can only go so long without getting paid. I mean, yeah, they'll pay you when the government opens, but I think it was shut down for like 75 days. Look, most of us, I'm going to say, I don't even know anybody's income watching, but I would say most of us could not go 75 days without a fucking paycheck. I know I could not. I would absolutely have to leave where I am employed. If they told me you're not going to get paid for 75 days, but we'll catch up and you don't know if it's going to be 75, if it's going to be 105, if it's going to be 55. You don't know when that's going to end. I would have to quit. So
right.
I can see that. That is another issue as well, and that's Trump administration related. But MAGA thinks Trump is doing a fantastic job. Why is their opinion on Trump so different from, say, the likes of yours?
Because they're like Play-Doh. Anything Trump says, they automatically be like, yeah, that's good. That's good. Because remember, we said we're not the world's police, but we're policing the world.
Play-Doh. Yeah, we did say we're not the world's police. Well, but MAGA will say we're not policing the world. We're doing what's best in the interest of the United States in our safety. They're still saying we're not policing the world.
And like I said, Trump will start a fire and then put it out and say, "See, look what I did. Only I could have done that."
No, that's our president. I got to move it on, but at the end of the day, is there any redeeming quality from President Trump for you? Is there anything he can do to maybe get you to see him in a more positive light?
No, because this is I'll put it in MAGA terms. This is the Trump crime family. They're sitting there enriching themselves off of being in the government.
And that's going to be a topic in itself after Trump leaves office. That's absolutely going to be a topic. I don't know if they'll call it the Trump crime family, but it will be a topic in itself.
No. It's got to be a Trump crime family because what is his two sons doing now? They're in drone companies now. And they just got government contract, and both these drone companies are young as hell.
You get no argument from me, and in fact, I don't think you'd even get argument from MAGA for that. I think even MAGA just views Trump as such a good president and favorable for the direction of this country that they don't mind him getting paid. But I think even MAGA admits he's making a ton of money as president.
No, look at the comments. We got one right here talking about Trump is losing money being president.
I gotta go. I'm not even going to answer that shit. James, thanks for coming through. Appreciate it. Is there anybody else that believes Trump is losing money right now? Really? Okay. Hang on a second. Looking at the comment, by the way, tap the screen. Trump is losing money as president. All the businesses that he's opened up. Tap the screen, get us up to 40,000 in the like department. If you're watching us on Instagram, TikTok, Substack, or now Clapper, follow the program. If you happen to be watching us on YouTube, give your boy a sub. This is uncensored programming. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We always are MAGA friendly. We hold the hat up to make sure you know. We have the MAGA hat to make sure you know. It doesn't matter what your politics are. We believe in free speech here. We don't censor you because you lean right or left. So understand that. But tap the screen, get the likes on up to 40,000. We'll take the next caller. Trump has made more money in the last year than he has made his whole life. I believe that's accurate. I actually believe that's accurate, that President Trump has made more money in the last, about 16 months or so. I believe that. I believe that's accurate for certain. And I don't think we'll ever know how much money he's made because there's probably a ton of it that's international as well. People face, what does that say? People love counting other people's pockets before counting their own, says the Gangster Conservative. Yeah, I mean, weren't they doing that with, as my last caller said, the Biden crime family? They were doing the same thing, 10% to the big guy. Remember that? So, yeah, I mean, Trump doesn't get an exclusion from that. That absolutely was going on under Biden. We were counting how much it cost for Obama to go on vacation. You know, he'd take a flight to Hawaii with his family. We were counting that stuff. I don't know why it's so odd to see it happening under Trump. I mean, that's what happens. This is taxpayer funding. People are going to count it no matter who's in office. Few and fewer. It says, when I hear Republican MAGA shout America first, it makes me laugh because I know they love Trump more than they love America. Damn, Kevin, you believe MAGA? How many of you folks think that may be true? You think Trump? You think MAGA loves Trump more than they do this great nation? Is there anybody else that believes that? MAGA loves Trump more than they love America. Wow, that's strong. That is strong. Hello from I've seen that already. Tapping the screen, by the way. Get the likes on up to 40,000 in the comments. Mike Pence did not put the country before Trump. He didn't want to certify the election, but his lawyers advised him to because there was no evidence of fraud. You worded that wrong, but you're accurate. Mike Pence stated he did attempt to carry out Trump's wishes, but he talked to his lawyers and his lawyers told him, if you refuse to certify the election like Trump is telling you, you'll be dealing with court cases for the rest of your life. So you are right. Mike Pence did not on his own volition put the country above his party. You are right. I was wrong about the way I said that. You are right. Mike Pence was going to do it, but Mike Pence first tried to find out, is it legal for me to do it? I don't even think JD Vance would even do it. I think he would just do it. Same thing with Mike Johnson. I don't think they would care. They would just assume, look, if it's illegal, Trump is going to pardon me for it anyway, so it doesn't matter. I think Mike Johnson and J.D. Vance will do that. And I'm throwing Mike Johnson's name in there because I expect, and get us up to 40,000, we'll take the next caller. I do expect the Trump administration and the Republican Party to claim a lot of congressmen in the midterms, congressmen and women, senators even, won by fraud. I do expect them to suggest a lot of it, because if the election go the way the political analysts are claiming, that it's going to be a Democrat blowout, they're going to claim fraud. I expect that to happen wholeheartedly. Immigrants voting, dead people voting, voting machines switching over. You heard somebody in the comments say that they tried to vote, and one of the pollsters tried to go in there and vote for him, tried to vote for Kamala Harris. That type of stuff's going to come up. And it's all going to be 100% liberal cheating. You know, President Trump came down the golden escalator in 2015, talked about the system being rigged. Not once. He's been on the scene 11 years now. Not once has he ever mentioned a Republican cheating in an election. So President Trump only sees Democrat fraud. He's going to be talking about that happen. And I'm bringing up Mike Johnson's name because Mike Johnson is the one that swears you in when you win a congressional seat. If they're claiming fraud, Mike Johnson, just like what Trump was trying to get Mike Pence to do, Mike Johnson, look, there's an investigation going on. This congressman or woman's victory is being contested. Until the investigation is concluded, we're not going to swear him in. I could easily see Mike Johnson doing that. And the investigations can be dragged out God knows how long. And until that happens, you could just end up having a bunch of missing congressmen and women. I could easily see that happening. And somebody said he already have. Yeah, he did it with the congresswoman that won in Arizona when the government was closed. He said, well, until the government opens again, I'm just not going to swear her in. Even though he has sworn in people before during a shutdown. I'm just not going to do it. So I expect that to happen after the midterms. They're going to be saying a whole lot of Democrats. It's only going to be Democrats. It's going to be 100% Democrats that won by fraud. Any Republican that won, that was a legitimate race. Anyway, looking in the comments, Red Wave 2028 Big Boss. Well, right now we're focused on 2026. So I don't know what's going to happen in 2028 because we don't even know who the Democratic candidates are at that point. I retired at 40, didn't even have to broker and start a business. Flame Train, I don't know what you're talking about that for. Anyway, get us up to 40,000. We're there. We'll go back to the box. Help your boy out with the hat and mustache. Tick-tock cap goals. You know what we always say. We'll make it happen with Yoda, 1776. Good afternoon, Yoda. Welcome to the program. Why are you lying, since James? What are you talking? Yoda, good afternoon.
What's going on, Tim?
Not much at all. What am I getting wrong here? Do you think the midterms will be contested as I stated?
Too soon to call.
Really? It's only a few months out.
Well, how much more is going to come out between now and then?
Have you ever seen an election where Trump didn't claim fraud?
No, he didn't claim it in 2016, did he?
Yeah. He came down the golden escalator announcing then it was rigged. He said Bernie Sanders got cheated.
Well, I mean, to be technical, Russia was you all claiming it was rigged.
Yeah, but he also claimed it was rigged as well. He claimed then it was rigged.
Well, what do you think, Tim?
I think it is Trump's method of operation to claim elections were fraudulent. I see no reason to think he won't do it in this one.
Okay. May I ask you a question?
Sure.
What is it you think that Trump means by the nuclear dust? And why is he so worried about it getting back to this country?
The nuclear dust? D-U-S-T,
yes.
like trade winds, prevailing winds blowing dust?
Yes, this is the terms that he's using in his posts.
I mean, normally, like let's say, for instance, Russia and Ukraine get into a nuclear war rather. The winds would blow the fallout so that Romania and Poland might get radioactive material. That's the way I would take it if somebody else, I don't know. But we're so far away from Iran, I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, he's talking about going in there with excavators and digging it up and making sure they can get a hold of it and bring it back
Oh, now okay, I get it now. You're talking about in regards to the uranium they have. He's saying that
Correct.
if we take it, we may stir it up, and there may be particles and stuff all over the place.
here. No, I'm asking, why do you think he is so hell-bent on getting it and bringing it back here?
I just think because look, you're going to disagree with me on this. I think the only reason we're trying to prevent Iran from having any access to nuclear materials because we want to maintain our influence and control in that region. And if any of them folks get their hands on nuclear weapons, our influence and control in that region will be decreased. That's the. I think that we would be just as gung ho if Iraq or Syria or any other nation in that region tried to get a nuclear bomb. We would be just as gung ho against them getting it too.
So I kind of think just the opposite. I think that with the announcement that they want to remove troops out of Eastern Europe,
Yeah.
Germany to be specific, I would say that it would be safe to say that he wants to fortify the Western Hemisphere and concentrate on what we can control and let the other countries do what they do.
Well, if he wanted to fortify the Western Hemisphere, then why is he talking about Greenland and he's talking about Iran? I mean, is fighting Iran, is that fortifying our hemisphere?
Well, again, why does he want that dust? It seems to be what he's worried about right now. Why would he want that dust? Where did 20% of our uranium go?
20% of our uranium? I haven't heard we lost any uranium at all.
Did we sell any?
No. I haven't heard that we got thousands of nuclear weapons. I don't get what your point is.
What was uranium 1?
I'm not aware of what you're talking about.
When old Hill Dog sold 20% of our uranium to Russia.
Who is Hill Dog? Is that Biden? Some kind of term for Biden? Hillary. How could Hillary do this as a secretary of? She wasn't even the president. How could she do this?
Did she? What was the uranium 1 scandal?
I'm not aware of this. That's what I'm saying. You're throwing me off with it. Explain the scandal. Explain the scandal.
I believe through the Clinton Foundation, somehow they sold 20% of our uranium to Russia.
Okay.
Right?
And you saying that uranium has now went into the hands of Iran?
I believe so.
I haven't even heard Trump say that.
Well, no, he's not going to, right? But
why wouldn't he?
Why does he want that uranium? Why would he want the uranium?
I have no clue why he would want the uranium when we got thousands of nuclear weapons. I don't know. That's what I'm asking you.
Because we can trace where it came from.
Oh. So in other words, if we trace it, we'll find out that it used to be ours.
Correct.
Well, President Trump has not really criticized Russia since he's been in office at all, even though he's admitting, let's take the uranium conversation now. He's admitted that they've given intelligence and possibly weapons to the Iranians, yet he has still been favorable to the Russians. Why is that?
Because I believe they're working together.
Russia and America?
Mm-hmm.
To accomplish what?
Yes, sir. Eliminate the deep state.
Who are I've never heard this term until Trump got elected. Explain the deep state to me.
The central banking system.
So if the central banking system, and now Trump is also favorable to Netanyahu, so who controls the central banking system?
So I would say that that's what they want you to think about Netanyahu. But if I'm correct, and Israel is the head of the central banks, right?
Is he? Do you believe he
Why?
is?
I do.
Let me before you continue, and I'll give you time to talk. Do you see Israel as an ally to America?
No.
Keep going.
I say Israel controls our politicians.
Do you think Trump is doing a good job?
I absolutely do.
Being controlled by a non-ally, working with Russia.
I'd say that the shoe's on the other foot. I'd say that Trump controls Netanyahu because how would say Bibi Netanyahu control U.S. politicians. What is Epstein? Honey trap.
Wait, you just said Israel controls us. Now you're saying Trump controls Israel.
No. I said that Netanyahu, Israel, has controlled U.S. politicians for years through blackmail, honey trap, Epstein.
So he doesn't
Maxwell.
control.
Robert Maxwell.
So he does not control Trump.
No, I would say that if Netanyahu controlled Trump, there's no way in hell that the Epstein files would have made it this far, and we would know what we know thus far.
So what is your take in regards? What connection are you indicating that Israel or Netanyahu has to the Epstein files? I've never heard. Make this connection. I've never heard this before.
So Ghislaine Maxwell, her father, Robert Maxwell, is known to be associated with Mossad. I think that she was Epstein's handler.
Okay, how did she end up being put in Camp Fed? What did she do to be taken out of maximum security? Why did the Trump administration give her such comfy surroundings?
When does a bird sing?
I haven't heard her sing anything.
Yet, or is it strategic?
It could be if you don't want her to tell the truth about Trump. Trump is the one that upgraded her surroundings. So what are you expecting us to get out of her?
I mean, they've already got it. They know.
What did they get?
The whole network.
And so they know everybody, and they're deliberately choosing not to arrest or do anything to anybody.
No, this is phase 2. Phase 3 is incoming.
Wait, what are you basing that on?
So between Trump's first term and Biden's term, that was the awakening phase. This phase is the exposure phase. The justice phase is next.
So Trump is quoted as saying Epstein is a Democrat hoax and stop talking about Epstein. And Marjorie Taylor Greene claims that he told her if we expose this stuff, some of my friends will get hurt. They don't sound like right, so what you're saying.
Let's break it down, right? So before Elon came out and said that Trump was in the e-files, it was the consensus of most on the left that anything P3DO was QAnon conspiracy theory.
Thank you, London Cruz. Wait. Yeah. I don't know if they all thought it was Q. What are you saying? The left didn't believe the Epstein files was legit?
So you remember back before 2020 when Trump was being interviewed by, I don't know if it was ABC or CBS, she asked him, she's like, hey, what is this QAnon stuff? These people believe that you're saving the world from a cabal of sadistic P3DOs. Do you remember that?
Well, you're talking about he's saving the world from the deep state. You're still kind of saying that.
What do you think the deep state is?
I don't know, because this guy said he was going to drain the swamp, and to me, the stuff he's doing looks very swampy in nature.
Did he ever say the swamp wouldn't fight back?
Did he ever say what?
The swamp wouldn't fight back?
No, he didn't. To me, it looks like he is part of the swamp.
So, if you were the swamp, would you want it to look that way?
I don't get the wording. I don't get what you're trying to say.
What I'm saying is that
you got a real loud background. Hold on, you got a chime that's hard to. That chime is really loud.
Give me a second. I'll shut it off. All right, done.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Where was I?
He's looking like the deep state.
If you were a criminal, would you tell on yourself?
No.
Okay, so who arrested Epstein? Who arrested Weinstein? Who arrested Maxwell?
The government.
Okay, under who?
I'd have to think back to the days they were, the years they were arrested.
17, 18, 19.
17, 18, and 19 are all Trump years.
So again, if you were a criminal, would you tell on yourself? Because if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
I don't know if I totally agree with that. Certainly, and like I said, when Trump's saying that Epstein was a Democratic hoax, maybe the government under Trump made an arrest of Epstein that he didn't agree with. Remember, Trump did not agree with what his administration was doing in many cases in his second term. His administration is loyal. They're doing everything he asked. That was not happening in his first term.
Tim, is it possible that what he's saying that was a Democrat hoax is that their take on the Epstein files was the hoax? And I say all that to say this. For years, we thought that he was the bad guy in the Charlottesville rally, right?
Yeah.
And what did we just find out in the last week and a half?
We found out that the Justice Department is indicting the SPLC, but they haven't had their say in court. That may go nowhere. We don't know.
It may or may not. But have you considered the depths if it is true?
I consider the depths of all this shit if it's true. Just like with the 2020 election. I mean, if Trump was trying to steal that, I consider the depths of that as well.
So let's say that it was true. Those people have been in business since 1971. How many families have been destroyed? How many friendships have been destroyed? How many elections have been affected due to what they were doing with SPLC?
If it's true, I'd be on your side, but I got to give them their day in court. I can't look at them as guilty until proven innocent. They've been indicted, just like Trump got indicted. We didn't take the Justice Department word at face value on that. Why are we taking it now?
So we are conditioned to think that the people that are appointed over us have our best interests in mind, right?
I don't think that applies anymore. I don't think so.
Well, I mean, you're about my age probably, so when we were coming up, it was that way, yeah?
Yeah.
Pretty easy way to control people, isn't it?
Yeah, so to speak.
Well, so would you say we're a controlled people?
I would say that we often buy propaganda. We often buy the propaganda. Like, to me, I believe a lot of the stuff we're being told about Iran is not necessarily true. It's based on propaganda. I think we've been told to buy propaganda.
Do you think that we deserve something better than propaganda?
Yeah.
So why is it legal?
Why is propaganda legal? Because you want free speech. If you allow the people to speak freely, you allow them to lie.
You're absolutely right. But what if they're doing it intentionally for power and money and control?
It's still legal. The cops can lie to you for control. I mean, it's legal for them to do it. It's legal to lie.
What did the Smith-Mundt Act of 1948 do?
I have no clue. What are you talking about?
Smith-Mundt Act of 1948 made propaganda illegal.
In America.
Uh-huh. The Smith-Mundt Remodernization Act of 2012 made it legal again.
I'll tell you something. You're not, even if you try to make propaganda illegal, when you put your hand on your heart and you say the Pledge of Allegiance, all of that stuff is indoctrination and propaganda. If you want propaganda to be illegal in this country, a lot of the things we consider to be patriotic is propaganda, and it would be outlawed at that point.
So, do you think that to have a successful country, it's important to have allegiance and believe in your country and be able to stand behind your country? Is it going to be a successful country if you don't?
I don't believe that you should have forced patriotism or your allegiance should just be blind. I mean, there's a lot of countries that do not try to force patriotism and allegiance on its citizens, and they do just fine.
Was 9/12 and beyond forced patriotism?
Was what?
Was the day after 9/11 and beyond forced patriotism?
There was a whole lot of that in there. In regards to suggesting, hold on, here's a perfect example. If you didn't agree with us attacking Iraq after September 11, people were saying you were unpatriotic. We now know that war had nothing to do with the attack on September 11th. And the idea that you had to be in favor of that to be a patriot, yeah, there was plenty of forced patriotism after September 11th.
Okay. So, what makes money, Tim? War makes money.
Okay. I agree.
Right? So if you've got two countries that are warring, that's two countries that are making money under the central banking system. If you've got more countries involved, that's more bankers that are making money off the central banking system. You see where I'm going?
Okay, I'm listening. America stays at war more than any country on earth. So I think when we talk about the central banking system, we seem to be benefiting from it more than anybody else if you're going to cite war. Thank you for that, Sexy Red. Appreciate that. Go ahead.
How many presidents have you heard talk about a new world order?
I don't know. I mean, some of that shit I tune out.
Okay, so Bush Sr., Bush Jr., Clinton, Obama, they all talked about it. What if what they were doing over the last 50 years were installing leaders that were aligned with a new world order, and what Trump is doing now is undoing what they did?
I think that would be a hard sell based on the actions of Trump. If anything, I'm hearing stuff under Trump like the Monroe Doctrine, as you stated, trying to secure our hemisphere. If you're talking about New World Order being controlled, to me, Trump is pursuing more control of the planet than any other president I've seen during my lifetime. I don't see him trying to get rid of New World Order. You just admitted he's probably working with fucking Putin. To me, he looks exactly like what you're describing.
Okay, but why is he working with Putin?
We could come up with a million reasons why, but what he is doing is different. We didn't normally used to work with a nation like Russia.
Exactly. It's different. Nobody knows how to take it. I get it. I do.
I don't know, but the man made it sound like we were going to be nationalists and we were only going to focus on America first. And since he became president, he's been nothing but international. And in terms of Americans, I don't see how we're benefiting at all. He made it sound like he was going to only focus on Americans. I don't see that.
What do you mean?
Tell me how Americans have benefited. Tell me how Americans have benefited since he's been president.
Right now, it doesn't look like it.
He said day one. He said day one.
But what is going on in the background?
I heard I didn't hear background. I heard on day one grocery prices are going to come down. I'm not seeing that. Now you're giving me background.
We all heard that.
What happened to it?
But let me ask you this. If you were Trump and what I'm telling you is true, and you were trying to take down a central banking system, how would you do it?
By not promising stuff that I know is not going to happen.
So who said this? Allow me to coin a nation's money, and I care not who makes its laws.
I don't know, but that has nothing to do with making false promises, according to you.
It has everything to do with it. What I say is, how would you take down a central banking system? Well, they have fiat money. How do you take down a global money? How do you take down a global money?
What does that got to do with making false promises, though?
Crypto.
What does that got to do with making false promises, though?
It's not false promises. It's doing exactly what he said. The central banking system is the swamp. The central banking system is the swamp, and it is the deep state.
So when he said the war, he would end the war between Russia and Ukraine in 24 hours. You're telling me he actually did that?
I'm not telling you anything. I still think that a lot of what you're seeing is bullshit. How much have you heard about it in the last 8 months?
Plenty. We've heard. I mean,
about Ukraine?
Yes, you can go online and see footage of it. Yes, they're still at war.
I don't hear nothing about it.
You just aren't listening. It's pretty easy to still get details about Ukraine is now using drones and striking deeper into Russia. That war is still going on.
So why won't they surrender?
I heard 24 hours. What happened to that?
I mean, you're right. I give you that. I don't know. But what I do know is, so let me ask you this, Tim. You've heard of QAnon conspiracy theories, right?
I think I'm hearing them now. Yes, I have.
All right, so check it out. Back in 2018, there was one of those Q drops that said, "Free Iran. Take the people come out and take your country back," right?
Okay.
So when Iran first started, Trump got on television and he said to the people of Iran, "Bombs are going to fall. When it's done, come out of your homes and take your country back." Word for word, exactly the way that it was posted back in 2018.
Okay, so
I say all that to say this: the decisions have been made a long time ago.
So what happened with the whole civilization will die tonight thing?
What's that?
What? So how does that coincide with him saying a whole civilization will die, never to return again?
Peace through strength.
So he's threatening to free people and threatening to kill them in the same breath. You realize how
he's not threatening the people; he's threatening the government.
So when he said a whole civilization will die tonight, he was only talking about the government.
Well, it was a power move, Tim. It was to.
But who is he talking about when he says a civilization? Is that only the government, or is that the people too?
I mean, it is what it is. It's a power move.
But it's a power move.
This is what's going to happen.
But it's a power move involving
because
who?
That's not what we're.
It's a power move. Who are the victims of that power move? Is it the government, or is it the government and the people?
Well, I would say that our military is so precise that they could take out just the government.
So when he said a civilization is going to die tonight, was the people included in that?
It's words, Tim.
I'm trying to get
words.
answers.
It's a means to an end.
But are the people included in that?
Well, I guess we'll never know because they balked, right?
No, they didn't balk. No, they didn't balk. Iran hasn't done anything that Trump has done. They didn't balk at all. Trump balked. Trump is the one that's been balking.
Trump balked?
Yes.
I don't know where you're getting your news from. I don't know where you're
I'm getting it from Trump.
That's not the words I'm getting.
I'm getting it from
You're
Trump.
You're not getting it from Trump.
Yes, I am.
You're not.
Everything Trump has said.
On, dude.
Trump
you might be getting CBS's spin from Trump, but that's not what Trump's saying.
Trump said the Strait of Hormuz is open. Was it open?
After we closed it, no.
Was it open when he said it was open?
I don't know.
Then what are you talking about? I'm getting. So in other words, even you don't know where he's getting his news from.
What I'm saying is Tim, is that we are actually in a war.
I thought it was an excursion, a conflict.
Not with Iran. Not with Iran. We're in a war with a deep state. We're in an information war. You can't deny that.
I don't know what that is.
You can't argue that.
Okay.
You are getting one side of the information and I'm getting another side of the information. How is that possible?
I don't know, because some of the stuff you're saying comes across to me as riddles. I do got to move it on, unfortunately, for time. I'll leave it at that, but somebody says guest is not well. I appreciate you coming through, though, man. Thank you.
I'll come back from time to time.
I appreciate it. My door's always open to you. Thank you. All right. Sexy Red, I tried to bring you up. I don't know. Did it bring her up? Are you there? I saw Sexy Red with the Galaxy. I did try to bring you up, and apparently you're not there. We'll continue on. We need some of the nuke dust to take out the MAGA deep state. Look, I'm just going to say it this way. What he was talking about is way above my pay grade. That stuff goes into a Tom Clancy novel. I don't look. It's just a lot of stuff he was saying doesn't even come from President Trump. I still have virtually no clarity on what the deep state even is, who it consists of, or any of that. President Trump, since he became our commander in chief, I've been hearing about the deep state. I never really heard much about that until Trump got elected. And to this point, I still have no idea who are some of the main members of the deep state. Give me some names. It's just, well, it's a banking system, okay? It's so cloudy that it's almost like, as somebody mentioned Play-Doh earlier, you can shape it to mean anything. It's a way of saying something without telling a person a lot of information. So it's like some kind of phantom enemy out there. And when you try to narrow it down to who it's actually about, you don't get clarity on it. So I'll leave it at that. Somebody says the Rothschilds. I'd be curious to check out who's taking money from the Rothschilds and if they shown up in any campaign events and all of that. Anyway, we'll go back to the box, tap the screen, get us on up to 55,000, if you will. MAGA reacts. The caller saying Trump is trying to collapse global banking is pure bullshit. Yeah, it was riddles to me. MAGA reacts. The guy who can always understand it. Good evening, MAGA. Good afternoon.
Yo, hold on a second. Yo, what the fuck was that? That's exactly how Michael sounds.
That's MAGA though. My last caller was MAGA. He's on your team.
I don't know if that's MAGA. Hold on 1 second.
Apparently, you get.
Sorry, someone keeps calling me.
Okay, you want to drop and come back in a minute?
Yeah, I have to.
All right, okay. I'll go ahead and drop you and move on. But we'll go back to the box. Duke is on. Okay, what it says: 2 hours and nobody has brought up race. Loving it, Tim. Says Alter Ego. This topic don't involve race. I could talk about the rolling back of the Voting Rights Act. I'm sure that would take us down that path. You want to hear something about race? Have you not heard anything about race? Is that what you're missing?
Oh, shut
Gangsta Grandma. Good evening.
Now shut your ugly, fucking no good for nothing black ass down. Let me tell you something. You see that white dude? Oh
What?
God, that was some cute shit. That was some cute shit. That motherfucker needs to go psychiatric on God. Those are the motherfuckers that'll shoot us up. And yeah, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the Voting Act. Let's go there. You nut motherfuckers. But I'll tell you one thing. Well, not our ancestors, honey. We're gonna stay strapped now.
You're talking about violence.
You know what though? Let's get it there. Maybe we need some.
What? What the hell?
Shut your ass up. Cause you like dick in your mouth. That's what the fuck you like. You like the You let that motherfucker talk that shit.
Listen.
And then I got up here wasting my fucking money, and you couldn't even let me talk.
No, I actually brought. Okay, calm down, ma'am. I actually brought you up, and I was trying to call you out. I was calling your name, baby. You
No,
weren't
you
there.
wasn't calling shit. You was like, I gotta go. I lost some time. Yeah, we lost our brain cells. Fuck with that, man. On God. I lost my high. Now I'm over here. I'm running back to my house to get a blunt. Do you see what we have to live through with these white tea people?
No, I don't.
Like they
Listen.
mentally not there. On God.
Okay, I didn't think the guy did anything that was racial. He has a different opinion than you.
And
That's all.
let me tell you something. All right, let me break this shit down to you. And I want to say this very bluntly, and I don't give a fuck. And you're going to tell all of them to kiss my royal ass, bitch. Because let me tell you this, okay? Let me tell you this. Every fucking white tea person that is saying that it was okay for them to roll back our rights is racist. Is fucking racist.
Okay.
You're on your knees for the white man right now. You let that white man the other day say it was good thing that they rolled back our shit.
Let me ask some questions. I'm gonna put on my MAGA hat and ask you this.
Oh my God!
I gotta defend it from the side of MAGA. What about?
No! It's the black man. Oh, I forgot. I took your car. Go drink bleach.
Okay.
Go turn your white skin. Go get some bleach for your skin. A lot of Africans do it. Go get you some. Cause I swear to God, you're a white boy.
Okay, I have to ask the questions from the side of MAGA. And that question would be the Voting Rights Act that was rolled back. They rolled it back because they said it's wrong to gerrymander districts solely based on race. Are they wrong to say that? I mean, the districts are being gerrymandered based on race in the Voting Rights Act.
Oh my God, let me breathe.
I'm just asking. I'm not. Hold on. Hang on. I'm not citing.
I want my papers too. Cause I would go to jail fucking with you. Oh God, I would go. I would get evicted. I can't fuck with a ninja like you. They say perhaps it was wrong. Are you fucking shitting me, Tim?
I'm not saying my opinion is there. I'm asking for folks who have that opinion. That's why I said my MAGA side.
Oh my God, Tim.
Am I allowed to ask the questions that MAGA wants to know?
You know what? Let me tell you what MAGA wants to know. They want to put you in chains again. You know what they want to do? They want to roll back everything. Get the fucking cock out your mouth. They want to go back into Jim Crow again. That's what they want. That is what they want.
Okay.
Dude. And you think, what did I tell you? I gotta be fucking nice, damn it. Let me tell you something, Tim. Let me break this shit down. I told you from the beginning, Tim, they're coming after us. They already went through the Hispanic community, the brown community. What makes you think that they're not going to come after us? Oh, no. Where are they going to put us at? What are they going to do? They're taking our rights away. They are taking our voter rights away. Tim, shut up. Don't you say, well, the maggots. Let me tell you.
No, look.
They are taking our right. And guess who? The only reason, and guess what? All the blue states are going to turn straight blue.
Okay. I get that. But I do believe that if MAGA has a certain side of a point that I should ask on their behalf, I want you to hear this because you're indicating they want to take us back to Jim Crow. And I want to play this 20-second clip for you because what you're saying, this is how MAGA is going to respond to that.
Look at what they value and look at their budget and what they're proposing. Romney wants to he said the first 100 days, he's going to let the big banks once again write their own numbers. Unchain Wall Street. They're going to put you all back in chains.
Now, that's Biden saying that years ago under Romney, and that turned out Romney was not trying to put us back in chains. So when you say Trump is trying to bring back the Jim Crow, how do you not sound like that?
I need to get you some get off your oh my God. You know what, Tim? I have to roll blunts to fuck with you. I can't even be in the same room with you. You make me physically sick some damn time.
Damn.
You over here talking. Yeah, you over here saying, well, they're not trying to do this. They are trying, Tim.
That ain't what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying.
This is what they've been trying to do. This is what they've been for years to do. And guess what the YT maggots literally did? They voted him and they knew what the fuck he was going to do. The black maggots, the brown maggots, they want to be at his table. Yes, master. Yes, master. Give me the whips and chains. I want to be at that table. I want this money. They threw us all under the bus. They threw us all of us under the damn bus. For massa, they think they're gonna get some money, some PPE loans. Where's our money at?
Okay, real quick in the comments, Denkow says Epstein was also unalived under Trump. I wish I had saw that earlier because you're right, because he was talking about Epstein was arrested. My last guess.
They did something to that man because he had to keep his shit quiet. Because a minute is gone. A minute is gone off that clip. It's just shit's not funny. A minute is gone. They don't even know where it happened to it.
Okay.
They got deleted.
In the comments, someone says your opinion is brought to you straight from the Southern Poverty Law Center.
And let's go there about the law center. Everybody said, "Oh, they paid the Triple K." I said, "No, bitch. They paid the informants $3 million to rat you motherfuckers out. You cornball motherfuckers." I think people need to go back and read. Go back to school and get your education. Don't ever come to somebody that knows what they're talking about. It wasn't because they was going in. They paid the informants, a.k.a. rats.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, until they have their day in court, I'm not going to say they're guilty or innocent. I gotta hear what.
They're guilty. I don't give a fuck. Let me tell you something. What I want, I didn't vote for none of this shit. I didn't vote for high prices. I didn't vote for this. I want a black woman up in here so we can be at peace. We gonna have fucking peace up in this bitch. Every damn day there's something going down. This motherfucker, you know what you said? What would be good about Trump? He unalives.
That's terrible.
Go to the pits of hell.
That's fucking terrible. Look, is there anything like in reality that he could do to get you to see him in a more positive light?
No. Croak. Go push some daisies up. Go commit unaliving.
That makes you come across as just like straight evil.
But I'm a Gemini, bitch. I'm evil.
You really think Trump wants to bring back Jim Crow that far?
Tim, are you that fucking white on God?
Are
you a black man? Are you just sucking on that cock so much that you're thinking you're gonna be yes master?
No.
You want your ugly ass?
No.
For real?
I know hear me out. I know what was taking place during the era of Jim Crow, discrimination, white water fountains and shit.
Do you remember Bloody Sunday? Do you remember that?
Yeah, what about it?
Really?
What about it? You think Trump wants to do that?
That is what the beginning of. That's the beginning of our thing of Operation. I want to choke you the fuck out.
I don't want to be choked, but I do want to get the information from you. I just think listen, first of all, do you think Trump could even do something like that?
What has Trump been doing, Tim? He's going against everything God damn, you know what, Tim? Why do you have a platform? Why the fuck you got a platform?
So I can talk to her.
No, because, Tim, you allow the white man come up in here, talk to any shit. You don't even ask them for fucking proof. I guarantee you bring that. I get reacts up in this bitch today. I would spend more, and you owe me. You owe me a damn galaxy. When Maggie come up here, I'm gonna show you how to do shit. I'm gonna show you how how to do shit. And you want to listen. Because I got coochie, and I got bigger balls than you do. And I want to tell him, show me the damn fucking proof or shut the fuck up.
Okay, first of all,
show me the damn proof. Because you know what? I'm so sick of being around anybody that doesn't know shit about shit. You over here saying, they're not going to take us to Jim Crow. Oh, no. You even told me in the beginning, they're not coming for us. We're safe.
Well,
we're black.
Well, I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not.
Yes, you said that we're black and we're United States citizens. That's what you said. And they're not going to touch us. I'll be damned, they are touching us.
In the comments, Evil says it's all of a sadistic, evil, twisted cult. I told you before, Tim, you have to sell your soul. Trump wants your blood, your money, nothing else. Wow.
I can't stand a cooney ass.
Okay, you know what happened during Jim Crow? Separate water fountains, restaurants, you couldn't live certain places, you couldn't go certain places. You're telling me Trump wants all of that?
Tim, he doesn't even want us in the country, Tim. He's taking our everything, Africa is a shithole. Look what he's doing, Tim. Are you that stupid?
He's not kicking African Americans. He's not kicking African Americans out of the country. Don't make up stuff.
He's taking your rights away, you none. The most important, our voice. Our damn voice. What are you talking about? People down south is not going to have a voice. They just stopped voting in Louisiana, my home state. You stupid. I'm from St. Paris, honey. Okay? I'm from it. Okay? They're taking all the black votes away. There's no representation. Only white tea. What the hell are you talking about?
You
Karen. Your mama is.
You do realize that the rolling back the Voting Rights Act, you're right about what's happening in Bible Belt southern states, but you do realize it can work against them in northern states.
Tim, they don't give a fuck. What the hell are you tripping on? They're still taking your shit from you. Wake the fuck up. Quit drinking your uncle protein, okay? Let's get you some goddamn chocolate that has a fucking flavor in it. Shit. Get the white cum out dripping from you. Yes, Master, get off your knees.
How do you respond in the comments? I think I know where you're going to go with this, but I'll leave it up to you. Devin in the comments says you can still vote, dummy. So he's saying you still can vote.
Oh my fucking God, Tim. Do you see why we need education up in this bitch? Do you see why, in the name of fucking God, we need education up in this? And they're taking that shit. That's why we got some dumb motherfuckers up in there who voted for this shit. Oh, we can still vote. That's not. Oh my God.
I don't know about the Jim. I don't know about the Jim. I think the Jim Crow is pretty heavy though, gangster.
You're stupid. That's what you said the first time. They're not coming for us or taking your votes. The southern votes. What are you talking about, Tim? You cannot underestimate the white T-man. The savages. Hell, they grape their own women. Hell, they impregnate their kids.
You really
what are you talking about?
You really believe that the Trump administration would try to deport African American citizens out of the country?
Tim, do you trust the white man? Oh, I bet you do. Yes, master. Go get the whips and the chains. Go get choked by it. I don't trust none of the asses. I don't trust as far as I can throw the asses. Because you know what they did to our ancestors? In March the 7th, they broke my mama's jaw and said they beat the shit out of my parents for just walking peacefully.
How can you compare every single white person to the likes of the worst of their race? I mean, there are plenty of folks who are down for the cause who went to jail fighting for civil rights that are white. Why are you saying you can't trust the white man? That sounds racist.
Tim.
I'm listening.
It's not racist. I don't trust them. And I have every damn right. Look what they did to us, Tim. Look what they did to my mom and my dad, Tim. You think I should?
Gavin Newsom. Okay, let me give you that.
You want me to go do this? Yes, master.
No.
I'm going to trust you with my life, master. Oh, give me the will. I love it like that. Okay. Of whiteness is never going to touch me.
Gavin Newsom is a white man. Is that what you think when you look at him? Of what happened to your parents?
Our ally. I'm not talking about our allies. I'm talking about the Triple K that voted for this shit.
I think that you just...
Graham, shut your ugly, ratty-tooty looking, no good for nothing, trailer trash ass up. Shut your ass up. I support the Democrats. I support black women. I support Well, I'm supposed to be supporting black men, but this one's a coon.
What the hell? Why I gotta be a coon? Because I asked you some legitimate fucking questions.
Because you be sucking on the white man so fucking bad, Tim. You know what's fucking crazy about you? That motherfucker told you to your face. That motherfucker told you to your face he was fucking racist. Say he liked what they did to us. And you still there talking so sweet on his panel.
Okay, now you got people in the comments like what is his name? Trunk saying that I'm AKA Clarence Thomas. You see what you're doing to my fucking image?
You are.
I'm not Clarence Thomas, goddammit.
Master, I'm the ratty raccoon.
You deserve that restriction. Calling me Clarence Thomas, that's horrible. Next time, 95th in the dead ride.
Yeah.
Somebody said 95th in the dead ride.
You are
No,
the
I'm not.
puppet of Clarence Thomas. Yes, you were. Yes, master. Yes, master.
I just think that you have a negative opinion of white people in a racist manner.
Okay, let me tell you something. Let me break this shit down to you. My allies, to a point, I trust them.
To a point.
Because why would you trust anybody that want to put us in trees? Do you want to trust that
you think Trump wants to? They took my guest down. Oh shit! They took Gangsta Grandma down. We'll move on. She said put us in trees. Nobody thinks that Trump wants to put black people in trees, I'm assuming. Anyway, moving on with the comments, moving on with the show, rather. Wow, she's not a fan of Trump or white people in general. She reached 95th Street, says Alter Ego. 95th in the Dan Rhino. Tap the screen. That's where the L ends. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 70,000. That was challenging. You want to come back to your master to cut the cotton. You mean pick the cotton, right, Janky? Tap the screen, get the likes on up. Certainly get us up to 70,000 if you will. If you're watching us on YouTube, I'm going to ask you folks to smash that like button. It helps out the algorithm. It does bring in more MAGA on my YouTube side. So if you're watching us on YouTube, smash that like button. We don't block, ban, or censor. Help your boy out with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goals, which have been nothing short of short today. Probably because you guys don't like what I'm saying. I get it. But tap the screen. Help your boy out with the TikTok cap, hat, and mustache goals, if you will. And you see comments. What did I say, King Finn? And you see comments. Lime that your own show all the time and you mad at her. I don't quite understand the wording in that. Somebody, thank you for that hat mustache that came in from Louise Miguel. There's one person out there looking out. Thank you, Louise. We'll continue with the program. Clarence Thomas is the only Supreme Court justice I like. And that's pretty obvious why. Look, Clarence Thomas is so far to the fucking right. I don't think he's objectable at all. I see somebody said, fuck TikTok. Jay, I know you try to show both sides, but I promise defending MAGA only serves to keep their idiots in line. You know something, though? I'm not taking away from your comment totally, but I will indicate that you do lose folks that are on the fence, folks that are not all the way on the blue side of the aisle by painting Trump out as somebody who wants to deport all black people or he's the next Hitler. You can go too far with it. You can go too far with it. Look, if Trump turns out to be that, which would be awful, that's a conversation to be had. But right now, there's a lot of independents that don't see that. MAGA's going to see Trump as the next best thing since sliced bread, no matter what he does. Hence the term middle of Fifth Avenue. I get that part. But when you start calling the guy the next Hitler and saying he's going to hang black people and all that shit, you can lose independence, which you actually need in the next election. That's why when you say, well, you're seeing both sides, because there are both sides. There's more than one side. No one side is right all the time. That's the whole argument towards MAGA that should also be directed at the left. Don't ever think your side is always right, because they're not, no matter what side you're on. Explain the repeal of the Voting Rights Act, says King Finn. Well, the repeal of the Voting Rights Act is exactly what analysts are saying. I'm going to explain it from the MAGA side, but then I'll give it to you from my side. And tap the screen. We'll take the next caller at 75,000. We can make that happen if you let your thumbs not be lazy. And if a few folks show your boy some love, that would also be very kind of you with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goes. And certainly on YouTube, I need you to smash that like button. The explanation of the Voting Rights Act is it was implemented to give people of color a voice during a time when voting in America was very racist and anti-African American. The suggestion, and this is on the right side of it, I'm giving it to you from the right. The left does not agree with any fucking thing I'm saying. But it was implemented during a time when, you know, the country was discriminatory towards blacks. And we understood it then, but everybody has equality now and it's no longer needed. That is the mindset from the right. Same thing when it comes to DEI, affirmative action, and any other legislation or plan that was put in place to help disenfranchise people of color. The right tends to believe there was a time when it was needed. That time is now expired, therefore it's not needed anymore. I will submit this to you. They weren't a fan of it during the time they claim now it was needed either. Conservatives in America. At the time, I think the Democrats were called conservatives back then. But conservatives in America that say now you no longer need those programs, you needed them then, you don't need them now. They were not saying you need them now during those times when they were implemented. So just take that with your own grain of salt. But that is the mindset from the right. And I'll give you my mindset momentarily. But the right tends to believe the time that those programs were needed has expired. Therefore, at this point, they're racist. To gerrymander districts solely based on race in 2026 is wrong. That's what the right believes. My personal opinion, if you do something for a reason and then you stop doing it, that reason will return. Doesn't matter what area it is. I don't believe that in 2026, the mindset of America has changed so much in favor of equality that if you remove barriers preventing inequality, nobody's going to go back to it. I don't buy that. I don't buy that. I believe that by rolling back the Voting Rights Act, America will return to the time before it was implemented. And you can see the actions of the Bible Belt states. You can, just like with abortion rights. What happened the minute they rolled it back? The people went back to what they used to do. So, no, I mean, look, folks, keep in mind, the Civil Rights Act, everybody ain't even fucking dead from that area. Everybody is not even dead from that era. If I believe you're a danger to society, my mindset doesn't change because the law told me to stop believing that. I just can't say it out in public. So once the law goes away, I'm going to go back to saying you're a danger to society or whatever my opinion of you was. So yes, I absolutely do believe that if you remove protections that existed to protect minorities, the problems that were happening that caused you to put those protections in will come back. They just will come back. I absolutely believe that. And just the sheer speed of how the Bible Belt states have reacted is all the evidence I need. I mean, they started doing stuff immediately, up to and including halting ongoing elections. Why would they do that? So yeah, I absolutely believe that. Not to mention all of the folks that are really in the business of analyzing and polling, they all say it as well. So yeah, I don't believe that. I understand the rhetoric coming from the right because it's done so in a way that you can deny or you got plausible deniability. It's just like during the era of discrimination. You had Klan people, folks that were actually members of the KKK. I don't hate blacks. I just think they should stay with their people. We should stay with ours. They should eat at their restaurants. We should eat it. But I don't hate them though. You can do anything and have plausible deniability. I don't think there's anybody who in modern times would lead the Klan doesn't hate blacks. But that's what they said then, and they still say it. I don't hate anybody. I'm just for the promotion of the white race. So you can say you can do anything, including rolling back the Voting Rights Act, and say it in a way where you have plausible deniability. Just like I mentioned with Kamala Harris being able to tell folks that Joe Biden's cognitive abilities were not there enough for a second term, and she could have done it in a way that did not cross any HIPAA violations that Mike was saying, and give her plausible deniability. If you know how to word shit, you can easily do that. If you can be racist as hell if you know how to word it right and not come. You can make an excuse for everything you're doing, which the racist will totally agree with, and give yourself, well, look, I got a black friend, or I donated some money, or I donated to a black church the other day. I mean, you can always come up with a reason. So I do believe in plausible deniability. There's a way you can do anything and still be that way. Looking in the comments, so tap the screen, get us up to 75,000. We'll take the next caller. Wake up, wake up, wake up. You're talking nonsense. You are all blind, says Danny. Blind in what way? Elaborate on your statement there, Danny. Isn't sex most important? Nobody gives a fuck about politics. No. Sex is, you can get sex in jail. Would you be okay then? You're getting sex. No, there's things more important than sex. Spirit Airlines had standing seats. Okay, I don't know what that means. You'd be hard pressed to find an actual racist on the right being supported the way racists on the left get supported. Yeah, because you're not going to... Look, I'll agree with your statement, and I'll tell you why. You said, Salty Colonel says, you'd be hard pressed to find an actual racist on the right being supported the way you find racists on the left getting supported. I'll agree with your statement because your way of viewing what's racist, in my opinion, is just fucked up. You can look at calling Somalis garbage, saying Haitians eat cats out. None of that's racist, but vote for me or you ain't black, that's racist as hell. Based on that, you're right. Because you're going to see the left supporting racists more than the right, because you're not going to see nothing anybody on the right does is racist. But it doesn't take but an inkling of a statement to make somebody on the left racist as hell. So yeah, it makes sense. based on the way you judge what's racist, yeah, it makes perfect sense. Look, because like I said, vote for me, you ain't black. But you can post pictures of Obamas as monkeys and they're eating cats and dogs and these people are garbage and Chicago's a shit. You can say all this stuff and ain't none of that racist. But vote for me and you ain't black, and now you've crossed the line. Yeah, it makes perfect sense what you're saying. Let me go back to the box if you judge it that way. We were talking to MAGA Reacts. Good evening, MAGA. Welcome back. You're good now?
Yeah, it should be.
Okay. What am I getting wrong? The left accepts racism, but the right does not. You agree with that, right?
No. I think both sides accept their own form of races. But I don't think race is an issue. I think you guys make race an issue for no reason.
Give me an example. Thank you, Floyd Lawson.
Really, it's like rich and poor. Like, they don't care. If you're rich and black, they will invite you in and make you part of their crew, no problem. I think it's rich and poor, not what race you are.
I think racism exists very much beyond in the realms of just the poor. I think there are plenty of poor blacks and poor whites that are involved in racism. I don't think it's all about, well, I do agree with you. There is a rich versus poor argument, but I think in terms of if both sides are working class and impoverished, there's plenty of racism floating in that circle.
You guys say like the system's rigged for certain races. No, the system's rigged to be against the poor, to make it keep you poor.
Well,
and it just happens a lot of certain races are
right. That's just like with the.
Rich, then
I agree with that. But that's just like how you roll back the Voting Rights Act, and you say you can't gerrymander based on race, but you can do it based on what side of the aisle you lean. Well, just like you mentioned, there's a far more amount of blacks that are poor. They're also mostly Democrat. So if you just gerrymander against Democrats, you essentially wipe out the black vote. I mean, so you can be racist. Well, no, I'm not going against blacks. I'm actually going against Democrats. Well, you know that's where they are. So you can still do it with plausible deniability is what I was saying.
Yeah, but you can do that now. I mean, right now, this one little thing that was used to protect certain races is just used to help Democrats because they all vote Democrats.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think the Republican Party does so so poorly, so dismal with the black vote?
Because I don't know. Because there
You
are
don't
also
know.
cities that I don't know. It's just the way of thinking. Like if a lot of black people had a lot of money, they'd be all Republican.
Really? You think Oprah? You think Oprah? You think Oprah's supporting Trump? You think Tyler Perry and Magic Johnson and Michael Jordan, they all Trump supporters, huh?
No, but I think like if the majority of you guys, actually, they would be if the majority were all rich. So if all the black people were rich, you guys as a group would vote for Republicans, including all those people. But
Well,
those people still have to represent, they have to represent other black people.
why do you believe? No, they don't. Why you don't? I mean, there's plenty of whites that lean left. They're not representing all the other white people. No, you don't have to vote you can vote to represent your own interests. But if like for instance me, I'm Gen X. I'm the first in my family, me and my brothers, to have civil rights from birth. My mom born in Memphis, and my dad, they didn't have it from birth. Maybe that's more important in me than a tax cut. So I don't agree with you that if I became wealthy, I'm gonna suddenly be more focused on tax cuts and keeping my money and ignore what my grandmother and mom and all them told me about history. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No, I'm saying if you're wealthy, like your self-interest will be of the whole group would be more toward what Republicans are trying to do, because you're trying to keep more of your money versus trying to get the government to pay for stuff.
Yeah, but if you
to keep it like say it like that, but it's kind of true.
But when you look at all of Hollywood, the music industry, most athletes, all of that shit leans left. They got plenty of money. And they're not all black, by the way, either. There's tons of white people in Hollywood, and they vote left. Why is that?
You're right, because they work for others. It's more like if you have like your own business, you tend to lean more Republican because you want to be taxed less, and you don't want to, you don't want more rules. You want less rules, less interference.
I kind of agree with you saying. I just think you're saying it different. Here's the way I would phrase up what you're saying. If you are wealthy and your primary focus is making more money and keeping your money, you vote right. If you're civil rights or racial issues, if your focus is making money and keeping your money, if that's your primary focus, yeah, it makes more sense to vote Republican. But when it comes to social issues, how do you feel about the LGBTQ community or immigrants trying to get a better life? When you start talking about that shit, Republican, not so much.
Yes and no. They don't pander either way. Like they don't care as long as it's not affecting them.
Who don't care? Who doesn't care?
The Republicans. I mean,
You think the Republicans don't care about LGBTQ and immigrant issues?
Only when it affects them, like bathrooms and playing sports.
Who the hell does?
You can do whatever the fuck you want.
Who the hell does that bathroom shit really affect?
Really, it's for women. Like no one cares about transition. Like if a woman became a man, no one cares about her using the bathroom. It's the other way around. We're trying to protect women, and same thing with sports. No one cares if a transition female plays a male sport. It's the other way around. We're just trying to protect women.
Trying to protect women.
There's an objection to a transition.
Trying to protect
male sport.
You're trying to protect women. You're threatening to throw them in jail for murder for having an abortion. You got MAGA that say they shouldn't even be able to vote. What do you mean trying to protect women?
I mean, I'm against all that. Like that's a different subject.
You're not trying to saying that.
We're talking about why the trans community is having issues.
Saying that MAGA by going after trans is trying to protect women is akin to Trump saying he's invading Iran to help out the citizens of Iran. That ain't why this is happening. That is not why it's happening. He's not trying to alter ego. Thank you for the hat mustache. Even women don't believe that that's why this shit is happening. It ain't got nothing to do with protecting women, MAGA.
I think so. I mean, like I said, no. Do you care if there was a transition, female in your bathroom?
No.
Has that ever come up?
No.
In any of these cases?
I don't. Oh shit. I don't. Before I release the hounds onto you, I'm just going to say I have never heard of any story where a transgender person went into a bathroom and something criminal happened. I don't understand what would be the big deal. They're going to go there and take a piss or a shit and leave. So I don't. No, I wouldn't care.
Let's get it straight, okay? You over here saying that they don't care about nothing, right? Why are they taking trans women's rights away? They are worried about the bathrooms, but you guys don't worry about nothing because you guys rape women.
Ooh.
The right, yes. Cis men do that. Okay, DV, everything else. You guys always want to push and say, oh no, trans women this, trans. Show me proof what trans women do to us. We're more safe with the trans woman in our bathroom than with your ugly ass. And yes, the justice system is for the white tea people. It's not for us. It's not.
It's for the rich
The
people.
right,
Rich black people
the
get away
right
with shit all
side.
day long.
There's two parties here. There's a two tier. I could agree with you on that. But yeah, the white man wants us all locked up. And let me break this shit down to you. The right is all about racism. It's all everything that you guys have done and passed is in Project 2025. It's all about racism and control. And you're a white tea man, so shut your ass up and don't talk about our.
Oh
our
my God!
communities.
Hold on, wait. You
They
can't
do
tell a
not
man to
like
shut up because he's white. Hold on, before you respond, handsome conservative says I disagree with everything you just said, but that's because I just got here and didn't hear it. Support your local liberal. We'll talk, handsome. We'll talk. Go ahead, MAGA. You're a white man, so shut the fuck up is what she says.
I'm barely white.
What is that? Barely pregnant?
Yeah, you know what? And you guess what you are? You a sellout. You sell out
Like,
to the
I'm
black.
not white enough
Yeah,
for,
you
like,
a
the
sellout.
KKK or
Because
anything like that.
Because you know what? Let me tell you something. You voted for the white team man. You're never gonna be at his table. Name me one thing that
I
motherfucker
voted
did
for
to you.
Obama because I agree with Obama, and I voted for Trump because I agreed with Trump. It
So you
has
agree?
nothing to do with the race.
So you voted in a pedophile. You voted in a rapist. You voted in a felon. You voted in
You know
a
what's
felon.
funny? Everything she says is in the manifesto of that guy that tried to shoot Trump the other weekend.
And that shit was fucking rigged. That shit was fucking rigged.
I mean, they have
That
him
shit
camera. All
was
the video
rigged.
got released of him stalking the hotel.
Somebody that
and
tried to shoot me, if somebody tried to pew me, do you think I'm gonna hide behind the curtains and watch? Do you really think so?
And JPT Farms, are you trying to come up, JPT Farms? I did see the galaxy. Let me know in the comments because I don't see your request.
So anyways, isn't that true though? Would you? Hey Tim, you a big black
But
man.
isn't it funny how everything
would you
you
hide
say
behind
is
the
in his
curtain
manifesto?
and watch what's going
Does that mean
on?
you agree
If
with
somebody
everything?
tried to unalive your ass?
Well, let me just say this, that because he has a point that he's saying it was all in the manifesto, but you know what you're saying? You're saying that the person tried to take Trump out, and the Democrat rhetoric was said by the person. You understand that Marjorie Taylor Greene says that the same folks making death threats against her are using all of the same rhetoric coming from Trump. So this is what I say all the time. When Trump claims to be
exactly, but that
when Trump claims to be
is there correlation doesn't mean there's causation.
well, no, but it takes away your credibility to complain about something if you're knee deep in doing it.
Tim, somebody tried to take him out 3 times, right?
Right.
We don't know nothing about none of this information. Let me break this shit down to you. Every
It's like
time
5 times.
every time his polls go down,
I don't see
and
Takesha.
down, there's always something coming. There's always something. Always. Something happens. Every single time. This shit's rigged. He needs to unalive.
I don't believe the guy rigged his own assassination attempt.
Okay,
That's
why would
hard.
you why would you go behind the curtain and watch? Why?
I don't have an answer for that. I gotta go back and see that happen. That's crazy. I didn't see it.
And the shooting was nowhere near
You
him.
didn't see that?
I didn't
It's
see
all over the internet. The news reporter caught it. He was right there watching it. But it's not rigged. Give me a fucking break. These are kumquats of a fucking roaches. They always are. They had to bring this over a pretzel. Suck it on
Yes,
his
the
dick.
guy's alive. Go ask him. The guy's
Boy,
alive. Go
shut
ask
your
him.
ass
if
up.
you-
You're a ratty raccoon.
They're
It's
not.
not like he's dead.
They're not gonna. You know something? MAGA reacts when you say the guy's alive. Go ask him. That's one of the things that is weird with the Trump administration. You don't hear from these assassins anymore. Like the guy who took out Charlie
Why do
Kirk.
you think that is, Tim? All this shit
Because
is
they have a
rigged.
court case coming. It would be stupid.
All this shit is
But-
rigged.
I think
All
I
this
think
shit
it may
is
be
fucking
I
rigged,
think it
man.
may be closer to what Gates and Grandma is saying, is that they want to control the narrative, so they're not letting you hear from the other
It's
side.
always going down. Tim. His polls are going down. He wants to do anything to get some of his polls back up. And guess who's going to believe this shit, Tim? The fucking idiots like him. The one that bend himself in the president, sucking his dick and licking his balls to shit. They're the ones that believe it.
You are a literal, she is a literal porn movie. You could be writing penthouse letters. You're really good. You are a literal porn movie.
Let me stay over here and talk. You get on my damn nerves. I want to be quiet for a minute.
Like, it doesn't matter what you believe. It has to do. All I'm saying is, just like that manifesto, Project 2525 has nothing to do with me. Even though I might agree with some of it, it doesn't mean I agree with 100% of it.
Okay, well, I think she dropped.
Bad things are all gonna happen.
I think she dropped. Takesha, you wanted in on this?
I was trying to see what's the difference in a trans man and a trans woman in the bathrooms. Why are you all so much more afraid for trans women than trans men? What's the difference?
Because men can protect themselves. The trans woman in a men's bathroom, no one cares about protecting men. We care about protecting women. So it's about the use of the women's bathroom specifically that all these problems happen. Like, if they were all using the men's bathroom, I don't think anyone would give a fuck.
Have you heard of any
one's worried about protecting men.
Have you heard of anybody that's trans attacking a woman in the bathroom?
It doesn't matter.
Actually it does. Yeah, it does matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
Why don't we just have unisex
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
Why don't we have unisex bathrooms?
You're creating a problem that doesn't exist.
Yep. I agree with her, man. I'll tell you this. First of all, let me just say it like this. There's a bunch of trans broads out here that look like real women you wouldn't know. You think they ain't doing this shit already? So if they were that much of a danger to kids in bathrooms, it would be happening. Because even with the law saying they can't go, you best believe a lot of trans women that really, everybody don't look like Caitlyn Jenner. Some of them look like real women. They doing it anyway.
The thing is, Tim,
I just don't want there to be a rule saying they could, then people are going to abuse that rule.
Tim,
go ahead.
If I let my grandchild go spend the night at a friend's house, and she got a son and a daughter that share a bathroom, do they need to have a separate bathroom for my grandchild because that boy used the same bathroom as my granddaughter?
That's a great point,
They don't use it at the same time.
They share bathrooms at the house. So Tim, what is who's going in there checking? Who's going in there checking what's up under somebody's clothes to make sure they are with that when you close that door? When you close that door to that stall, who knows what's behind it? What are y'all peeping Toms going peeping up under the door, trying to make sure every woman that walk in the bathroom is a real woman?
Well, and that could lead to a felony. But Takesha, he does have a point in suggesting your home example means they're using the bathroom individually. He's saying he don't want both genders in the bathroom at the same time.
Then when you in the bathroom, in a woman's bathroom, there are stalls with doors to them. You're still using the bathroom individually. You're not out there whipping it out like that, like y'all do at a urinal, Tim.
I'll tell you something though. Even at a urinal, even if you go in the men's bathroom, as you say, where we whip it out at a urinal, you gotta actually make an effort to see a dick even in the men's bathroom. You gotta literally be looking over somebody. Dicks ain't walking. People ain't just walking around with their dick out even in the men's bathroom. So if your goal is to see,
you're more exposed out like that, Tim. If a guy walk in the bathroom and you at a urinal, he gonna see you at the urinal. If a woman walk in the bathroom, she not gonna see us because guess what we at?
In the stall.
In a stall with a door. But I wanted to come up because I got another thing that Magariac said the other day that made absolutely no sense. He said that Donald Trump.
Hold on. Flame Train threw something in that's a really good point. What about locker rooms?
Yes, I mean, same thing.
That's different. That's different.
Is it different for me or her?
It's different for it takes away what she was saying about bathrooms. Now you guys always say bathrooms, but locker rooms is different.
Well, when we were
definitely want to keep men out of women's
that would. I'm surprised y'all don't say that because that's a much stronger point.
I think that
they go together.
I think that honestly, people with this argument, They may be looking at a trans woman, or maybe a trans woman tried them and they were attracted to it, and they got upset after they found out it was really, used to be a man. But let me make my point so I can get down to it.
All right, go ahead.
Your panel being mistreating me. I have to stay on Zeus where they love me at. Now listen, Magariac, you said that Trump was taking care of Putin because Trump was not allowing Putin to sell oil, and Biden did. And I wanted to ask Tim, who put the sanctions
That's not what
on
I said. I said they kept oil prices. Trump kept oil prices low, which weakened Putin.
Tim, who put the sanctions on Russia?
We did.
Come back. Tim, Joe Biden.
Okay, America. Well, I said America.
Russia.
Yeah.
And so hold on. So that stopped Russia from being able to make the money off the oil they sell. Who came back
Trump.
What are you talking
a month
about?
ago,
Trump.
Tim, who took the sanctions off Russia? Now they making major money off their oil. So how has Trump stopping Russia from making money when he lifted the sanctions so they could make money?
It's a good question,
Right
MAGA.
now, we have different priorities. Right now, our priority is not Russia. It's Iran. And keeping oil prices low.
Sir.
I don't have an answer for that.
So,
I heard exactly
right now,
what
it's
you
better
said.
for America to
I was
have low
riding
oil
down the
prices.
street when you said it, and I said, what is he talking about? We can pull the show up. I listened to it again
what you said
to
is
make
correct.
sure that I heard you say what you said.
Look, you guys make fun
Tim,
of
is
Trump
that not
being
what he
tactful.
said,
I think
Tim?
that's his best feature.
Tim,
Yeah.
is that not
The
what
fact
he
that
said?
he
She
tactfully
got you, MAGA.
adjusts
She got
what's
you.
going on.
She got. And I totally.
He say stuff that makes
You
no
guys
sense,
think
and
Taco
then he
makes Trump
forget
bad.
what he
That's
say,
like
Tim.
his best thing.
Oh my God. Tim.
Look, you gotta adjust for the situation.
Tim,
You
I'm
can't
about
just
to
keep
pull my
doing
nipple off
something.
and just say, hey,
You
you
gotta
got
do
no
what's best for
titty.
America,
Cause
okay?
this is getting, Tim,
Oh Lord.
Tim, come pull my nipple off. Just come pull it off, Tim. I don't even want it no more.
Well, it's a different show. I can go gauge the grandma on this. All right, that sounds
I'm
okay.
just saying, this ridiculous. You let these folks weren't making no money. You lifted the sanction, they making money at the wazoo, and you saying that he doing what, Magariac?
He said we ain't focusing on
Still
Russia.
trying to keep oil prices low for America.
Magariac, sometimes
It's okay to let Russia make
Magariac,
money in the meantime.
Magariac.
In the long term, they're going to lose a lot of money once we fix Iran.
I'm not
If we
even
fix
finna
Iran.
play with you today because what you said makes absolutely.
Look,
you know what? You always
cut
say
out the
stuff.
whole part where
MAGA
once we fix Iran, oil's going to get
MAGA.
super cheap, and fucking Russia's going to be really
MAGA. Iran is
You
still.
forgot that part at the
Iran is still taking their ships through the blockade. So stop it. I feel sorry for you.
I'll just say
I feel
this.
sorry for you. I really do.
Trump's.
Even if they are. They're not making that much money off their
Oh
ship.
my God.
And they're not getting supplies in.
Trump's rhetoric on Russia has been anything but consistent. So the idea that we're not focused on them right now. Look, when Trump became president, he took his eye completely off the Ukraine war from day one. So
Timmy just said he talked to Putin the other day, did he not?
for an hour, yep.
He said it's gonna be a deal coming soon between Ukraine and Russia. Is that not what he said, Tim?
And thank you, Hanson
And then
Conservative, for
get
that
what he
there.
And
I mean,
what he
listen,
did, Tim?
every call Trump has with a world leader is a great call and something optimistic is going to. That's just what he says.
But Tim, guess what else he did, Tim? Get what he did, Tim?
Look, I'm listening.
He extended the lifting of the sanctions so Putin can make more money. Just stop it, Magariac, okay?
Trump is obviously.
I mean, if it ends up ending the Iran
Prices are not coming
Ukraine
down.
war, that's
Stop
great.
it.
Trump is obviously pro Putin and pro Netanyahu.
What do you
I
know?
think that's
According to
pretty
you guys,
obvious.
oil prices should be like at $200. They're still under 100 as far as I know.
Magariac is not under 100.
It's not. Yeah, right.
You're looking at the wrong chart. You know what? Tim, I can't do it.
All
right, I'll move it on. We'll leave it at that. We'll
for
leave
the
it.
galaxy because I can't do it no more. I feel like my brain just done fried, died, and laid to the side. Tim, have a great day.
You too. I appreciate it, Takesha. Thanks for
I
coming
don't
through.
think she would listen to one thing I said.
I think she was listening to quite a bit, but Maggie said, "You got to move on."
No, she kept repeating herself. She didn't reply to anything I said. I might as well not be up here.
You're always welcome back. Thank you, MAGA. And thank you, handsome conservative, for figuring out Clapper. I certainly seen both the roll of the dice. Thank you very much for your support on Clapper, handsome conservative. And Andy as well. Appreciate that. What was that, Andy? I've never seen that before. Wow, thank you. I'm trying to figure out what the hell was it, a sunset, a moonrise? What was that even called? Thank you. I don't see what it was called. Thank you. Anyway, moving on with the program, tap the screen, get the likes on up to 100,000. It didn't tell me what that was called. I would like to know what that was. Looking in the comments before we move on, get us up over the, oh, she did it again. Spring sunset, beautiful. I just don't think anyone can decide to be trans tomorrow and expect to be treated like someone of the opposite gender. There is a transition period. Not under the Trump administration, burning 47. It doesn't matter if you decide I want to transition 6 years from now. Trump administration is going to say no. They don't think you should ever be able to transition. So it does not matter when you transition with the Trump administration. No, President Trump has not lifted oil sanctions on Russia. In fact, he escalated them. Really? In late 2025, while the volume of overall sanctions slowed early in his term, the administration, I'm not aware of that, lady driver. Speaking of which, Alexa, did President Trump lift the sanctions on Russia?
President Trump hasn't lifted all sanctions on Russia. In March 2026, the U.S. temporarily lifted sanctions on Russian oil at sea to address soaring energy prices due to the Iran conflict.
So absolutely, he has lifted some, not all, according to Alexa. I don't have to participate in your live action role play. Well, I appreciate you being here tuned in, Thomas Clayton. Thank you for your input. Let me go back to the box, make the show happen with Miss Mo Better. Alexa, stop. Did I get Miss Mo Better? Oh, Andy, good evening. Well, and thank you, Andy. Wow, that was nice. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. I can't believe MAGA reacts if you're acting like Trump is not Putin's favorite person. Like, he's got to be joking.
Netanyahu?
That's why Donald Trump let him come to Alaska, speak first, rolled out the red carpet, lifted part of the sanctions. I mean, literally, Ukraine didn't start doing well until they stopped talking to us.
Yeah, I'll tell you, President Trump, out of every president, he's been more favorable to Russia than any president in our lifetime. I don't know why. Why do you think he's doing that?
Wait, he just sent J.D. Vance to campaign for Viktor Orban, even though he lost. And we all know that Viktor's tied heavily to Putin. So I don't know what MAGA Reacts is talking about. You can't turn around in the Trump administration without hitting a Russian or somebody tied to Russia.
Why do you believe President Trump is so favorable to Putin?
Because they want to turn us into a one-party Christian nation like Hungary that they just lost control over because after the people had 25% inflation and they didn't like it and they've been under that regime for 16 years, they finally fought back and voted it out 78%.
What?
Trump supporters don't understand. All this is by design.
Okay, so I'm curious.
We're going to get richer and we're going to get broker.
I'm curious if the goal is to turn us into a one-party Christian nation, how would that be made more successful by being kind to Russia?
I don't know. Trump's got his ties in there somewhere. And you got to look at it this way, too. I don't know why, because Iran is allies with Russia, and so is China. We're not really hurting Iran. We're making the stock market go up and down so Trump and his cronies can buy the fucking dip. That's all we're doing.
So what are you saying? Is this one big grift or something?
Yep.
MAGA.
What other U.S. president has doubled their wealth literally while running for office? What other U.S. president's sons are making billions of dollars off the drone industry while daddy wages a war? I mean, like, they have real audacity to talk about Hunter anymore. I mean, for real.
Yeah, the Hunter, the
hypocrisy is overwhelming. They don't seem to see any. They don't realize that Trump is the swamp, and they won't take responsibility for any of it.
Well, they're still insistent. I had my first call on the show was insisting that Trump's job is going to drain the swamp and expose the deep state. So they do have a different opinion on that.
Yeah, the people that still won't release the Epstein files after we made a law about the Transparency Act. That kind of looks like the deep state to me. I don't know. What about you?
You know, I had never heard of the deep state. That term, I had never heard of it before until Trump got elected. Because the Q stuff is kind of where a lot of that's come from. I don't know. They still have yet to give any names of who controls it, what countries. I mean, I don't know what the deep state even is. Other than it's not conservatives. That's what it's. It's just it's the enemies of the conservative party. Sounds like.
Well, it's the same way they're trying to literally, like, break apart our judicial system. Every time they talk about a liberal judge went against Donald Trump, it was an unfair ruling. They're tearing up our judicial system. They're weakening the third branch of power. They don't realize that either. They just keep chipping away at democratic norms without any thought to what they're actually fucking doing, because they just want to be a sycophant for one fucking guy.
And I got one of my viewers on says, I'm not going to pronounce the name right because this person says they are French. I don't know. Are you in France? Somebody says I'm French, and we believe that Trump is extremely dangerous. Let me know. Are you actually in France? That would be interesting on Clapper if you're in France. So do you agree with this individual that Trump is dangerous, though?
Yeah.
In what way?
You realize that, like, he just fired the top 12 scientists, or the top 22 scientists at the National Science Board. Like, let's not even think about the fact that, we want to trash the satellite that keeps up with global warming. It seems like he's doing an awful lot to protect the oil industry while building literal power plants and data centers everywhere that are going to destroy we the people, and they don't seem to care. Trump told everybody this was going to be the Gilded Age. Remember that?
Yeah, he still says that.
People volunteered for that shit. They didn't realize that the Gilded Age meant the rich get richer and the poor go, poor get poor. It's just the way it works. That's why he's got all that gaudy fucking gold.
The man likes precious metals. We were told he was going to make America great again. For North said we in Germany think the same. Am I getting a lot of folks in other countries, which is pretty cool? I didn't know that because on Clapper.
Trump's talking about literally removing Trump troops from Germany because he's not getting his way.
5,000.
He's just making us weak. The fact that they don't realize that all these other bases that we have access to are a boon to the United States, and they're like, oh, we can do it by ourselves. Yeah, good luck with that shit.
I don't understand the America alone sentiment. I mean, which is what Trump is running on, kind of like we can do everything by ourselves, which if he was focused on nationalism, we're going to, take our ball and go home and we're only going to focus on it. That would be one thing. But if you're going to be attacking a bunch of other nations while also saying we don't need allies, I don't know how that works.
Well, no, you're saying you don't need allies till you tell them, I want you to come do this with me. And then they tell you no and you throw a temper tantrum.
Yeah.
That's basically what I see happening.
But how do you respond to folks who do say, look, we've been protecting Europe, we've been looking out for Europe and NATO member nations, and then when we need them, they're not there for us?
Yeah, they were there for Article 5. They were there when it mattered. They went with us to the desert of Afghanistan for 20 years. They went with us to Iraq just because they don't want to get tied up in another forever war, because the United States didn't have the good sense to actually pay attention to the reality and not what Donald Trump wants it to be or what Israel wants it to be is kind of problematic, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, Trump seems to have a different agenda than a lot of Americans. I see in the comments, Georgina, somebody said, George Gamer, some says majority of Americans disagree with President Trump. Do you think it's to the point where, I know there's plenty of Americans that disagree with him. Do you think majority of Americans disagree with Trump?
I don't know. I would like to think so. But, I mean, he's still got his little band of sycophants, and I don't know how deep that runs.
That's going to matter come the midterms. If majority of Americans don't disagree with Trump, then he may.
I know Republicans that are just not going to vote. In Alabama, I've had a couple of them tell me, like, I was really shocked. One of them that I was sure was going to vote for Tommy Tuberville, one of the diehard MAGA on here, says, nope, not voting in the midterms, not voting for Tuberville.
Now, wasn't he caught up in a pedo scheme, though?
Huh?
Was Tuberville caught up in some kind of pedo scheme?
No, Tuberville is the one that wouldn't allow the Army to get their raises and their promotions, and he's also, you know, because of AB, and he's also recently he made some really racist Islamophobic statements. The racist statements where he was talking about Montgomery, Alabama, and he says we're not just going to keep letting the animals run the zoo.
Yeah, that's Super B in the comments says there are more Democrats than Republicans in the U.S. Right? He's asking as a question: is there more Democrats than Republicans in America? I believe there are more Americans that lean left than right, but the folks that lean right are more reliable to show up to the polls because the older you get, the more conservative you tend to get, and older people vote more so than younger people do. But most of the young crowd leans left. So yeah, I think there's more Democrats in or left leanings in numbers. But numbers don't matter. It's who shows up and actually votes. That's where the problem is.
Well, it's also how the polls are gerrymandered. Let's not forget that. Because Alabama just had to reopen that second district, but because of what just happened in Louisiana, Alabama after this election is going back to the drawing board. And for the record, the comics was yelling it too. Tommy Tuberville doesn't live in Alabama. He lives in fucking Florida. I don't see how he can be governor. His opponent's suing him too. The guy that's running against him, the other Republican.
Suing him for what?
The fact that he don't live here, and the Republican Party won't obey its own rules, and they're not obeying state law. State law says you have to live here for 5 years. Nobody thinks that Tommy lives in that 2-bedroom house that he just put his name on last year, where his son's been living, and not in his $2.5 million mansion down on Santa Rosa Beach.
Well, we live in an era of fuck the law, so I don't know how far that lawsuit's going to go.
Well, only Republicans can say fuck the law. Like that bullshit. Like there were things that said 86-46 long before there were things that said 86-47.
I got a German in my comments saying the original Antifa landed at Omaha Beach, and today the American press calls anti-fascism terrorists. Wow, that's a strong comment.
Because they like fascism now. They're on board with it. But they can't say that out loud. So they go after Antifa. Like Donald Trump said, Antifa said they were going to cause problems at the polls. Why would Democrats cause problems at the polls? They're fucking winning.
I actually do expect Democrats and Republicans to cause problems at the polls this midterms, though, because they've changed the rules.
We're winning. There's no...
Yeah, but if you're...
No Democrats causing any problem when literally we won every fucking election in the last 35 but one.
It ain't about
what. We just need to show the fuck up.
Well, the reason
it's Republicans who we know have committed 70% of the political violence since the year 2000 that I'm fucking worried about, not the Democrats. When have the Democrats gone to the polls on polling day and showed out? They don't.
Flame Train CBD says you are losing more voters just from you talking. I don't know what that means, but I see him in the comments saying that.
Heart.
Huh?
Bless his pea-picking little heart.
So you do expect a blue wave?
Yeah.
Even with the changes?
We've already had one. Like, we've already had one. Even Trump's own district, where he lives in Boca Raton, turned blue. Like, I mean, what do you expect? Democrats don't have to do anything but get up and go to the polls.
You don't think the you don't think the gerrymandering and the changing in maps, the Voting Rights Act, none of that's going to make a difference?
I think that Fox News said it themselves. If they gerrymander Florida, it's going to be problematic for them because they factored in having a certain amount of Latino votes they're not sure they have anymore.
You got someone who seems to have an affectionate to your past comments. Texas says she said this shit in 2024. So Texas, I believe Texas is a woman. Texas is saying that you made similar pro-Democrat predictions in 2024 that failed. What say you?
I got one thing wrong, and like I said, I admitted to that. We've had this conversation.
Yes,
it's sad that you have to keep bringing up that one thing that I got wrong.
I'm not bringing it up. It's in the comments.
No, hold on. But literally, that's the only one you bring up to me too. When I've said hundreds of things, so I must be pretty much more right than wrong. I'd say I'm leaning more 90 to 10.
And so you feel this.
And I'm not going on any. I don't have to go by anything but what's already happened at the polls. Let's be honest.
I agree with
sweeping up the damn elections left and right.
I agree with all of that. The only reason I asked you the question because ever since the Democrats have made all these off-year wins, they've made changes to the maps and it's rolling back the Voting Rights Act. So some things have changed since the Democrats made all those victories. Is why I asked you.
Well, I still think that you got a lot of Republicans that are really pissed off. Farmers, like and truck drivers. Like they did not expect to see these prices at the pumps. And then by the time we get to the food at the end of the summer, where food should be a little cheaper because we have more, but we hadn't had fertilizer. So that's not going to materialize and prices are going to keep going up. The oil embargo, Mr. Global said this, in 1973, we had a oil embargo half this size and inflation doubled 6 months after the oil embargo. So we're not even there yet.
Is there anything Trump could do to make you look at him more positively? Make you see him more positive?
Yeah. Resign.
Well, we know that ain't gonna happen. I mean, because what if he promised to resign under a promise that the Democrats are not going to try to come up with some kind of sham trial and try to prosecute him?
Well, what do you mean sham trial? He's still got to stay in trial for the documents. That was done without prejudice, meaning when he gets out of office, they can still try his ass.
Ooh. You think you think it would be in the best interest of the nation to go after Trump criminally again?
I think responsibility is important. I think we need to see that documents case, and they need to show the American public how much danger he put us in. Maybe they need a wake-up call. And not only that, hold on. Not only that, do you realize if you add up 8 plus 6 plus 4 plus 7, that equals 25, like the 25th Amendment?
Okay.
8647 equals 25.
I did not know that. Wow, that's an interesting.
Somebody has pointed that out to me this week. Satino pointed that out to me.
Yeah,
He's like,
14
hey, did you
plus
realize
11,
this
yeah.
added up equals 25? And I was like, that's really good.
Yeah, the Comey case is not going anywhere because you got shit like that. There's a million ways you can take 8647, even though it was a head of the FBI. That case, the minute that gets in front of a judge, they're gonna throw that shit out. That's going nowhere.
He's already had they already tried to throw it out once. And besides that, he took a picture of somebody else's rocks. He didn't even do that. and not only that, it's really strange that they arrested him again right after his daughter's case got told by the judges it could proceed for them unlawfully firing her from the New York prosecutor's position. This is about his daughter's case, not really about him.
Yeah, it's all about Trump just taking revenge on his adversaries. Yeah, this whole Comey thing, like there's a lot of bigger fish to fry. You're not gonna get this guy. It's lame at best. It's lame. I mean, you're just not. I mean, because Trump. Then of course, do we bring up Trump posting pictures of Biden hogtied in the trunk of a car or saying the only good Democrat is a dead Democrat? Trump said that the folks who made the commercial, Senator General Kelly and those who said you shouldn't follow illegal orders. He said they should be hung or killed. He said the same thing about Liz Cheney for the J. I mean, does he get away with all of that? We go out to the Seychelles? I mean, so I don't know. It's just an avenue that I'm amazed that he even went down this avenue with all the things he said in the past about people being bestowed violence upon them. I can't believe he would do this.
Well, look, they're talking about how I said Biden was of sound mind. I said Biden had seen 19. That's what I said about Biden. But if you look at Donald Trump and his son down in Nass lately, just saying.
If I looked at, say that again.
Stops in the middle of a sentence. He's falling asleep everywhere.
Oh yeah, well I've seen clips of it all over the internet as well. I got to move on, Andy, but look, I would say with Trump, one of the benefits of Trump is his shit don't stink. He can do the same things he's criticizing you for and not be criticized for doing it. So he does have that benefit. He can fall asleep all he want, and they're not going to treat him the same way they treated Biden.
Exactly. Have a good day, Tim.
You too. Thank you, by the way. Appreciate the support. Moving on with the program, and I see in the comments, Handsome Conservative says, I sent you a cigar. Appreciate the sentiment. Got me feeling like Monica Lewinsky. We'll go to I want to try something out here because we're on Clapper now. Just to make sure it is working on a different device if I can. Can you even hear me on this?
I can.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. So you disagree with...
Man, I'm going to have so much fun sending you shit. Oh, this is fun.
Well, I appreciate that. You disagree with me on a lot of issues. What have I gotten wrong here?
Well, unfortunately, I just got here. I don't know what you've been talking about. I was hoping you could tell me.
Well, I'm trying to find out. First of all, this is kind of a weekend review, and we'll go to Mr. Mobetta next. But some of the things we talked about, in addition to Trump blaming the assassination attempt on the rhetoric coming from liberals, we talked about rolling back the Voting Rights Act, for instance. Do you believe that could indeed be a detriment to to African American voters, as many are suggesting?
I don't see how. I mean, I'm not caught up on that, but if they're not taking away your right to vote, you still have your vote.
No, it's not taking away your right to vote. It's allowing them to gerrymander things in a way that you will always be minorities in your district. Even if you live in an all-black town, let's say you live in Philadelphia, where it's overwhelmingly black, they can gerrymander things so every little piece of your town is now part of a suburb. So you live on the south side of Philadelphia, and instead of you being in a district that's with the rest of the Philadelphians, they took your south side and put you in a district with a bunch of folks from the suburbs so that now you guys are in the minority. They did the same to the north side, east side, west side. So you're still voting, but they've made it so that your clump of people has been divided up, so you're always in the minority. You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but here's my thing, and don't take this the wrong way. But Democrats usually hang in the cities, the big blue cities. And if there's full of Democrats, then your votes are still going to count as Democrat.
Not if they add a whole bunch of the suburbs that are more white and Republican if they take the city, for instance, and divide it up. Did you hear what I said? Let's say the city used to be one district. Now all of a sudden, and I actually drew a picture of it. I don't know if you can see it. From my last.
Show me the picture.
Yeah, I originally drew a circle, and I said in the circle is the city, and all of the surrounding part is the suburbs. Then I drew these lines here and showed how now this all is a district, this is all a district. So now, even though we're talking about the city, every part of the city is a smaller area than the suburbs that they included with it. So you're still voting, but you're now in a minority from a minority aspect. You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. I guess the way you're explaining it, that makes sense to me. If they're adding, you're saying they're adding smaller towns, smaller, I guess, white towns. They'll just take the major. That's not going to do away with your vote.
No,
it is going to add more votes to that area.
Yeah, it would literally be like taking a rural area, and then all of a sudden, let's say you take a rural area outside of Memphis that is its own district, and say from now on your area is also going to include a large portion of the black side of Memphis. Well, the folks in that area, they're going to have much smaller numbers than all these black people from Memphis being added. So now all of a sudden these rural people.
The representation.
Say that again.
Also. It changes the representation also. So that's major when it comes to that, because now the leaders that you used to go to that was in your district no longer exists because now they gerrymander it. So that's what makes the difference in gerrymandering. That's where the hard part comes in, is the representation.
Yeah.
So it's not that they're taking the vote, taking away the representation, which is important when it comes to the minority communities.
Conservative?
Yeah, well, given the way he's explaining, I mean, y'all guys are explaining it. Yeah, I'm going to go with that's going to definitely put a change on it for sure.
So how should
you're adding more people to it. You're adding another. Yeah, okay, I get what you're saying. So yes, I agree with you.
So how do you think the African American community should feel about the Republicans now that they've successfully rolled this protection back?
Well, I mean, damn, you're putting me in a spot. On one hand, you still get to vote, but on the other hand, yeah, I can see you being angry that the district hasn't been added to. I can see it growing and including more people that don't vote like you being a problem.
Does it now make a little bit more sense when you think about phrases that we once heard, like, you better vote for me or you ain't black?
I love that one.
Yeah. Sounds a little bit more accurate now, doesn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying. Listen, I actually can't stay up. I just wanted to know, can you look at my name and see if that sub went through? Because I actually have to go, but I've been trying to get you a sub on here.
Yeah, I believe it did because they got a color by your name. I'll have to look at it outside of the program though, but I'll follow back with you. But thank you, by the way. I appreciate the support too.
No problem. I told you if you came on here, I would get you a sub.
Thank you.
But yes, I do agree that that's definitely problematic. It's going to cause a problem.
We'll certainly be talking about it in the future because there's going to be a lot of complaints about this.
Right. I have to actually leave now, but you have a good day and you take care.
You too. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. And that was, and by the way, that's the first time on this show we've ever had a conversation between two different guests cross-platform. So that was pretty cool. That was Miss Mobetta and Handsome Conservative from Clapper to TikTok. I've never had that before, so thank you.
He didn't really want that smoke.
He'll be back.
You know what? A lot of this stuff is happening because people are in denial about how things are actually working. Yes, race is a major factor. Is it the sole factor? No, but it is the major factor.
But I do give him credit for not being so close-minded that when the evidence was made clear to him, he didn't still, like some folks would deny it even when it's right in their face. Once he understood it, he understood that, just because they voting don't mean it ain't hurting them. He understood it and agreed to it.
I get it, and now we see who the real enemy is, and that is the Supreme Court.
Yeah,
they are real enemies. They're the ones who tore down these guardrails.
I would also say
no checks and balances.
I would also say it should be noted that those who continue saying that this is not unfavorable to the community, to Black community. I mean, it's pretty easy to explain that. Yeah, they're voting, but their vote doesn't mean as much. I mean, you added a whole bunch of people in their district now that don't think like them. So yeah, they can vote, but now instead of voting,
that's what happens with cult-like behavior, Tim. Listen, Kamala was raged about most of the shit that she said that she was right.
Okay.
About what you too, you said it yourself about rights being taken away.
Well, eventually, if you don't have a say-so in terms of voting, it's going to lead to rights being taken. I don't know about Blacks losing rights right now, but if
it has to start somewhere.
Right, it has to start somewhere.
It won't go as broad as they would like to go because you have
it takes time. Yeah, it takes time.
And not only that, you have a lot of people that react differently than what happened back in the 50s and the 60s. People are not just sitting around quietly anymore.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like the Judge Dred Scott decision in the past. It's like when it was happening, they were denying that it really was of any detriment. But then you'll be able to look back and say, a lot of this started based on that decision. Like you'll be able to clearly see all of these Blacks. For some reason, there's nobody white running Congress in the South anymore. And you'll be able to look back and see this is when that started. Before you continue, MK Ultra Instinct comment says, ask the toothless hobo where she works. Hey, that's a super chat for that.
Listen, some people shouldn't even be allowed to have internet service. That's the only thing I'm mad at Obama was because we got losers like that got free service. Tell them to go shut the fuck up before I get started. I'm being nice. I'm quiet. I'm quiet right now. But if they want the gloves off, they'll get it. Now tell him his mama was toothless. That's what should have made it easier for her to swallow your dumb ass.
Oh,
now shut the fuck up. Find something else to do with your time.
All right. Well, before we continue, I want to read a couple super chats. Starks Manning says, you watch that DNC chair video. Democrat National Convention is there to protect the moneyed interest from the will of the voters. Piss me off, Tallarico for Texas. You're saying the Democrats are there to protect the money interest from the will of the voters. I don't know. Do you escape that by going on the right though? I mean, I think.
What is the point of that? And why not 8669 whoever the fuck you are? Shut your dumb ass up too, because I can get you too. I got razor blade tongues, so stop playing.
Shit. And shout out to the moderate Democrat in the audience in the comments there. Evil B Babu says, Tim, tell Angie. I don't think we've had Angie on here yet. Tell Angie she is wonderful, cute, and seasoned. Is that you? Yeah. Okay. Says she is wonderful, seasoned, and cute, and seasoned as well. Also, I miss her. Thank you for coming back. Ask Alexa how crazy, how ignorant MAGA reacts. I want to know the definition of him. I don't think Alexa would know who MAGA reacts is. That's funny, though. I don't think that. So you got a fan in the stands. So do you agree with me though that there's going to be a whole lot of complaining and anger in the midterms because people are going to think they got cheated on both sides?
Listen, if that wasn't an issue, if they didn't feel the threat, we wouldn't be going through this now with them trying to gerrymander. You'd leave things as they are, but now they're trying their damnedest. And listen, we've had this discussion many a times where they're going to pull all kind of strings and stops to make sure that they're cheated their way into in the midterms like they did for the presidential election.
We're not going to
did not tell you before that something big was going to happen before that even happened. Now you got an attempted assassination again where they let the motherfucker in. They had the dogs, everything. He walked by them, walked back with the firearm, and they running all the goddamn way. Yeah. Come on, make this shit make sense, Tim.
Here's a crazy thing. And by the way, handsome conservative, I appreciate that light bulb that didn't go unnoticed. Thank you. Here's one of the things that should be noted. Now, this guy who tried to take him out at the White House Correspondents' Dinner was solo act. Imagine if it was 4 or 5 of them that had ran in there. Somebody would have got through. If there had been a bunch of them and they were willing to engage like that guy engaged by what they claim they're claiming the guy got hit in the chest. They don't know. I don't know if they know where the bullet came from, but if he had friends, let's say the Iranians had some sympathizers in the country and they all ran in there, 5 or 6 of them, it's a good chance one of them may have gotten through. Not to mention, this guy had firearms. Imagine if he had explosives. So,
exactly.
Yeah. So
and not only that, he went. If I don't know if y'all ever watch movies or something, if y'all ain't never seen no acting going on, y'all ain't never watched the movie. I'm sorry, that shit was fake. The fake is a $3 bill. Get the fuck out of here with that.
Gangsta grandma says the same thing. I don't want to believe our president would fake assassination attempt.
Why? It worked for him before, Tim, and that's why he keeps reverting to the things that work for him. The sympathy bought him those votes. Oh, he almost got assassinated here. He almost got assassinated there. This is bullshit. And y'all keep hiring actors that don't know how to pew. Get the fuck out of here with that nonsense. You got people sitting at the table stealing wine bottles, all kinds of shit after. Come on, y'all not in fear of your life? Come on. They have to get J.D. Vance out before they got Trump out.
I'm being told that this stuff is legit, and it's the nasty rhetoric coming from the left that's leading people to try to pick Trump off. That's what I'm being told.
Listen, because it's easy. It works for them. Again, they get up, left this, left that. And 9 out of 10 times when you go look in the back end, it be his supporters that are pissed off at his ass that are actually trying to take him out. Because the last 2 were actually registered Republicans. So why do they keep saying the left this, left that? Like, come on. The crazy thing is that they keep shooting out of their mouth with bullshit. They get mad when people pull a them on them. They can't handle it. Oh, y'all talking this. Trump gets on True Social every day talking shit about people. Yeah. Calling them out their names. He got us in. I don't know when the last time you've been to the gas pump. $4.49 per gallon.
Well, MAGA's looking at it like, listen, if it'll stop Iran from becoming nuclear, we'll pay a few extra pennies. But before you continue, Baldhead Tim, when I said why you don't read it, there you go. It's been read. Somebody wants to know that. I guess I just found out I don't have any hair.
I thought you had an afro. My bad.
Me too. I thought I was going out like Ludacris.
In my gangster grandma voice.
I guess so. I don't know.
But listen, I told you we've had this conversation like maybe a month or two ago. It said his approval ratings, his numbers are low. Something's gonna come out the bag because he needs the sympathy. Sympathy is why he won. Lying is why he won. He blew smoke up those fools' asses. Now he needs something else to bring the people back in. You understand what I'm saying? Then they had blocked with the ballroom and all of that stuff, which he claims that it was being paid by the private donations and shit. And they found out, guess what? That was a lie. So when they blocked it, now he's like, oh, well, see, if we had the ballroom, this wouldn't have happened. Like, come on, how do y'all not see this shit? You can't make it up, and it's not hard to tell. The proof is right there in the pudding if you're watching. Yeah. And this ain't got shit to do with CNN, MSNBC. It ain't got nothing to do with those news stations. It's all on him.
Well, people are trying to take the guy out. In the comments, someone says, Sylvia says, isn't this the second time or is the third time? We can't keep track anymore how many times that attempt has been made. Well, here's the thing about it. I think we don't talk about it. It's Trump, as you rightfully pointed out when you said sympathy makes him better, is Trump is far more knowledgeable in how to use media and events to favor him. Because there were multiple attempts on Obama's life, more so than Trump. Trump is only at, 3? There was, I think they said as many as 11 or as high as 13 attempts on Obama's life. Obama didn't go on the news and talk about it constantly. He wasn't blaming it on the right. And Trump knew how to take the event and spin the narrative so that people were sympathizing towards him and blaming of the left. That's why anytime anyone on the right has somebody try to take a hit at them, the instant response is to blame the left.
Here's a newsflash from MAGA. Obama's still a popular one.
Yeah.
That killed him. Obama's still a popular one. And when you was talking to that guy who was so QAnon, I said, this is the QAnon conversation that Tim has been longing for.
Oh.
So fucking QAnon. Nobody has heard of the deep state and was talking about the Epstein files the most than them. And they were coming out with names like Oprah and
Tom Hanks, Will Smith.
Rosie O'Donnell, maybe not her, but they was coming out with all kind of names talking about, they were all in the list. But when the list actually come out and they found out it was their people's, you didn't hear shit from them about that shit.
I gotta agree with that. I mean, I've had plenty of lies. They were talking about Will Smith and Tom Hanks was on the Epstein list and all that. And you're right. When it started looking like it might be.
Now they got some kind of AI video out talking a girl who unalived herself or whatever, talk about Obama was the meanest one and all that. Come on. And see, this is the thing. Trump took it away where you can't fact check. Well, you couldn't fact check nothing he did. He took away a lot of those services or whatever. Now you have AI.
Yeah.
Which is worse, Tim?
I don't know, but come election time, there's going to be a lot of AI in use all over the internet. I mean, it ain't going to just be in America. You're going to probably have bots in Russia, Iran. I mean, Iran Lego videos, for instance, a lot of Americans believe that shit.
Yeah, and then they claim he's supposed to be so much against what happened in Epstein files. Why are they treating Ghislaine like she's the first lady?
I don't know. And somebody says Tom Hanks has the evidence on his IG. I haven't heard that. But I don't think we ever will know for certain, other than MAGA just speculating on behalf of Trump. You'll never know for certain why did Trump significantly upgrade the accommodations for Ghislaine Maxwell in prison. If you support Trump, you just have to spin it to make it sound good. But the Trump administration should have explained why they did that for her.
Listen, for the life of me, I want to understand how. And people keep saying, "Oh, Obama was a bad president." Or Obama wasn't a bad president. And guess what? I got news for you, and the numbers don't lie. He didn't have us in a recession like Trump did. The 10 of the last 11 recessions were caused by Republicans, with the exception of Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter was the only Democrat that got us into a recession. All the rest of them were Republicans. But they don't like the numbers. They want to say that the numbers were doctored, or that they was lie, or it's coming from a far left, and the rhetoric of the left. No, bullshit. Go read the fucking numbers. Just like Trump's numbers are below 35% now. They like 34 or something.
Well, but they're indicating that what Trump is doing is so serious, which is preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear bomb, that we're okay with the economy taking a hit because this is more important right now.
That's just how dumb they are. That's just how stupid they are. You keep paying out your pocket. You keep having it to where your kids will never have to be able to leave home. You do all of that stuff. You keep paying $30 for $2 worth of gas. Like, go ahead, go to the grocery store. You come out with one bag for $90. Like, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. They just as dumb as that statement.
You don't think all MAGA's dumb now? Come on now.
Yeah, no, yes, they are.
All of them?
Slow as fuck.
That's a bit harsh. I gotta move on.
Listen, they set their own precedent, Tim. They set their own precedent. We're not making this shit up. The numbers and shit that we see don't lie. And listen, now it ain't all. Again, you do have people that read, and then and this is another thing for them. Google is not a source. Google brings you to other sources.
Okay.
They bring you to other sites so Google is just an engine. Everything you had to go in and read other sites. Google is not gonna give it to you.
Right. I mean,
I say, Google, because when people say that because they don't be having sources, Tim, they take that shit from True Social. We can't believe Donald Trump's been found liable of lying over 35,000 times. And that's not including this term. Was just the first.
Well, they believe the loony left is the reason that he's been found liable. They think the left is just
hate when they called out. That's the problem. They don't like to be called out. They don't like facts. They want that again. You see how Trump, because his lies, and they bought into him and they worked for him. That's the sad part of it.
Well, he is our president. Some suggest he might even do a whole nother term. I got to move it on, Ms. Mobetta.
You know why? You know why they never concede to that? Because then that open the door for Obama to be able to run against his ass and roll right over him. He's scared. He don't want that smoke. He the propaganda. Yeah, it all sounds good and all that, but he don't want that to open up.
I don't know if it works that way. I think if they do it, it'll be done in a way that Trump gets a second term, either because he should have won in 2020 and the election was stolen, or because we've passed a law that any president. Hold on. Or it'll be, you cannot serve an additional term if you served 2 terms consecutively. But if your terms were divided and somebody was in the middle, then you can do it. I think they would, if there's a way you could write it so that Obama could not get through and Trump could.
But I don't think he's going to be around enough to do a whole nother term. Shit, he's full of Adderall now.
Now that may be more accurate. I got to go.
Why you think he's sleeping? Who sleeps in fucking important ass meetings right now? You got people that they claiming have their fingers on the trigger, and you sleep at the meeting. Like, make that shit make sense.
I'll leave it at that. Ms. Mobetta, thank you. All right, moving on with the program, by the way. Okay, I figured it out, and I got you a thank, and it says it. Okay, yeah, Handsome Conservative. Yeah, you absolutely do, because it's right by your name in orange. It says supporter. Thank you for the sub on Clapper. I appreciate that. For you folks who do want to come up, that's one way of doing it. Any prison that Ghislaine Maxwell is going to go to, you have to remember that there are women in there that not has seen their children angered by this woman. What do you think? I don't know. Like I said, the Trump administration absolutely should have advised the public why they upgraded her accommodation so significantly. I mean, they gave her multiple levels of an increase. I mean, she's all the way to the lowest level you can be. That's normally something that would put you right in there with the rape. Well, you are a rapist. You would be in there with the rapists and murderers if you are convicted of what she was convicted of. So, I mean, there's maximum, there's also medium, and then, of course, there's minimum security. She's all the way down to minimum, and they didn't explain any of that. That's something that would have been unacceptable to MAGA had Biden or Obama did that. You know, you hear all the time about an illegal immigrant that was in the system and they got out and they went out and reoffended or hurt somebody. You know, the guy who took out Lincoln Riley, you know, you had him in your custody. Why didn't you do it? Why is she in minimum security? If you really want people to be tough on crime, why is this acceptable? This woman essentially was a pimp. She's responsible for the violation of quite a bit of underage girls. And you can put her, I mean, she's now getting, she can have TVs and radios in her cell. She has a dog or a pet with her. She can actually go and walk outside and stuff like that. How did she get all of that? And MAGA seems to be okay with it. Now, I will say, we've talked about this many times. MAGA has different reasons of why they think President Trump or his administration upgraded the conditions for Ghislaine Maxwell. They're all in defense of Trump. But at the very least, I can say we're speculating. We don't know because he didn't explain it. He never explained it why he did it. Joy was executed in 2019. If you read the files, who is this guy pretending to be Corn Pop? Don't know what you're talking about, but I guess I would be the Corn Pop guy. Erica got Kirk in 7 hours. She had everything in her name. Erica Kirk is coming up. You know, she's really upset with Candace Owens at this point. I'm surprised that President Trump hasn't done more to attack Candace Owens because Candace is going, well, he did say that they were low IQ people, but Candace Owens is not only going after Erica Kirk, she's also going after President Trump. I'm really surprised that not only Trump, but MAGA. Look in any video of Candace Owens. All of them folks in the comments, that's MAGA. Many of them are siding with Candace Owens. Same thing with the comment section for Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones. All of them folks are MAGA. The overwhelming majority of them are. I won't say all, because there's going to be some liberals, you know, you start bashing Trump. Just like when Tulsi Gabbard was a Democrat and she started bashing liberals. You know, she was on Fox News, and before you know it, you started having Republicans in her comment section. But yeah, most of the people that are watching Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, those are still mostly people who voted for Trump. I'm surprised that Trump is, I mean, because Megyn Kelly, man, all of her videos are bashing Trump. She really is tearing into Trump. And I'm surprised that Trump isn't really going after her as hard. Looking in the comments here real quick. Tap the screen, by the way. Get the likes on up. If you're watching us on YouTube, gonna ask that you smash that like button. It helps out the algorithm, brings in more MAGA. This is a MAGA-friendly program. You're gonna hear Trump. You're gonna hear liberals being criticized, being complimented. We speak on politics from all sides of the aisle. We are MAGA-friendly as well. Liberals are welcome as well. We don't block, ban, or censor anybody. So you'll hear insults. I'm not immune to those either, which is why you see me reading comments and shit that are often critical of me. I don't believe anybody should be excluded. So it's all about free speech here. But if you do want echo chambers, you want a program where everybody's celebrating liberals or giving Trump credit for everything, that's not what we do here. We believe in free speech from all sides of the aisle. So if you favor uncensored dialogue from all sides of the aisle, and you're currently watching us on Instagram or TikTok or Substack or Clapper, follow the program. If you happen to be watching us on YouTube, give us a sub. We're generally here most weekdays, and as you see on the weekends. I have no disrespect for her now, how she acts so goofy to shoes. Wait, say goody two shoes. That's an old term. I haven't heard that in a while. Goody two shoes. You said I have no disrespect for her, how she acts so goody two shoes. She has attacked Charlie's Garnicki, attacked Charlie something from the beginning. Yeah, Candace Owens has been all over Erica Kirk. Been all over her. Let me go to the box, tap the screen, get the likes on up if you will. We'll make it happen with Jenny Ross. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Jenny. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Are you there? Jenny Ross. Apparently that caller is not there or had a call. We'll move it right on. Looking in the comments real quick and tap the screen, get the likes on up to 135, if you will. She set her husband up when she started talking about the Trump file, says Ms. Mobelia. Look, some of the things Erica Kirk did are, I'm trying to think of the word I want to use. Like taking video with his body and then posting that shit online where you see Charlie Kirk's hand. I mean, you can clearly see it looks like it's been, he's been embalmed or what. Why would you do that? You're taking pictures with an embalmed version of Charlie Kirk and you're indicating you're grieving and you're crying in the video. That just seems weird to do that. I mean, so from that standpoint, I think that's what's kind of throwing people off, not to mention some of the other stuff she did, but I don't know why she would do something like that. I think she was in love with Charlie. Okay, most women, when they're hugging, I'm sure Jackie O was in love with JFK. She didn't take a video with his body. Had nothing to do with being in love. That's weird. That shit is weird to do that. Let me go back to the box. We'll make it happen with one of my subs, Takesha Bowie. Good evening, Takesha. Welcome to the program. She wanted America to see Charlie at his best. Dead? Oh my God. I can't believe you just said that, Dacky in the comments says. Erica Kirk wanted America to see Charlie Kirk at his best. He was Jesus Christ.
Be saying some stuff be tickling me.
Man, that's cold.
That was a good one. That wasn't
good. That was mean.
Tim.
Yes, ma'am.
I was thinking today, you got to be a special kind of something. And I want you to pay attention.
Okay.
To brag on the fact that they keep giving you a cognitive test and you the only president they giving it to. Tim, you keep bragging about you have taken 3 cognitive tests and none of the other presidents have taken one. Tim, what does that say to you?
That says to me, you are talking to a group of people that you don't believe are savvy enough to know what a cognitive test is. And simply by telling them you aced it, they're going to view it as a quiz in high school. I think
you know what it's saying to me, Tim?
Sure. What you got?
There's something wrong. That's why they want you to keep taking them tests every
that could be. That could be as well.
They didn't have to ask the other presidents because wasn't that wrong with them. So they just keep giving you a test every 6 months to see how your brain functioning. That is not a flex to talk about. You got to keep taking these tests. Because I have to take one every 6 months because I have a neurological disease too. So I know why they giving them to him, Tim.
You should not have said that on this. You should not have said you got
the fact that they keep giving you this test and they didn't give them to the other presidents, Tim. That is not a flex.
Well, first of all, you should not have said you got a cognitive issue on this program. They're gonna use that against you.
I don't care. Tim,
I know you don't. I know you don't.
I don't.
But the other thing I will say is, are you certain that President Trump, when he says this, are you certain it's true? Maybe he's lying about taking it so much because he thinks it'll be favorable to his viewers.
Tim, he taking it. Trust me, he taking it, Tim. I'm telling you, he taking it, Tim. And when I tell you that one of the easiest tests you can take, if you don't know the difference between a line and a bell, if you can't draw a clock, if you can't follow some directions and count, come on, Tim, the test is so freaking easy.
And that's why I originally answered your question by saying him bragging that he's aced this test is being done because he does not think the people he's bragging to knows what the test consists of. Because if they knew, this would not be...
I think in his heart, he really believed it's a difficult test for some people. I really believe by him being a narcissist that he is, that he really think this is a test to be bragging on the fact that he passed, Tim.
Well...
Tim...
I don't have an answer for that.
Tim, I've been so tickled all day.
I don't have an answer for that.
Man bragging because they keep taking him in and saying, hey, we need another test on you.
Let me say it like this, though. I'll tell you this. because there were so many people in this country, and I'm not just talking MAGA, I'm talking Democrats, traditional conservatives, and even independents that believe Biden's cognitive ability was in decline. Maybe he believes that by constantly telling folks this, they will make sure to think that he's way above Biden mentally.
Tim.
Yes.
Tim, my 7-year-old grandbaby can pass that test. It's really not a test. Tim, my 2-year-old cousin probably could pass that test. It's nothing difficult about it.
No.
Absolutely nothing. If he wants, and then he think it's an IQ test, Tim.
But let me. This is why I keep giving Trump credit for knowing how to use the media and things like that to his advantage. If Biden or any Democrat was constantly bragging about passing a test that is so easy like that, the Trump administration would be bringing copies of the test to campaign rallies and showing it and saying, "Can anybody out here fail this?" I mean, he would make sure you knew that bragging about passing this test is not a flex. The Democrats are not doing that as well. Trump would be all over that.
At first he was calling it an IQ test. He wasn't even calling it a cognitive test. He was calling it an IQ test. And then he said, my IQ is higher than Obama's, and I like to fell out of my bed and pull my whole ass off. I would just go walk around assless. When he said he was smarter than Obama, I couldn't get myself together, Tim. But I'm saying, Tim, stop bragging on a cognitive test.
Well, he didn't just say he was smarter than Obama. He said he was better looking than Nikki Haley. I mean, the guy...
Listen, I ain't even want to say that.
He said that too.
With a bag over Obama's head, Trump still wouldn't look better than Obama, because Obama would still look better than him from the neck down. Tell Trump to let it go. Trump got a hump in his back at the top. He looked like the hunchback of Notre Dame. Ain't nothing good looking about Donald Trump. Stop.
That man don't have a lot. That man has had nothing but supermodels affiliated to Playboy Mansion.
I wouldn't care if he had Superwoman and Batgirl. I don't care. Tim, you ain't got to be good looking to have no good looking women when you got money.
They telling me he got the baddest baddest first lady in the game.
Tim, you ain't never seen an ugly man with a real good looking woman.
It
I'm sure they be looking at the women you talk to and saying, "Now what the hell is she doing with him?" So Tim,
that is mean. Let's go back.
See, you be pissing me off with that. I don't care nothing about Trump having no good looking women. You could be ugly with a good looking woman.
Trump was not. Listen, he's 80 years old, so you know what happened. But
he might have been good looking back then to you, but Trump has never, ever piqued my interest, even when he was young. Now that Gavin Newsom, let me tell you something. Gavin Newsom can get it.
Oh my God.
He can get it with the lights on. He can get it with the lights off. He can get it at the midnight hour. He can get it at the bright and morning sunshine. Gavin can get it.
Oh.
So he can stop talking about Gavin Newsom, because Gavin Newsom is fine. And his wife proved that the way she was looking like Miss Smile Bright when Gavin Newsom kissed her jaw. She wanted to say, take me now. But she didn't want Trump to leave over.
And for my MAGA viewers, so you guys know, Gavin Newsom's ex is Kimberly Guilfoyle, who's now who's damn near almost married into the Trump family. She's formerly of the Five on Fox.
Hold on, Tim. Let me say this. I'm gonna be real nice, Mr. Dan. Oprah Winfrey being infatuated with Trump is not a flex. Oprah has been dating the same man 50 years, and he ain't married her yet. So her being infatuated with Donald Trump, that's not a flex, sir. I don't care who be infatuated with who. That does not mean they good looking.
That's an interesting one with Stedman and Graham. How do you be with a chick for 50 years and y'all don't get married?
That man ain't looking at the married no Oprah. That man been with Oprah about 50 years.
She got two.
He married her yet.
The only way you're not gonna marry me if you got Oprah money is you turning down proposals. Cause I'm trying. If I gotta commit to you, I need something for it.
Ain't proposed to Oprah now time.
He might have, and you just don't know about it.
Tim, I promise you on everything I love, Stedman ain't asked Oprah to marry him.
I can't believe
Look
that.
at Stedman. Look at Stedman. Stedman can get it.
Right. So
in the morning, he can get it at night. He ain't gonna find a woman with that kind of money, but he ain't proposing because he know he got her. She ain't going nowhere. Tim, I got this man that got a hold on me like a bear in the middle of the forest. It don't matter what he do, get what I do. Still draw close to that nigga because he got that pull him back power. So, Tim, I understand what's going on with these folks, Tim.
I think that Stedman probably has secretly proposed and she just rejected him.
Let me tell you something. Oprah is stuck to Stedman like gorilla glue to a piece of wood. I'm telling you, I know what she feel like, Tim. I know what she feel like,
really?
Tim. So he ain't got to ask her to marry him. As long as he still hump her every now and then, she good.
I don't think he hitting that at that age. Anyway,
please, Stedman don't look like he's short on nothing. He don't even look like he need a blue pill. He look like he is the blue pill. Yeah.
You are crazy. Trump is threatening. Let's get back to the show because you got me cracking up here.
Okay,
I want to play something for you, and I want to see if you can explain this because I don't have an answer to why Trump is saying this or even how. Like I said, I don't know why he's saying this, but I want you to hear this. This was I think within the last 24 hours, my computer's just fucking acting crazy here. I may not be able to play it to you.
What did he say, sweetie?
Well, here you go.
President also speaking about the prospect of the U.S. taking over Cuba, quote, almost immediately. What do we know about that?
Yeah, that's right. The president has been turning up the heat on Cuba. His comments add really a dramatic edge to an already intensifying U.S. pressure campaign against Havana, which his administration has framed as a national security threat. President Trump suggesting one of the Navy's most powerful ships be positioned offshore on the way home from the war in Iran.
We'll have one of our big, maybe the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, the biggest in the world. We'll have that come in, stop about 100 yards offshore, and they'll say, "Thank you very much. We give up."
Well, those comments came the same day President Trump signed an
Why do we want Cuba?
Tim, I told you a couple of months ago, Marco Rubio wants Cuba. That's who wants Cuba. That's who always talked about Cuba. So maybe he's doing this for Big Shoe Mark. But my thing is this: why is he going around trying to conquer everybody? He is not Nero. Just leave it alone. Leave these folks alone. They don't want to be a part of us. You can't make them.
It also goes to the whole notion that, it's wrong to compare this guy to Adolf. That's what Adolf was doing, is making up.
Exactly. And they wonder why people call him that. Come on, Tim. This the man that said we weren't going to worry about nobody's problems but ours. No new wars. And now every time you turn around, he want to go out there and be like Captain Jack and conquer somebody. Come on, Tim. He ran on what he thought would get him in. And then Elon did what he did. And then, hey. And then, Tim, not nothing that he said he was going to do concerning the U.S. is he doing. Well, but did you see that? Did you see that video from when that man ran out with that gun?
You talking about the White House Correspondents' Dinner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You saw the video?
Yeah.
I got one thing to say to him.
Mm-hmm.
When that man was going in that little corner, when the dog went behind him.
Okay.
He had that little short jacket on, one in that man jacket. He stood in that corner and put that gun together while talking to the secret agent man. The secret agent man said, "You ready to come out?" He said, "Yeah." So the secret agent man turned his back so he could run out, Tim, through all the people. Ain't nobody hit him, Tim, yet. You had about 6 folks shoot. Ain't nobody get hit but a Secret Service agent. Tim, come on, let's be for real, Tim.
So you too believe this assassination attempt was staged?
Tim, I told you day one it wasn't real. When that man kept sitting there eating his potatoes. And they took J.D. Vance off. Then Trump was peeking from behind the curtain. And then said, that's what I want to tell you. He admitted it when he had that interview. She asked him why he did it. He said, "I wanted to see what was going on. That's why I was looking at the curtain." Now, Tim, come on. They would have took him out of the building and put him safely up. You peeking out the window, you peeking out the curtain. This man that ran from behind a little corner where he was putting his gun together so he can run back out. The dog looking at his owner like, "You ain't gonna get him?" So he told the dog, "No, we got a plan." So the man sitting there assembling his rifle saying, "I'm almost ready." Then the man said, "Okay, I'm finna get ready to turn my back." And then you run out like FloJo, and then you gonna run through them. And what they gonna be shooting? They ain't gonna be shooting at the ground. They ain't gonna be shooting at you. And then he just went on. Tim, stop.
Well, even though I have a hard time, and I see in the comments, Fenora says the feeling I have the feeling that one reason of his wars is to bring NATO to a breaking point. I will talk about that briefly, but before I do, I have a hard time, Takesha, believing that the man would stage his own assassination attempt. But you do raise, hang on. You do raise questions that many others have raised that it's hard to explain in a way, even though I want to believe this was a real attempt. First of all, him peeking from the covers, something Gates covers the curtains, peeking out the curtains like Gates the grandma often brings up that you just said. Talking about I want to see what's going. Why the hell do you want to see what's going on if motherfuckers shooting at you? That makes no sense. Then the other point you just raised as well. How do you run through a security gauntlet towards the president and not get shot? That just and you got guns on you.
Where did he assemble the gun at? The dog went to go after the man. The Secret Service pulled the dog back. He was talking to that man. Till he got through talking.
Thank you. It don't mean listen.
Talking to him, he turned his back and the man ran out. When did he put it together without the man sitting there looking at it put it together? See, you didn't believe Butler was fake either. You better quit letting these folks pull the wool over your eyes and start using that good thinking the Lord gave you.
Somebody died in Butler, Pennsylvania, Takesha.
Tim, what that mean, Tim? Things go wrong, Tim. They didn't plan for that man to get unalive. But that don't mean he didn't. That don't mean it was real because he did, Tim. Things go wrong.
So they faked an assassination attempt. So that's murder then. A prank.
Tim, this is the federal government. Who gonna charge him?
The next administration. In the comments, Evil B. Babu says, Tim, Takesha is 10,000 points on point of everything, and that laugh is extremely adorable. I would do anything. I would do anything to be with Takesha, is what he says.
Thank you, sweetie. You inbox me, baby.
I'm about to come listen to you guys.
Tim
Anyway,
jealous. Tim jealous. He wants me.
I go back to the old Takesha talking about taking off nipples. I like that one better. Anyway,
You're so crazy, man.
I gotta move it on to Keisha as always.
Y'all have a good one.
You too. Thank you for coming through. And absolutely thank you, Handsome Conservative, for that disco ball. I absolutely saw that. Don't let me down. Don't quit Clapper this time. We will keep Clapper because the cameras are in place. So if Clapper seems to be working, and I do see the audience, it's a much smaller audience, but this is kind of like day one for it. But I've seen folks coming in and commenting. So we will keep Clapper. And I've seen a couple folks in other countries, which is certainly something I would like, because I do like to hear about the viewpoint of America internationally, just for the purpose of it. I get some folks, why the hell do you even care what they think about us overseas? Well, sometimes they know more about what's going on than we do. Because at the end of the day, with some of these international conflicts and relationships, we just kind of have to take what our government is saying. And it's nice to have somebody else on the other side saying, no, don't, I'll give you an example. I have a caller, I haven't talked to him in a few weeks, but he used to call in all the time. He's in Greenland. I think he goes by the name Mr. Greenland. And President Trump, when he was talking about taking over Greenland, was releasing statements, and he would come on here and tell you, no, because I think one of the things Trump said is we made a deal with Greenland. Once he backed off and taken over Greenland, he said we made a really great deal with Greenland. This viewer came with a program. We haven't made any deal with the United States at all. He said, if you guys have made a great deal with Greenland, what are the details of it? We don't have them. And that's been a few months ago. We still don't have them. So it is good to hear from folks internationally, because they can point out sometimes when we're getting positive or negative news or propaganda, even so, about other nations that may or may not be true. So I do favor having folks from other countries as well. Looking in the comments, the military is not that precise under this administration. Did we forget the schoolgirls? Well, if you listen to President Trump, the Iranians bombed their own elementary school. How do you invade the Capitol and not get shot? They stood down. They actually stood down. I mean, and in regards to the Capitol, well, actually, Ashley Babbitt did get shot. So one of them did get shot. But that is a good question. I mean, look, even if you want to indicate as MAGA, MK, ultra instinct. Even if you want to indicate that what happened on January 6th at the Capitol building was not an invasion, you still see enough picture to ask, why are you not getting shot? I mean, you do see photos of people beating cops. Just the very aspect of breaking windows to get in the building is enough to get you shot. So regardless of what you call what happened on January 6th, there's enough on video to ask, why aren't these people being shot? People are breaking through windows. They're climbing up walls. They're on the roof. I think they even took down the American flag and replaced it with the Trump flag. They absolutely violated the hell out of that building while so many heads of state were in that building. So they stood down. That's the other. I mean, you see them chasing one cop up the steps with a baton. Yeah, the cop stood down. There's no other way of looking at that. How do you get to smear shit on Nancy Pelosi's office and take photos and stuff and take podiums? Yeah, they just stood down. There's no other way to look at it. The speaker is in charge of security. That doesn't fly anymore. The idea that Nancy Pelosi was in charge of security on January 6th, President Trump has more than adequately proved in his second term that he could have sent security to the Capitol building. I mean, he literally is boasting about how safe he's made all of Washington, D.C. by sending National Guard and stuff there. So why didn't he do it on January 6th? He's more than proved that he has far more power governing the deployment of security than he did on January 6th. Not to mention all of the folks, the Chris Christies and all of them, they make it clear they tried to call. Mike Pence even said Trump just deliberately went missing in action. You gotta ignore a lot of folks, even on the right, to make that make sense. In the comments, Clint said, because he can ask, they deny. No. The president, you're going to tell me that if the Capitol building needs security and President Trump requests, Nancy Pelosi can deny it and that's the end of the story? There's nothing he can do after that? Even though he's sending National Guard to Minnesota with the governor denying it. All these other places, you think Chicago wanted ICE? But ICE is different, but the National Guard, he's deploying them everywhere else. But she can deny it in DC, and all of a sudden he can't now. If he asked for the National Guard to be sent to DC because he believed it was necessary and she denied it, then use all those other agencies that he's using now. He could have used more feds. He could have used more ICE. He could have used more Capitol Police. Then use them other agencies. He's doing it now. So, yeah, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because you've seen what he's done in his second term. He absolutely has power to deploy. Okay, you just don't secure the Capitol building with National Guard. Just use all those other agencies you're using. So, yeah, that does not make sense. And I'll tell you this also. In regards to requesting security. Let's say, for instance, I know I need, let's say I'm throwing a block party or something. Or I'm throwing a gathering or something like that. And I know that some of the participants, it's going to be a hip hop gathering or something like that. Motherfuckers might get rowdy. So I need to have security at my block club party or whatever the case may be. I've requested security be sent so that we can have a party, but it'll be safe. I show up as the DJ or MC or whatever of the party, and I notice security is not there. I know security is not there to the party that I know I need security for. Maybe I call up the security outfit. We don't have enough manpower, or we just decided we took a different job or whatever. So I know I don't have security for my event. Even though I know I absolutely need it. I've requested it ahead of time. I know I need it so much. Do I still throw the event? If I throw an event that I knew required security ahead of time, and I throw it anyway, knowing the security is not there, you think I'll put myself up for being liable? You think if somebody is injured or property is damaged during this event, and the victims can show that I knew I needed security before the event happened, I knew the security was not there and I threw the event anyway. You think they would win a lawsuit against me? You think I would be able to say, well, it ain't my fault. The company I called to send security, they didn't send it. So blame it on the company. Even though I orchestrated the event, I threw the event, I knew I needed security, I knew it wasn't there, and I continued on anyway. I don't get any blame for that at all. You think that would work? Why does it work in this case? So the point I'm making is, as the head of the nation, if you know an event needs security and the security is not being provided, you don't host the event. You're basically having something that you know should be secured that is not, and you're going to continue on with it anyway. At that point, you're now liable if something goes wrong because you knew ahead of time this should be secured, but we're going to do it anyway. So you don't get, well, we'll just throw it anyway, and if something happens, we'll blame it on Nancy Pelosi. No. I've never bought that. I understand the right wants to buy that, but if you know security is needed and it's not there and you go ahead and proceed on with it anyway, then you're responsible. You also hold responsibility. If you want to try to say Nancy Pelosi is partially responsible, we can have that conversation, but you knew ahead of time this should be secure. Not to mention, in addition to all of that, knowing that the event is not secure, you told those folks with no security, you knew ahead of time there was no security. You told them, now let's march to the Capitol building. You know that you sent an unsecured crowd to the Capitol building. There's nobody that has checked them, wand them down, checked them for weapons or anything. And you're going to send that crowd to the Capitol building. Not to mention anybody else could join in the crowd along the walk, all of that. You sent that to the Capitol building. And somehow Nancy Pelosi gets the blame for that on her own? No. Sell it to somebody else who's buying. I don't buy that. At some point, your duty as commander-in-chief has to kick in. She didn't provide security, so to keep things down, we're going to end this. We're not going to send it. You're going to send this to where the VP, your running mate, all these people are located. You're going to send a whole bunch of people that ain't been patted down there. You're going to send them to the building where all your people are at. But we'll blame it on Nancy Pelosi if something happens. Yeah. Looking in the comments, this is a true statement, Tim. If you start it up and you don't provide security, that's your problem. Yeah, exactly. Certainly when you're on record admitting that you know this should be secure. You're on record requesting security, so you already know this event should be secure. You got the denial, so you know this event is not secure, that you thought should be secure. Then you don't hold a fucking event. You don't host the event, and you damn sure don't send them to the Capitol building. You don't get to blame all that on Nancy Pelosi. Looking in the comments here, and told them to fight like, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, if you really support Trump, you'll just throw it on Nancy Pelosi's doorstep. But yeah, that doesn't make any sense, in my opinion. It makes absolutely no sense at all to try to throw all of that way. We'll go to Arsha Fine in the comments. What is this? We got Flame Train. Flame Train. Good evening. Welcome to the program.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing.
Mercy.
What am I getting wrong?
Well, I was on here last week. You remember I told you I was an avid Trump supporter.
Yes, sir.
All three times, and I've since switched because I'm tired of all the bullshit. But
define bullshit. Define bullshit.
Everything in Iran, just everything, all the above. The past few months, it's been too much that's happened. But my point is what I'm trying to get at. You know how you was talking about how when you have people on the fence, people that's in your party, and I'm not talking about politicians or nothing like that. I'm talking about normal everyday people.
Okay.
If they would start paying more attention to what people are saying in the comment section and try to pull them in with love instead of assuming. Just because somebody's got an American flag on here in the background and they white, assuming that they are MAGA, is the reason why the left keeps failing. People got to got to start being a little bit more compassionate. Now, I'll tell you why the right keeps winning. I go to lives that, you know, like some of these big MAGA creators are doing, right? And they'll have a Democrat that's in there that's on the fence, and they polite with them, try to talk to them, try to show them love. But it's the opposite on the other side. And I think that's why it's so hard for some of us to come back to the left. I voted both ways. Just like I told you before, I voted for Obama in his first term. But until the left as a political party starts targeting the Christians, they ain't never gonna be able to win. That's just the.
I agree with part of your premise, and I disagree with the other part. First of all, I do agree that for the Democrat Party, if you encounter somebody that voted for Trump and they have seen the error of their ways or something like that, looking at them and saying, well, fuck you, you're responsible for why we're in this mess, is not productive. I do it. You can't change the past. If that person is coming around, you cannot change the past. So bashing them is not in your best interest, because there was not enough Democrats to win in 2024. So you need some of those people. So yeah, I don't agree with that, but I totally disagree with you in saying the Democrats can't win. Because as much as the Democrats can fuck up and cause people to leave the Democrat Party, the Republicans can do the same thing. And as you're pointing out, Trump has done it to you. So it can't happen both ways. I think the Democrats can win elections, and they've been doing it since 2024.
You know what I think is going to happen though in this next election, and this is just my opinion. You know, you just take it with a grain of salt.
Okay.
There's people on both sides of the aisle that are on the fence right now, both ways. And I think in the end, if there's not somebody good for the right or the left, what's going to happen is there's going to be a whole bunch of people on both sides that don't vote, and there's going to be a whole bunch of people on both sides that'll vote somewhere in the middle, and we're going to come out with the same thing that happened in this past election. That's what I think is going to happen.
Well, I think too, it depends on, well, first of all, it depends on who the left puts up and how far to the left they are. And on the right, it depends on who the right puts up and how much connection they have to President Trump. If you got somebody on the left that is, you know, still promoting some of the really unpopular social issues, like, I don't know why trans is so fucking unpopular, but if you're defending the LGBTQ community for the left, right now that's toxic. I would stay away from that. Same thing with the border. You want to paint a picture of you need a secure border. And on the right, if you're defending everything Trump did, that's toxic. You're going to have to be willing to admit some things Trump got wrong. If you're just making up excuses for everything he did, that's going to be toxic to the right. So it's got to be somebody that's not, and when it comes to the right side, it probably needs to be somebody, despite my beloved MAGA favoring Vance and Rubio, it probably needs to be somebody that's not from that administration. Because if you're from that administration, they're gonna put all that shit around your neck like a noose.
You hit the nail on the head too when you said that. I totally agree with you. And that's why I respect you, because you're unbiased and you listen to both sides of it. Just like, you know, the whole toxic thing about the LGBTQ. The reason why all that failed is because Christians, they ain't gonna rock with that. They're gonna rock with the other party that's going against that.
But see, that's a double-sided coin. I agree with you that the Christians are not rocking with abortion and LGBTQ issues, but that's also, when I said double-sided coin, it's also why you're pointing out the Democrats are getting away from Christianity. Christianity was supposed to be about your connection with the deity. Once you start telling people how they should live their lives and shit like that, that's what's causing them to lose. That's what's causing people to stray away from Christianity.
Yeah, it goes both ways. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. You're absolutely right. But just out of curiosity, I know you got Alexa right there. What percentage of the population is Christian in this country?
I think it's 70. I can ask if you want, but I believe it's about 70%.
And see, that's why I think a lot of our elections go the way that they do.
But there's a lot of dishonesty in it to me. I look at it like this: you really believe you can pull yourself up by your bootstraps, kids shouldn't get free lunches in schools like Charlie Kirk said, and Christian simultaneously? I mean, would Jesus have charged for the bread at the Last Supper? Told them to pull this up. I mean, some of the shit they're doing doesn't fit the narrative of what you think Christianity is.
Well, Jesus said, if you don't work, you shouldn't eat.
Were the people at the Last Supper coming from work?
No, but I'm just saying you was comparing it to things that Jesus said. But Jesus specifically said, if a man don't work, he don't eat.
But he was feeding people that weren't coming from their jobs.
Yeah, this is true. We should help people that are less fortunate. But at the same time, there's a whole moral compass that's built into Christianity. Is all I'm getting at. I'm just saying that's why a lot of folks vote the way that they do.
Yeah, but the party that's supposedly far more Christian is voting for a guy that's posing as Jesus and selling Bibles with his name on it. Is that what God favors? That?
No, absolutely not. And of course, this happened after he done got elected. If he would have done that before this election, I damn sure wouldn't have voted.
Oh, you wouldn't have. Okay, you wouldn't have.
Things that he done.
Fair enough.
I totally disagree with all that shit that he did. That was sacrilegious, and I disagree with it completely.
Yeah, and that's what I said. I believe Alexa would say about 70% of the country are Christians, but I don't take at face value based on some of the shit I see in this country that a lot of people who are claiming Christian, I'm like, if that's Christian, like, okay, the Trump administration making videos with hip hop music in the background to them blowing up things in Iran. What the hell is that?
I don't think Trump is a Christian. I mean, there's a lot of Christians out there that claim to be Christian, but they're not real Christians. There's a lot of hypocrites.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And like I said, when you're doing all that kind of stuff, I just don't think getting rid of all entitlements is something that's Christian, in my opinion. I think the way we view, to me, capitalism in itself is not very Christian, but that's a different argument. I think the way we look at, I would say, I think Jesus would have been closer to being a socialist than a capitalist. I just think, yeah. So
when you think about it, you're probably right in a whole lot of aspects when it comes to that. But all I'm getting at is like for the sake of your party, because like I say, I've never leaned hard one way or the other. I've always tried to vote for the best person. Mm-hmm. Some of the folks on here on these platforms may want to go about trying to talk to people that are on the fence in a different manner, and you may get a better outcome in the next election, is all I'm trying to say.
But that we can talk about the Democrats not being favorable to MAGA converts, but understand now you're not in the group I'm about to talk about, but same thing for the Republicans. I was to some of my MAGA who are agreeing with you. Understand Trump saying things like "I hate all Democrats" is not working for converts on that side either. I mean, you got the leader of your party literally saying "I hate Democrats" and stuff like that. So any Democrat that is maybe disgruntled with the left and is considering the right, having a president talking like that and as we both agree, posing as Jesus is not helping him out at all either.
And I don't understand how so many Christians are still supporting him at this point. I really don't.
The policies, man.
I completely disagree.
They're supporting him because of the policies. People say pay attention to what he does, not what he says. I mean, even though he's doing some radical shit, he's banned abortion. He's tailored the Supreme Court in a way that's going to be pro-Christian. I mean, he's favoring putting Christian values back in schools, 10 Commandments. So, yeah, they're willing to ignore the crazy shit he's doing because the because the legacy of what he's doing is actually very pro-Christian.
Yeah, not everything he does is pro-Christian because, dude, I disagree with almost everything that he's doing right now at this point.
You don't like Cuba? You don't want to take over Cuba?
Yeah, I was just about to say that. The whole taking Cuba thing, he ain't got to do that shit there. Ain't no way it's going to fucking happen. The whole thing with Iran, was just trying to cut off oil supplies to China to cripple them because, we compete with them on so many different levels on the world stage. Like, in hindsight, people ain't seeing the big picture of everything yet.
Well, I will say, even as somebody who did not support Trump, but I didn't think he was a monster in his first term, I will say that if you are Christian and you want Christian values for America going forward, I think he is a much better candidate for that one specific issue. Not even though he is not a Christian, I agree with you. That's something he has said before in his own past, that he's never asked Jesus for forgiveness. But the policies and things that is coming from his side would, at his behest, things that he is doing and supporting, it will make America far more deeply rooted in Christianity than what the left is doing. So if that's your one issue, you're an evangelical, you lean in your favorite Christianity, and that's what's important to you, he is a far better candidate than anything the left is putting up that I can tell.
Yeah, and but I think it's a lot simpler for the left to win. And just hear me out on this one.
Sure.
I think if the left wouldn't be so concentrated on being so woke, there would be a whole lot more Christians that would vote Democrat.
What
Does that make sense?
I don't know what the definition of woke is. Give me your what is woke?
Well, the whole pushing the LGBTQ thing, just making it like they're during this past election, that was most of their stage.
No, I disagree. I got to disagree with you, Flame. I think that it came across that way because of the Republican,
race politics don't work, and neither does the LGBTQ shit.
No, Trump branded the Democrats as being pro-LGBTQ. It made it a major issue, forcing it, and he was smart to do this politically. He branded the Democrats as being hardcore trans and didn't know what a woman is at every site. And so it stuck to the Democrats and it forced them to be on the defense. And it made it look like Democrats are going around promoting trans. No, that's what they were saying. That's what the Republicans were saying. And the Democrats were just constantly trying to defend it. If they had just, look, I'm not here to talk about this. This is what I think we really should do. If they had just deflected away from it instead of defending it so much.
Yep. And say he's good at triggering people too. He says things just to get a reaction out of people because he knows how they're going to react to certain things that he says. And I don't know how he does it, but he does it every time.
He's good. And like Callie in the comments, Callie Love says Republicans are obsessed with it. In my opinion, that's true. I think the trans issue is far more, the right is far more concerned with that than the left. I mean, it's just not a lot of them. The left is not just all hardcore trans. That's coming far more from the right, but they're forcing the left to try to defend their stance, and that's where that's coming from. But that wasn't a major issue with the left. And like I said, I believe in the future going forward, any question asked of a Democrat candidate about the trans community, they should just deflect. There's far more things important in this country, and they should go to those things.
Yeah, I guess it was more so them trying to attract the younger crowd because they're the ones that are out here, having all these parades and everything else. So I think they thought, well, maybe we can get more of the young people to vote. But most of these young people today, they ain't even going to the ballot box.
That's true. Not only are the young folks not going to the ballot box, I think the left underestimated how much the right dislikes the LGBTQ community. There's a lot of dislike from the right. I mean, they're still talking about y'all don't know what a woman is. That stuff ain't nobody on the left talking about that. The right is still talking about that stuff. So I think they underestimated how much the right dislikes that community.
Got you. So, yeah, I agree with you on that. But I'll give you that one.
Hopefully they learned about it going forward. Flame Train, I will move it on. As always, a pleasure talking to you, man. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You too.
All right. Appreciate it. All right. Tap the screen. Get us up to 150. You've been saying woke since the 90s. Just saw some street shit. I don't know how these people got a hold. I don't know what that means, East Side. Looking in the comments, Trump should have just done what he promised he'd do. He had his chance. Hey, Chelsea, love the name. You're right. If Trump had actually... After his first term, which people found to be fairly favorable up to his handling of the pandemic, which I think was dismal, but after Trump's first term, and then having a weak candidate like Biden, followed by a candidate with a very short time to run like Clinton, Kamala that didn't come across as favorable. If Trump had just met the campaign promises that he made, he would go down probably as a fairly decent president. If he wasn't talking shit on the internet, I still think he would have probably been, even with some of the cruel and harsh things he's doing. If he wasn't bragging about it and boasting about it, I really think his biggest problem is his mouth and his Twitter fingers, as they call it. So, but yeah, if he had just did those campaign promises, ended the war in Ukraine and got the economy back on track and lowered gas prices, the shit he promised, secured the border, without going after grandma and all these folks that are here that are not hurting anybody. If he had done that stuff, I think he would have came across as a really good president. I think he would have convinced even more of the left to go in his direction. The stuff he really campaigned on, if he had done that, even the immigrant community was totally fine with getting rid of rapists and murderers and shit. They didn't think he meant grandma or some 5-year-old boy. If he had really did what he campaigned on, the way it came across, yeah, I think he would have came across as a far, far better president. Obviously, the Supreme Court being 6-3 is going to still make some people lean left, though, because the Supreme Court is taking America in a far right direction. They're going way far to the right. We just seen with the Voting Rights Act. Now they're trying to, they've made it so that some states can ban abortion, and then, of course, some states it's legal. But now that they're going after the drugs that are used to terminate the life. So essentially they're taking a long way to a full and complete abortion ban. You can start making it harder and harder to perform it by taking away the drugs and requiring the doctors have special access and things like that, to the point where it's almost impossible to do it. And that's what they're doing. That way you can say, well, we didn't ban abortion. You just have to figure out a way to make it happen, and they just take away the ways that you would make it happen. Just like they didn't take away the rights of blacks to vote. They just put them in districts with a whole bunch of people that don't think like them. So yeah, you're voting, but now it's only 20% of you to 80% of us. So you can vote though. Ain't nobody stopping you from voting. You're just voting against 80% of us or whatever the numbers may be. So you can do what you want to do without officially doing it. So it gives you plausible deniability. And that could come down the pipe in a host of other ways. We don't know. I mean, it could, just like, I don't want to go all the way back to slavery, but they were able to end slavery and find backdoor ways to keep it happening. Or we can just arrest you for loitering, lock you up, and then the former slave owners, they can buy prisoners. So you just found, there's backdoor ways of doing everything where you get, but you're not a slave. We ended that. So there's always backdoor ways to do things if you want to do it, and if you're allowed to use those backdoor avenues where you can say, well, technically I'm not doing what you're accusing me of. Even though for the person you're doing it to, the same shit is happening to them. Anyway, looking in the comments, and the left still can't define, and there's somebody talking about the defining what a woman is thing. I'll say this. A lot of folks on the right say that the Democrats cry racism so much. Race, when you call somebody racism, it's just lost its validity because you hear it so damn much. That's the same thing that's happening with, you can't define what a woman is. There's a ton of Democrats that do not favor people transitioning. That's not something that is unanimous among the Democrat Party. There are plenty of Democrats. I got family members that don't favor being able to transition, and they've never voted Republican in their life or never thought about it. So the idea that Democrats don't know what a woman is it's like branding all white people racist. It's the same thing. Or branding all Democrats socialists. It's the same thing. The right don't like when you brand them all that way, but they have no problem doing the same thing in reverse. Look at in the comments. Hello from Bronx. Love you, brother. Appreciate that, Russ, rather. Thank you very much. Trump is making all the right moves, says Donald. You really think he's making all the right? He ain't done nothing wrong at all, huh? Your gas just shot up in cost. The economy just sucks for no reason at all. He's doing everything right, even though they're now comparing him to the worst points of the Biden administration. But he's doing everything right, huh? That makes sense to you. Okay, all right. Yes, Tim, and that's what he will do. You will know it before us when it happens. All right, Cardinal, if that happens, we'll go with that. Let me go back to Z-Box. I saw Arsha was waiting. Good evening, Arsha. Welcome to the program. That's only because gas ain't the only thing up. The price of groceries is up. People's 401ks are down. I mean, if you look at the economic metrics of the Trump administration, they're not great. The job numbers are bad. There's a bunch of things that are not good. It ain't just gas is just the worst of it. Just like under the Biden administration, the number one thing you heard of was the price of eggs, because that was worse than everything else. But there was other things that were really bad too. I tried to bring up Arsha. I guess she wasn't there or dropped. King Finn, good evening. Welcome to the program. The Dow isn't 50,000 anymore, and neither is Pam Bondi. King Finn, good evening. And what? The man so dope he got his own theme music. In the comments before you start, King Finn, William Perry says, don't bother answering. I don't give a fuck. I didn't see your question, William Perry. Shout out to the refrigerator. Good evening, King.
So you sitting on here, you're going to fluff all day long, huh?
Fluff? In what way? How have I fluffed?
Man.
In what
all
manner?
This bullshit you talking about, you know damn well this man, look, first of all, let's go here. What was the oil price Friday, Tim?
I don't fucking know.
126 per barrel.
Okay.
Right? Do you know how much it is? Matter of fact, let's not even do that. Let's go here. You ever heard of market manipulation?
Yes.
Okay, so if you take a look at the last month where this quote unquote ceasefire was supposed to be going on, you can't tell that that's market manipulation.
Yes.
Who is Trump making money for?
What is it? His cronies?
Whoever the fuck is betting on the dog.
Wait. First of all, let me just say this. I don't know why anybody is buying into what President Trump is giving in regards to the conditions in Iran. If he said the Strait of Hormuz is open, or as you mentioned, the ceasefire, how many times is what he says has to be proven to not be legitimate before people stop?
I'm glad you brought that up. I'm very glad you brought that up, because I wasn't even thinking about that. But do you know the blockade is 200 miles off the coast of the Strait of Hormuz? You know how far that is, right?
Yeah.
Think about that. 200 nautical miles off the Strait of Hormuz. That is not doing shit.
No, it's literally doing Iran's job multiplied.
I mean, they're not really doing shit. They're just sitting out there stopping vessels that are probably not even heading into the damn strait.
Yeah.
It's 100% asinine for people to believe that blockade is doing anything, because the only thing it's doing is starving our fucking soldiers out there, leaving them with nothing to do, because they're sitting out there just like the National Guard was doing in DC, picking up trash, looking at shit, waving and throwing up in the ocean. That's what they're doing, okay? Meanwhile, Iran took another 10,000 water mines and scattered them right there outside the Strait of Hormuz. They also made a railway to get China their oil. So they don't give a damn about the water no more. It takes 15 days to get the oil through the railway, via the railway.
Can you move as much oil? Can you move as much oil by rail?
No, you can't. But the thing of it is it's not being bothered by some idiots 200 miles off the coast. And it's even cheaper. See, the thing of it is that it might not be able to move as much, right? We get that. But it's cheaper to move it that way because it doesn't have to be pumped into the damn tanks. It can just be loaded onto the trucks. So you can just push that shit straight through and keep on moving. Right? I heard somebody earlier say that Trump didn't lift the sanctions on Russia. Well, yeah, he did. That's why Putin is laughing, because Putin is making money selling oil to Europe. Yeah. Do you know how bad this dude is? Think about it this way. Asia and China have come together. Those Asiatic countries there have come together and decided that they might want to make a land bridge over to Alaska to get to Canada. Did you know that?
Wait. Well, first of all, Alaska's our country, so you can't just do that.
I'm sorry, not Alaska. You're right. To Canada.
You're not. The gap has got to be too fucking big. Where
actually it's not.
You're telling me you can make a bridge from Russia to Canada? That can't be.
The way they said it is that they're thinking about doing that. But the problem is not with them thinking about doing it. The problem is that we have made it so bad in the world that everyone is cutting us out.
Oh, I believe that.
Every single last country is cutting us out. We're not invited to the summits anymore. Europe itself has literally clowned us. Did you see the ignorance that happened when Charles came over here with Camilla? Camilla and Charles walking in front, going to shake advisors' hands. Camilla was walking in front like the queen is supposed to do, even whatever you want to call it.
I know what you're talking. And Trump walked by.
And Trump walked past and started shaking everybody's hands like you don't see these people every single day. Yeah. Camilla stopped shaking hands and Charles looked at him like he had just stole his dog.
Now, real quick before we continue, I just wanted you to see, looking at the map, there is no way you're going to build a bridge from anywhere in Asia to Canada. I mean, that's got to be hundreds and hundreds of miles. That's just logistically impossible. Yeah, it's impossible. I think it's a possibility. Yeah. No, it's not. It is not fucking. It is not possible by any stretch of the imagination. It is not possible. Don't even entertain that.
Tim, Zelensky is building drones in the basement for $2,000 that are escaping and evading and getting past every single missile defense that Russia has.
Okay, I'm not arguing. Let's stick with what we're talking about. You're not building a bridge from anywhere in Canada to Asia. It is logistically impossible. It would be hundreds, if not thousands of miles long. I mean, when you look at this map here, look at that little piece that sticks out. All that's America. I don't know if you can, this piece here, all of this is America here. So you would have to build a bridge from down here somewhere. Oh, it's just not gonna happen. I mean, I don't think mechanically is possible, not to mention the conditions of the water, how cold it gets there. It just not gonna happen.
That's their thoughts. I don't care what they do.
I don't know who told you that.
All I know is we're not gonna have a part in it. We're not gonna have a part in a lot of shit. It's like Mexico is building a new canal. Just like, I don't know, maybe if you were thinking to build a blockade, maybe you should blockade the side that actually takes most of the rail or most of the seafarer. Because he wants to blockade the Strait of Hormuz. But right on the other side of the Saudi Arabia Peninsula is the actual place that takes most of the seafarer. Wouldn't it be smarter to blockade that? I don't know. Just my thoughts.
But I do agree with you, though. His antics is causing a lot of our allies to seek relationships and things like that elsewhere. That isn't good, because even after he's gone, those relationships are going to be there. Like when you impose the tariffs and you're causing former business partners of the U.S. to buy soybean from Brazil or from China, they're going to secure contracts. Okay, we'll sell you soybean for what the U.S. used to sell it to you, or 10% less, but we need a 20-year commitment. I mean, so even after he's gone, the next president, if he wants to apologize, well, we accept your apology, but we got a 20-year commitment with them now. There's nothing we can do. So I think that's where the problem is.
Well, I'm going to move on from that topic just to go to the next one, because you're going to love this one. Spirit Airlines. Did you know that Spirit Airlines went out of business?
We've been. I even got the graphic where we've been talking about it. Yes.
Yeah. That's okay. So here's my question. Don't you find it quite ironic that the American government told them that they would buy half of their fleet and that they would take up 90% of their stock, so there'd be 90% ownership, 91%, something like that, ownership of the company. And what they wanted to do was take those planes and retrofit them to be military planes. And Spirit told them, "Fuck you, no."
What?
Yeah. See, because we don't have any of the earth, the minerals, we can't build more planes. They don't have any of the materials to do that. So in essence, what they wanted to do is take over Spirit and make it military. because they can't build anymore. And Spirit told them, fuck you, no. Isn't that weird? I wonder why.
What do you think they were going to do with the planes?
I just told you.
Once
what
they militarize them.
They were going to use them for military. And Dan, again, I'm gonna tell you to keep my name out your motherfucking mouth, porno stash wearing motherfucker. You don't know me. You might want to ask about me before I come down on you. Who
in the comments are you referring to?
Dan with the porno mustache. Dan 05. Keep my name out your mouth, bitch.
With the porno mustache. Oh my God.
Everybody else know. Keep my name out your mouth, bitch. You don't know me. Finally. Well, not finally. Let's keep going. The shooting hoax. Let's go there. Ooh, wait. So, Tim, there was 3 videos out, right? Was it 4 or 3? 3 different videos.
Before you continue, I haven't solicited this in quite a while. Before you continue, help your boy out with the hat and mustache, TikTok cap goes and tap the screen. I haven't said that in a while.
Help him out. Get his numbers up, y'all.
Thank you. God damn it, thank you. Go ahead. What were you saying?
He needs them.
Hell
Keep
yeah.
the tapping going on. So let's go here. The first video was closed caption, right? Really fucked up, right? Couldn't really see nothing. Really itchy. Don't know what that was, right? Second video was character AI. Did you notice that there was a pizza on the floor next to the downed metal detector that appeared and disappeared? A raw pizza.
I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
Yes. Also, the guy that was on the right hand side, left hand side of the quote unquote shooter, he had a hat on when the guy went into the hallway, but when he came out, the hat was gone. Also, go here. That hallway that the young man supposedly went into was the main elevator lobby of the hotel. So what world do you go into the main lobby to put together a firearm and run back out like Naruto past damn near 8 people and only 1 get a shot off and you still didn't get shot? How does that happen?
I don't.
How does that happen? Explain that to me. Oh, and there's this one thing that keeps running in my head, right? Dude, what's his name? Cole Allen? Is that right? Cole Allen? He's a 3-time PhD in physics. Why would he need firearms and barbaric ass knives? You don't think that this person who worked for NASA, who's arguably sent shit in space, who knows Usha Vance, would use a firearm?
Maybe he's.
What would he have to do that for?
He's fucked up in King. He's
he
fucked
could
up in the
make a
head.
very small Firefly drone that could do the same thing or even worse.
He's fucked up in the head. Maybe that has something to do with it.
And where did his shirt go, Tim? Where did his shirt go? He had a shirt on, but then magically his shirt disappeared.
They arrested him and cut it. They checked him for weapons. They cut his shirt off.
Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here, Tim. That damn Cheeto dust. I swear to God,
So you really believe, and I see in the comments, your boy Dan says, here we go with the Jussie Smollett made up shit. You really believe that this assassination tip was staged?
Hell yeah. Tim, how does cartilage grow back?
That's Butler, Pennsylvania now.
This is what I want to ask y'all, MAGA, you dumb fucks that are sitting in the comments talking shit about what I'm saying is so fake. How does cartilage grow back, bitch? Explain that shit. Because I can tell you now, Evander Holyfield's cartilage didn't grow back when Mike bit it off. But magically, somehow, Trump is just magically endowed with being able to grow back fucking cartilage. Y'all are stupid. The reason he's able to do what he does is because y'all are fucking dumb. Make it make sense. It's medically impossible. Cartilage does not grow back.
In defense of my beloved MAGA,
you can defend them all you want.
You cannot be calling your brothers and sisters at the polls.
They are dumb.
Bitches and dumb. You can't be doing that. That's disrespectful to MAGA.
I don't give a fuck. They need to be disrespected. They being disrespected right now by Trump. You stupid motherfuckers think cartilage grow back? Where are you at? Where's your brain?
Did you not hear my other caller who stated it doesn't help the Democrats out to be so harsh to folks when they're talking to him.
You know, and I do want to say something about that. Does that guest not know that you go into MAGA lives? Does he not know that other people go into MAGA lives? I go in MAGA lives all the time. And I don't feel so motherfucking warm and gentle when I'm sitting in there and these ignorant motherfuckers doing the same shit motherfuckers in your comments is doing.
Why not
cussing me out?
Why not lead by
Because
example?
I challenge their fucking awareness.
Why not lead by example?
No, I ain't leading by example. I can give less than a damn. You motherfuckers walked around with tampons on your ear, maxi pads on your ear in support of some idiot who busted a ketchup pack on his ear and made y'all think that it actually happened.
And see,
and
you're
that's
leading
actually 6.
You're leading
That's 6 attempts.
Hanson Conservative says, see, he's referencing you. He says, this is why you are going to have problems bringing people over to your side, meaning the Democrat Party, because of rhetoric like what you're talking about.
Right. Do I give a fuck about what Hanson Conservative says?
No, but you may need him at the polls.
No. I don't need him at the poll. His old ass might croak before fucking November. We don't know. He can't even, that motherfucker can't even, he don't even realize what a Christian is. And then to go here, let's stop doing this, okay? Please, I need you to tell your viewers. Matter of fact, I'll tell them. Can y'all please stop using Christian? Y'all motherfuckers ain't Christian. All you evangelist people out there who voted for Trump, y'all are not Christians. I'm sorry, you're not. There's no way in hell you'd sit up and vote for a motherfucker who cheated on his wife, damn near 4 or 5, all of his wives, I'm sorry, damn near 3 or 4 of them. Y'all sitting up worried about what some man or woman got in the bathroom when they go in the bathroom. Y'all took the motherfucking time to be crashing Grindr at a memorial service with CJ. Y'all got a lot of nerve talking about y'all fucking Christian. Ain't that a bitch? Maybe you should leave politics. Maybe you should leave religion out of politics. Because that's insane. Y'all talking about y'all Christian, y'all a motherfucking lie. You ain't no damn Christian. You people would turn Jesus away at the border because you think his name was Jesus. And to sit here and say that man don't work, man don't eat, maybe you should figure out the rest of the fucking quote. I don't think you did. Dumbass. And just ignorant shit, man. I get tired of people saying dumb shit. Like I don't care. You can restrict me. Good.
We'll leave it at that. We'll save your account in mind, King. I always appreciate you coming up here. Man.
I just want to know why y'all so mad at trans people when y'all elected a drag queen to motherfucking president. Make it make sense.
Why would you suggest? What would make you suggest that President Trump is drag in any way?
Are you kidding me right now? All that orange makeup?
I gotta go.
You been saying that's a drag queen, dog. I got the pick. I'll send you the pick.
I gotta go.
Pink.
That's evil. That is evil. I gotta go. Tap the screen. Oh my God. In regards to the hat, mustache, TikTok cap, go. It is what it is. Thanks some of you folks that supported the program, I suppose. Go golf. Let's see what color. Go golf. Big Boss, you said, let's see what color you turn. Huh? Okay. Anyway, King is crazy. Looking in the, and I think I saw some dice over there. Handsome Conservative. Thank you for that support. Handsome Conservative, appreciate it on Clapper. They should sell a Trump kit with makeup and a diaper. You guys are mean. TJ, they add things for BBLs, fake breasts, bone extensions, etc. You think the president can afford reconstructive surgery to repair an ear? That's a good one. That's possible. And they say he didn't, cartilage don't grow back. Maybe he had I said that before. But maybe he had some kind of reconstructive cartilage. If it's people like King Kong who are going to do your greatest problem. Says Handsome Conservative on Clapper, saying that my last guest is going to be the biggest problem to the left, trying to get more supporters. Well, look, like I said, I hate to always both sides various arguments, but it is what it is. There are people that are very unforgiving or very harsh to the opposition on both sides of the aisle. Because as King Finn, my last caller, pointed out, I only go to MAGA Lives. When I'm not in my own live stream, if you catch me on, I'm generally in MAGA programs. And they are very harsh as well. They are very harsh. I get called all kinds of names. I mean, any criticism towards Trump, you're going to be accused of having TDS. I mean, no matter what you say about Trump, you're going to be accused of having TDS. And they're harsh as well. They are libtard, retard, I mean, socialist, you name it. So it does happen on both sides. I don't disagree with that. I think both sides are counterproductive, but we're talking politics. People get passionate. I mean, that's why I don't block, ban, or censor anybody on my program. I let you get the insults through because I know if you block folks who may have a point to make, you probably have no program. A lot of folks cannot discuss politics without being insulting. And I'm going to add, it doesn't help with the president himself doing it on a regular basis. I know Trump does it for personal gain, but Trump insults on a regular basis. So I understand why MAGA does it even more so than the liberals, because they're getting it from the top. So it is what it is. We've been shit on for 10 years, but we're harsh. No, you haven't been shit on for 10 years. You've been shitting as well. I don't like the notion, and I vehemently disagree with the idea that President Trump was just a great guy trying to make America great again, and the Democrats, for no reason at all, just started fucking with him. As my guest says, they just been shitting on him for 10 years. Totally ignoring the fact that he trolled the hell out of Obama's presidency, Obama's whole damn time in office. Just ignoring all of that. President Trump came down the golden escalator like 10 years ago. What about all the shit he was doing before coming down the golden escalator? Should we ignore that? All of the birtherism shit. Saying that Obama was going to start a war with Iran just so he could get reelected. All of that we just forget. He's just an innocent guy trying to go about his way and make America great, and people fucking with him for no reason. You were too busy celebrating all of his attacks to the point where now when he's getting attacked, you don't realize all that shit I was celebrating was him doing the same thing to other people. So, I've never bought into this. Well, he has to defend himself. No, he was the one that Obama wasn't really beating up on Trump when he was president. It was the other way. Other than the correspondence dinner, which many suggest is the reason Trump got into politics. Other than that, Trump wasn't saying shit about Obama. It was Obama and his wife Melania constantly bashing Obama. And then he became president, and then he just started doing it to the whole fucking left party. But the minute they do it back, well, man, you've been shitting on the president. Well, he's knee-deep in this stuff. He is knee-deep in it. You want him to sling mud without getting dirty. That doesn't happen. That absolutely doesn't happen. You want him to stop getting attacked, tell him to stop attacking. Tell him to stop doing shit. Didn't he just a few weeks ago say how he was glad Mueller was killed? Or died, rather? He was glad Mueller was dead? All of a sudden, somebody tried to take his life in. Well, it's the rhetoric coming from the left. You didn't see all that shit he been doing? Some of you guys are intentionally blind. I'm not saying it's favorable to constantly attack Trump, but I'm not going to say that he makes a good victim whatsoever. I don't think there's hardly anything you can bring up that has been done to Trump that you can't readily Google or YouTube and find videos of him doing the same thing to somebody else. You had both Carolyn Levitt and J.D. Vance talking about how it leads to these assassination attempts when the Democrats are constantly calling him a fascist and Hitler and this shit. There's all sorts of clips out there of President Trump calling Kamala Harris a fascist. The same fucking word. Same word. If calling people fascists leads to attempts on their life, then what the fuck was he trying to do? Was he trying to get her killed? So he don't make a good victim is what I'm saying. It would be different if he truly was genuinely a guy that was just trying to make America great and people were attacking him on his face. But no, there's a million things he's said, he's done that is about attacking people. You just didn't notice it because you were too busy laughing at it. You're too busy enjoying it. And then when the same shit happens to him in reverse, now all of a sudden it's not funny and it needs to be stopped. That's not going to work. The internet is forever. Looking in the comments, didn't you all say we're happy about Charlie Kirk? Yeah. Just like he said about Rob Rayner and all of that. That's the point I'm making. is that you can point to awful shit the left said, but when you bring up that the right said the same stuff, the point I'm making, there are no innocent parties in this. Trump is not just defending himself. He is mudslinging. He is in the mud with everybody else. I'm not taking away pointing out bad shit that came from the left. I agree. People on the left say bad shit. Also, let me make something clear. It's a big difference between us talking on YouTube and saying awful shit about members of our opposition and the president doing it on White House stationery. It's not the same. It's not the same. And there's a both sides of the argument when you're talking about voters. When you're talking about presidents, there's not a both sides. You could bring up Biden's greatest hits, and it's not even a fraction of all the shit Trump has said. You can't both sides at the presidential level, which is why when you criticize Trump's comments, you got to bring up all sorts of people that are not president to defend it, because you can't find presidents that were talking like Trump has been doing. It's just not there. It doesn't exist like that. So that's where the difference is that he's slinging mud and bitching about getting dirty at the same time. That doesn't happen. You want a guy who punches back 10 times hard. You want a guy who hits. Okay, this is what happens. He gets hit. That's going to happen. Looking in the comments, yeah, that's because he's a criminal. Well, even the criminal thing is another aspect, but I'm just simply saying the idea that Trump is just sitting back as a great guy trying to make America great and people are attacking him for no reason is just asinine. It's ridiculous. This guy is attacking people almost fucking daily. And not only attacking people, but making comic, like the Obama, he posted a picture of not only Obama's, but the whole fucking Democratic Party as jungle animals and shit like that. That wasn't self-defense. That was just him deciding I'm going to attack them today. Okay, so all of their fans are going to attack him back. But when their fans start attacking him back, the right wants to pretend like, well, that's wrong. You're attacking the guy. He's being dragged through the mud. You just ignore it. You were too busy laughing at the animals picture to not realize that's what sparked this. The shitting on protesters, for instance. You think the protesters all favor that? But you think they bust up laughing? They're out protesting for what they think is a legitimate cause, and the president goes online and posts a picture of himself dumping shit on them? You think they viewed that as a joke? No, you did. But then when they start attacking him, you don't see the comedy in that anymore. You're too busy laughing at him doing the same things you're criticizing coming at him. Anyhow, it is your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. I do appreciate the 154,000. You guys know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor. We're here most weekdays if you favor this type of dialogue. And you happen to be watching us on Instagram, TikTok, Substack, or now Clapper. Follow the program. If you're watching us on YouTube, give your boy a sub. We're here most weekdays. We'll see you tomorrow. You guys take care. I'm out. Thank you. And I hosted these. I got to clip off because the way this works now, we're going to be on Clapper full time now. So if you enjoy that, give your boy a sub if you're watching on YouTube as well. See you later.